only comments from the podium? Yeah, that is legal, because that's part of our decorum.
Yep. Madam Clerk, can we erase that line that says only comments made from the podium will be counted? Yes. Thank y'all. That's actually illegal.
He said it is
No,
legal.
no, no,
Part of our
Is it
decorum.
legal? Oh.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and wait for Councilmember Krebs a few moments. All right, good evening, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order on February 10th, 2026 at 5:31 p.m. Can I please get the Pledge of Allegiance done by Ed Garcia? Are we supposed to do council roll call first, or?
We can do it after.
Okay.
If you're able, please stand. Wow, the mic works. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, I have to get used to these new mics. They're working. I can't use my teacher voice. So my story of inspiration today is really frankly about a failure, but the story behind the journey is inspiring. As you guys know, the Olympics are going on right now, and there's a lot of stories of inspiration, so I pulled from an Olympic athlete. Women's downhill skier Lindsey Vogn's career, during her career, she's won 225 top tens, 145 podiums, 84 wins. She has 2 Olympic bronze medals and an Olympic gold. Her Olympic debut was at the 2002 Winter Olympics at the age of 17. She won the overall Alpine Skiing World Cup for 3 consecutive years in 2008 through 2010, losing the overall in 2011 by only 3 points, and then she won it again in 2012. So it was nearly 5 consecutive years. She had 20 season titles in the World Cup and the overall downhill, Super G, and combined. We all know that downhill skiing is inherently dangerous, with top speeds reaching 80 miles per hour. So here's a list of some of the injuries she's had during her career. She sprained her right ACL in 2007. She had concussions, broken finger, some arm injuries in 2009 and 2010 during that season. She tore her right ACL and MCL in February 2013 and had a re-tear in November of 2013, causing her to miss the 2014 Sochi Olympics. In August 2015, she broke her ankle. February 2016, she sustained multiple fractures in her left knee. November 2016, fractured her humerus. November 2018, tore her LCL meniscus in her left knee. In January 2019, she sustained a nerve injury that led to her retirement from competitive skiing in February of 2019. That was 7 years ago. Fast forward to November 2024, she announced that she was coming out of retirement with a successful knee replacement surgery just 7 months earlier, had a whole new knee put in. On December 23rd, 2025, she announced that she had qualified for the Olympics at the age of 41. Most of you know the story, but in the last race leading up to the Olympics, on January 30th, just a couple weeks ago, she suffered a crash and ruptured her ACL in her left knee and had to be airlifted by helicopter to the hospital. Did that stop her? As we know, it didn't. 1 week later, she had her first training run on the Olympic course in Cortina, and the next day she had the third fastest time on her training run. Most of you know what happened the next day. She was the 13th skier out of the gate, but she did not finish the run. Her post on social media, while prompted by failure, was inspiring to me. Vaughn states, "Yesterday, my Olympic dream did not finish the way I dreamt it would. It wasn't a storybook ending or a fairy tale. It was just life. I dared to dream and had worked so hard to achieve it, because in downhill ski racing, the difference between a strategic line and a catastrophic injury can be as small as 5 inches. I was simply 5 inches too right on my line when my right arm hooked inside the gate, twisting me and resulting in my crash. My ACL and past injuries had nothing to do with the crash whatsoever. Unfortunately, I sustained a complex tibia fracture that is currently stable but will require multiple surgeries to fix properly. While yesterday did not end the way I hoped, and despite the intense physical pain it caused, I have no regrets. Standing in the starting gate yesterday was an incredible feeling that I will never forget. Knowing I stood there having a chance to win was a victory in and of itself. I also knew that racing was a risk. It always was and always will be an incredibly dangerous sport. And similar to ski racing, we take risks in life. We dream, we love, we jump, and we sometimes fall. Sometimes our hearts are broken. Sometimes we don't achieve the dreams that we know we could have. But that is also the beauty of life. We can try. I tried, I dreamt, I jumped. I hope if you take anything away from my journey, it's that you all have the courage to dare greatly. Life is too short not to take chances on yourself, because the only failure in life is not trying." End quote. So thank you, Lindsey Vaughn, for pushing yourself and showing us that you don't need a storybook ending to be inspiring. Now I yield the floor to our athletic mayor.
Thank you so much. Could we please have roll call?
Mayor Christine Lowe,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Jean Goss,
Present.
Councilmember Edward Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Krebs. Here. And Councilmember Robert Parkhurst.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there any supplemental information regarding tonight's agenda?
No supplemental information for this evening, ma'am.
Thank you. And can we please get the reports from Mayor and City Council? Anybody want to start?
Mine's quick. The Senior Community Commission meeting was canceled, I think due to what was going on here in City Hall. So I have no report.
Madam Mayor, so I have 2 things to report. One is last week I attended the Chamber of Commerce Board meeting as their liaison, and a bulk of that meeting was spent discussing their preparation for Wisteria Festival, so that's very exciting, and also was able to coordinate with former Mayor Arizmendi, as she is the Sierra Madre Chamber's representative, on a chamber-related series of meetings with LA 28 for the Olympics, and so it was good timing because today I attended the Council of Governments, San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments LA 28 ad hoc committee meeting, and lots of exciting discussions about opportunities and coordinating with our neighbors on various Olympics events and efforts to try to capture some of the economic benefit that will definitely befall our area. I guess one thing specifically I wanted to call out for the for residents is that currently on the LA 28 website, there is open registration to get tickets. So you need to register now to get a slot to perhaps get tickets for various events, and Southern California residents will get priority. Doesn't mean that you'll automatically get it. It's still, I think, going to be a lottery, but you'll obviously have a little bit more chance as if you register with your Sierra Madre zip code. They do have a lot of information about the schedule. It is, all of the events have been scheduled, and so they definitely recommend that in advance, if you do get a registration opportunity for tickets, to in advance sort of know where you want to go and how many tickets you want. You are limited to how many tickets you can get, and it's a lot of events all over the place, and so they're very much cautioning that you take into account which zone each event is in, so you're not registering to go to back-to-back events in Long Beach and the Valley for obvious reasons. So anyway, that's just information for the residents in terms of wanting to, if you want to get tickets to the actual events, but much more to come in terms of events in the city, both with respect to things that we can do to celebrate, become part of the Olympic spirit, as well as hopefully some things that we can coordinate to help bring some of the folks who are going to be at events in our area, which are really exciting events. I don't know if you've heard, but obviously the Rose Bowl is hosting soccer. The Pomona Fairplex is hosting cricket. I was reminded that those are the two most popular sports in the world, so we are expecting quite a lot of visitors for those events, as well as the equestrian events happening at just down the street at Santa Anita for the first 2 weeks of the Olympics. So there's lots of people going to be here, so that we hopefully can attract some of those folks to our lovely city and to patronize our businesses.
Madam Mayor. So on February 5th, it was the Clean Power Alliance had a meeting, a board meeting. It is their 8th anniversary, and there were two interesting things that came out of it. There was a statistic that was interesting, and they said that renewables beat coal as the world's largest generator of electricity. This is the first time in human history that globally renewables beat coal. And going further on that, Swiss Re will no longer underwrite any coal power plants, making them uninsurable. Taking the global, coming down to the local, the Clean Power Alliance is got for the third year in a row the largest retail provider of renewable energy in the country. So we are responsible here as a member of Clean Power Alliance, one of about 40 different jurisdictions, of helping to buy the most renewable energy in the country. And then a related event this Saturday, Valentine's Day, between 9 and 3, there is a household hazardous waste and e-waste collection event at the Rose Bowl. So if you've got household hazardous waste or e-waste, head on over to the Rose Bowl, Lot I, between the 9 and 3.
Just got a short report. Had the privilege of going to the Friends of the Library wine tasting at the Bag Saturday night. Was very well attended, had a lot of fun, saw a lot of old friends there, and enjoyed some really good wine. So hats off to the Friends for yet another really classy event.
Thank you. So I too attended with Mayor Pro Tem Goss, and we had a great time with a lot of you in the audience were there as well, some old friends and some new ones as well. And the food was fantastic and great. And thank you to the Bag for hosting that. The silent auction items were exciting as well. So we look forward to that in the future. On February 3rd, I went to the Foothill Workforce Development Board, which is housed under the Foothill Employment and Training, and we had our board meeting. And they're facing a lot of the similar issues that other government entities are facing, with employment costs surpassing the benefits that they're able to give. And so they're looking at looking at an alternative way. Right now, they're all housed under the city of Pasadena, so every employee there is a employee of the city of Pasadena. So while they service all of us, city of Pasadena is employing all of the people that work there. So we're looking at a hybrid model coming up in the next few months. They also have great resources for everybody. I know a lot of us have been changing careers in our lives due to advancements in technology and interests. And so they're a great resource for all of us to use to learn more employable skills, learn different skills and where to go to learn different skill sets for different types of careers now. So I can share that information with you all on our website. It probably is there already. And then the last thing was there was no planning commission meeting, and I think that was it. Let's see. Moving on to upcoming events. So on February 25th, the Greater Pasadena Area's National Women's Political Caucus is going to have a meeting celebrating Black History Month, and they have two speakers, one from Pasadena Unified and Glendale Unified School District on equity and not just women, but women of color as well as those who are underrepresented. We have two positions on that board, if anyone would like to join that. It is also time for election year, so we have a new couple seats on the PAC committee. If anyone's interested, please come see me. The Hart House is hosting Senior Valentine's Day Social on February 12th from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. And then also at the Hart House is Senior Sweetheart Bingo on February 19th from 12:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Sierra Madre Community Services Department and the Senior Community Commission are now accepting nominations for the 2026 Older American of the Year Award. I believe that age limit is 55, so most of us qualify or getting there close. Now our nominations forms on the back table, and I believe they're online as well. I think that's it. All right, let's have our reports from city staff, please.
Madam Mayor, we have three members of the city staff who would like to provide updates to the city council this evening. The first is from Public Works Project Manager Dickinson, providing an update on Mountain Trail repairs.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, esteemed council members. This is Brian Dickinson, Public Works Project Manager. This is a quick update on South Mountain Trail pavement maintenance. An intermediate skim coat between Lowell to Orange Grove is planned to be done in the next 1 to 2 weeks. We've got a contractor that was doing maintenance at the Mariposa and Auburn parking lots. So they're give us a quote to do a skim coat on that to just kind of level out the ripples and bumps from the tree roots. A full rehabilitation is planned, can be done in fiscal year 26-27 in conjunction with a water main replacement in that section. That is budgeted for. Estimated cost for the design and construction of the water main is about $810,000 total, so design and construction of that. And then for the design and construction for the street rehabilitation is about $115,000, rough estimate. But we'll find out when we go out to bid what the actual costs come in at. And that's it for South Mountain Trail, and I'll entertain any questions.
There we go. So that quote or that estimate is Lowell to
Orange
Grove, not the Boulevard to Orange Grove.
No, just to Orange Grove, yeah. Because the previous, it was done prior, the water main was replaced before.
Okay. And I know you didn't bring it up, but is there any word on West Grandview? It's another that we're hearing a lot of constituents ask about.
That'll look at, because when I looked at the most recent pavement management plan from 2023, West Grandview, the actual PCI index was 80 to 100, which is very good. But we're going to be doing an updated pavement management plan next fiscal year we'll be budgeting for, and that'll look at that. And there could be a different evaluation as opposed to just alligator cracking and potholing versus a lot of the ripples from tree roots and stuff and that sort of thing. So that'll be evaluated in the next pavement management plan. 'Cause like I said, I just looked at that today and it was 80 to 100 on a PCI index, whereas like that South Mountain Trail section is one's 49 and the other's 58. So it's basically a 50-something average.
What, I know you're new, so do you know when those PCI indices were calculated?
That was the 2023 was when the last pavement management plan was done.
Okay, yeah, because I think for those two spots, we've had a lot of leaks rather than tree roots. I think the leaks are creating an issue.
Problem with the patches
With the soft,
sinking.
or the cold patches and
Yep.
sinking, yeah. Okay, well, I do appreciate the update. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I can follow up on that. So you're just doing a skim coat and follow up on what Councilmember Garcia said. So tell us what a skim coat is and kind of what the longer term plan is, because, we've heard quite a bit of feedback on Mountain Trail.
So the skim coat will just kind of level out the rippled areas, whereas the long-term rehabilitation will be a grind and overlay.
And when is that expected?
We'll be looking at it in fiscal year 26, 27. So once new fiscal year starts, we'll get task order quotes for the design of the rehabilitation of the street and the pipeline as part of our on-call engineering.
So as you said, the pipeline, so you would do the water main as well in that area, so it'd
Yep.
be water and the street.
Yeah, that's the plan going forward, is to, best as possible, coordinate them both in conjunction with each other
Wonderful.
as the best we can.
And is it now official that you are our Public Works Director?
23rd is the actual official start date.
I apologize for jumping the gun, but congratulations.
Thank you. Great to be here. But 23rd is the actual official start date.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, we have an update from Senior Planner Wolf on the Meadows.
Good evening, Mayor Lowe, Mayor Pro Tem Goss, and City Council members. Since the last City Council meeting, as you know, there was a soil management plan prepared. That was done by Hillman Consulting. It also accompanied a soil test and health and safety plan. And as the mayor's pointing out, I did create a flyer, and it's at the back of the room too. Anyone can grab a flyer and scan the QR code to go to the city's website, where we provide information and updates related to the Meadows at Bailey Canyon development. There's also a hotline number where you can reach the developer for any concerns on the project, and any dust-related concerns. There's a specific number for that as well. So regarding this soils report that was done, it found that in grid FS2, which is located in the northwest portion of the site, immediately adjacent to 3 City of Pasadena structures that were totally burned in the Eaton fire, not adjacent to any other Sierra Madre properties. In that grid, there was soil found to have levels of dioxins above conservative benchmarks for residential levels based on the EPA standards. On January 29th, a grading permit was issued with the condition for soil remediation. Then on February 4th, Group Delta, which is a third party hired by the city, reviewed Hillman's soil management plan and provided comments. The next day, Hillman Consulting responded to Group Delta's comments and revised the soil management plan and health and safety plan. The developer also met with neighbors. They agreed to appoint a certain neighbor as a direct line of communication between the neighbors and the developer for weekly look-ahead schedules. On February 6th, the city provided a letter to the developer affirming the plan to remediate 100 cubic yards of soil in the top 12 inches of grid FS2. Yesterday, the soils remediation began. There was a dedicated water truck with a hose to spray down dirt during excavation. Removed soil was placed on a plastic sheeting with additional plastic sheeting on top of that, and to contain the stockpile until its removal offsite. The excavated area has a 12-inch tall edge with straw swaddle on top to ensure sediment is contained on the low side of the slope. Today, the website has been updated with a hotline for neighbors to call with concerns. As I pointed out, that's the same information that's on the flyer. And on Thursday, we'll have another pre-construction meeting with the developer, builders, geotechnical engineer, and city staff to go over the expectations during the mass grading of the site. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
Madam Mayor? So we received public comment email from a resident that said they witnessed trenching going on. I don't recall if we got that yesterday or the day before. Does that trenching coincide with the remediation work, or has there been some grading going on at the site?
There's been some trenching work to install some fencing for protection of the residents.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Planner Wolf.
Madam Mayor, there is another announcement. This is from City Librarian Regan.
I'm seeing if this is where, okay, I gotta get close. Hello, Mayor Lowe, Mayor Pro Tem Goss, and our honorable city council. I'm Layla Regan, your friendly neighborhood library director, and I'm here to tell you that the library is still closed. Our physical building is still closed. We will not be having any programs until June. However, if you have books you would like to donate, you can still drop those off at the white bench in front of the temporary library at 350 West Sierra Madre Boulevard through the end of this month. And if you happen to have checked out more than you could read and you want to return some, or you finished early, the outside book drop at 350 West Sierra Madre Boulevard will also be open through the end of this month. In addition, while we are closed, we do have a plethora of e-resources and online. So our online library is never closed. You can get e-books and e-audiobooks through our Libby app. We have Press Reader, which is free e-newspapers and e-magazines. We have free streaming movies, TV shows, and documentaries on Canopy. We also have free music on Freegal, and we have free homework help, free language learning, and a bunch of other things, including graphic novels, which I think are still really popular. And in addition to that, we are very much looking forward to welcoming everyone into our renovated library at 440 West Sierra Madre Boulevard on Saturday, June 6, 2026. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm excited for all of that. Next, we have our presentations. I did forget to mention also that I have gone to the LA County Sanitation District meeting on January 28th, and I've heard this information that's being presented tonight, as well as some other information about during our December 24th storm, not ours, but other surrounding areas around us did experience some outfall from systems such as Altadena from the massive amounts of water that came down. But tonight we're ready for our presentation from the Los Angeles County Sanitation District.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Matt Eaton. I represent sanitation districts, as Mayor Lowe mentioned. And I'm here to talk about a potential rate increase for the city of Sierra Madre, which is part of District 15. We are 24 separate districts. A little bit about us. We are 24 separate districts. We serve about 5.5 million people. We do have facilities and systems in the northern part of the county. We're talking about the southeastern part of the county, which serves not only Sierra Madre, but most of the other cities in the county outside of the city of LA. And it operates as one system of sewers and treatment plants, and our agency handles the big sewers and the treatment. The cities and the county handle the small sewers and the streets. And I'm going to talk about the charge that we collect on the tax roll related to our operations. Yep, this is the area we're talking about. So if you are a property owner in the city, you should have received a notice such as this in the last couple weeks. This is what we call Proposition 218 notice. You've probably seen ones for water and trash. This is for our charge, and again, as I mentioned, this notice would not have gone to renters, whether they're a commercial entity that leases or a residential renter. It only goes to property owners. It talks about the rate increase. It has specific information about the parcel, the specific rate for that parcel, information about how to get more information from us and how to submit a protest or a public comment. So we are a large agency. We serve about 5.5 million people. As I mentioned, we operate a complex sewer system that has to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our treatment plants, we have 7 treatment plants in this area. Again, they operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They utilize not only labor, significant amount of chemicals, energy, utilities, and everything it takes to run a network of industrial facilities. The labor, we have about 1,800 employees across a broad range of technical skills, from operators to scientists to engineers. That is a portion of our budget as well. We also have costs, again, for equipment, materials, chemicals. And then we also have some infrastructure projects underway and planned for increased reliability and increased treatment. So I'll talk a little bit more about why we're asking for a rate increase at this time. Number one, we've fallen behind. Over the last 5 years, our rates have gone up 10% in total. Our operating costs have gone up 20%. One big driver of the cost increases is electricity and chemicals. Those have doubled in the last 5 years, and we need to do some catch up there. We also have some major upgrades planned. A lot of it has to do with our sewer system. Mayor Lowe mentioned during the last storm, we did have a couple overflows. We're always looking to get that number down to 0, even though we have a relatively low number of overflows for similar agencies. Both for public health, the environment, and compliance with regulations, we are always endeavoring to get that number down to 0. That takes infrastructure projects to repair our sewers and increase the capacity of our sewers. We also have projects underway or planned for increased levels of treatment, one of which will create a new source of reusable water for the region. And that's a big project coming up in the next 5 or 10 years that we're currently planning for. So what kind of rate increases are we looking at? For the city of Sierra Madre, which is in District 15, the rate will go up by $2.75 a month each year for 5 years. And you will see that on the property tax bill. It's a separate line that will say sanitation district number 15. So each year, it'll go up the equivalent of $2.75 a month. And we don't take our rate increases lightly. We know they impact homeowners and businesses, and we're always looking to save costs and making sure we're being cost effective. And one thing we do is we look at the cost of sewer service to a typical resident in our area. Now, this isn't just our charge. This is the charge of the local sewer and any other charges that are passed on to customers. And you can see we're about half our neighboring agencies, even less than that compared to Sacramento. And again, we watch this every year and try to make sure we're being cost effective and keep that number down. There's other ongoing things we do to control costs. We're always pursuing grants, low interest loans. We take on other financing when it makes sense to spread out costs. We're always looking to reduce our chemical and energy usage. I mentioned that they're a big part of our costs, and that's a big focus of a lot of our treatment plant projects. I mentioned we're part of 24 districts. That gives us some efficiency with a common staff, with additional buying power throughout all of our facilities and throughout all of our districts. And we have an extensive program for selling our byproducts, including reclaimed water, renewable biogas, renewable energy, that helps offset our costs that we have to pass on. We do have a program for reducing the charge that's on your tax bill. It's called our low water rebate program. And this isn't a rebate or a reduction on your water bill. It's a reduction on our charge, but we need your water bill to see how much wastewater you might be generating and sending to our system. So it's a simple application. You can go to our website, lacsd.org/low water rebate. Simple application. You fill it out, you submit your water bills. We have customer service people that can help you if there's any issues. And if you're using less than average amount of water, you can get a reduced charge and a rebate. So we do have some parcels in District 15 in the city of Sierra Madre that were affected by the Eaton fire. Right now, those parcels are not being charged for sewer service because they don't discharge to the sewer. Our chargers are connected to what's on the assessor's parcel database. So as long as the assessor is reporting there's no structure on that parcel, we will not be charging. And then once a parcel is rebuilt and there's a structure, whether it's commercial or residential, it'll show back up on the assessor's database, and that's when the charge will kick in July 1st after that. So if there is any residents or businesses that see their tax bill, like the tax bill that came last fall, and it still has a charge on it that says District Number 15, Sanitation District 15, they can contact us. We have our contact information, and we'll track down what the issue is. So in summary, we do need a rate increase at this time to keep up with our rising costs, our infrastructure projects. But we do have that reduced charge if you do have low water usage, especially that's helpful for small households, senior citizens. In that Proposition 218 notice and on our website, there's information about how to provide public comment at our public hearing or how to submit a protest. And we encourage anyone that's has comments on the increase or our operations to pursue those. For more information, we do have some information meetings coming up, similar to what I'm explaining now, but in more detail. In particular, the first one and the last one have tours associated with it. And those are, in my opinion, very interesting tours, and people do enjoy those. So I would encourage residents to try to go to one of those or both of them and take the tour as well and see what we are doing. But these meetings will be recorded. They'll be online as well. And then finally, there will be a public hearing before our board considers adopting the rate increase. It's May 27th at 1:30 at our headquarters in Whittier. And if you do need more information, we do have a very talented and responsive customer service group. Just give us a call, send us an email, visit our website. On our website, you can also see, if you want to look up a sample of your 218 notice or a sample, or not a sample, but specific information about your parcel, you can go to our website. We have that information as well. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does council have any questions?
Just to reiterate what you just said, I think what you said is that to the extent that you did not receive or received and did not keep your public notice mailer, it sounds like you said that you can actually get a facsimile of that, both in terms of the general information and the specific information specific to your parcel on your website?
Correct. Go to lacsd.org/rates, and it'll have a thing at the top that says find your parcel, find a sample of your notice. And you can always call us.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, Madam Mayor? So you said it, but I just want to kind of recap.
Sure.
So we do have a sewer charge in the city for small sewers.
Yep.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the larger, greater sewer system. And this is not going to be on our monthly bill, but rather on our annual tax bill.
That's exactly correct. Yeah. So you have a network of small sewers on every street that each house connects into. We have a few large sewers in the city, and they all feed. Your wastewater is going to go, I believe, to our plant near the 60 and the 605. We pull out recycled water there, and then the rest of it goes all the way down to Carson. So we have a network of about 1,300 miles of large sewers. Some of them are up to about 14 feet in diameter, and that's what this is, and it's on the property tax bill. So it's not related to a water bill. It's not related to anything from the city.
And just to, we learn fun things when we go to these meetings. And I was a mayor during COVID, or just on the heel of COVID. Is this the same system that actually we'll see when there's influenza or COVID in the system and it can predict ahead of time and help public health?
Exactly. That's one thing we came up during COVID. It's an amazing process. Our scientists came up with a method for detecting DNA of infectious disease in the wastewater, along with other people as well, but I'll try to give most of the credit to us. And yes, exactly. We can detect, whether it's polio or flu or COVID or anything that pops up as a potential infectious disease. we can try to track it and we can try to detect it early.
And will this also pay for some of the infrastructure? I know we're not trying to use toilet to tap, but I think that's what we've been calling it. Some of that infrastructure will be paid for this through this tax too?
Correct. We have, one of our large projects to create more recycled water is at our Carson facility. It's a large project in partnership with Metropolitan Water District, and it potentially would provide, we would clean up the water enough for them to treat it enough so that it could either be used for groundwater recharge and potentially eventually blending with regular municipal water.
Okay. And finally, I want to thank you.
Sure.
Because when we had a rate increase to the Shoal Canyon facility for dumping,
Yep.
that directly affected our contract with our trash hauler, and we had a huge increase due to that. And a lot of people were caught off guard. So I'm appreciating that you're coming to the cities and letting the constituents know that there is a Prop 218 protest vote that's available to them. So thank you for coming out here and doing that this time around.
Absolutely. And if anything else comes up, we're happy to come back. Thank you.
Madam Mayor? So you mentioned the water recycling project eventually coming online. What's about is the time frame on that? What's the volume of it? Can you tell us a little bit more about that
Sure.
project?
So we're in the planning process right now. So nothing's been decided formally about going forward, but we have been doing a lot of planning. We've done the environmental impact report. In fact, it went to the Metropolitan Water District Board today. It's going to our board tomorrow. And that will trigger more detailed design. And then in a couple of years, we'll decide, once we get through a certain percentage of the design, our board of directors will decide whether to move forward with the project. There's a number of different sizes it could eventually be, up to 150 million gallons a day, which is about, we'll say, half our flow that goes to that plant. But the significance of it isn't so much the quantity, even though it is a significant quantity. The significance is it's drought-proof, and natural disaster-proof. So, for example, if there's an earthquake and the aqueduct gets cut off or something, we can still be producing water. Or if there's a drought and we can't get water from the Colorado River, we'll still be producing that water. So that's the value of that project. It would probably be, if it goes through, it'd probably be in startup in the early to mid 2030s.
And to piggyback on that, just really quick, and I'll let you say something, because I want to say that why that's important is if you look at other areas that have disasters, correct me if I'm wrong, one of the issues is that if you jeopardize your sewage systems and they do break during an earthquake or during some kind of other natural disaster, you're having obviously much more issues than just displacing people. You're also having other disease and other bacteria falling into your communities. So thank you.
Just a quick follow-up to, you mentioned that the water in that project would be, some of it might go into groundwater recharge. My understanding was it would all go in the ground and be all pumped back up, and that would be part of the filtration process?
Correct. Well, right now we already produce reclaimed water that does go into groundwater recharge. It's kind of complicated, but once you get to a certain level of recycled water, groundwater recharge, you have to treat it to a higher level. But there's blending ratios in the groundwater in the San Gabriel Basin that we have to meet that would require this treatment. But again, potentially, it could end up feeding a network of pipes that distribute the water throughout the Metropolitan Water District system.
That's after it comes out of the ground, though, right?
Potentially, eventually could go directly into the
I see.
municipal systems without going into groundwater.
And it's filtered enough?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? Thank you so much, Mr.
Okay.
Eden. We really appreciate you coming.
Thanks very much.
Yes, thanks. Thank you. All right, next we have a presentation of mayor's certificates to my amazing friends here in the audience who were on our ad hoc revenue committee. As if we don't have enough great volunteers. When I called for volunteers, this group is definitely one of our largest groups of volunteers in so many different ways. So let me come up to the podium. If I could please have Mike Comer and Tom Dennison, Mike Mario, I didn't see him. And we've got, let me put Mike's on the side. And we have Russell Mix and James Kelly, Jim Kelly. I don't call you James very often. So tonight we will be highlighting during our budget time, our ad hoc revenue committee who spent their time, 11 different sessions, both closed and open, many countless hours doing research upon research and really looking at our budget and especially any available revenue sources. So we really want to thank you for all of your time and your efforts. I know it was a lot. So thank you so much to James Kelly. Council appreciates your significant time, effort, and dedication contributing to the Ad Hoc Revenue Committee members in support of the City of Sierra Madre. Mike is our former treasurer. He is not here tonight. Mike Comer. And my fire probationary brothers, my other fire probationary brother, Tom Dennison. And then Russell Mix. Thank you so much, you guys. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate you all. And thanks for bringing this up. It was definitely Jeff who brought up this great idea. Why, thank you. Thank you so much for all your time, guys. Your efforts.
Madam Mayor? Yes. If I may, I got to sit in on a large number of these meetings, and I just want to say that this group came extremely well prepared to every meeting, had endless questions, detailed on the numbers and on the background on it. So we are incredibly fortunate to have people with such great experience and knowledge, commitment, and level of detail to help us out. So thank you all.
And I'd like to echo that. I was my teaching schedule changed, so I wasn't able to go to the later meetings. I was on Zoom or telephone for some of them. But if you see the report, I think the 5 of them actually have a consulting gig in the future in advising municipal finance. So it was a beautifully well-published report, very pragmatic. So thank you again for all your time, and it was a pleasure working with you.
All right, thank you again, gentlemen. We have another presentation by Holly Humane Resources on AI-powered class and compensation for governments.
Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is Rahul. I'm with Holly. I'm joined by Brendan. He's our co-founder.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brendan Hellweg. I'm the co-founder of Holly and really wanted to thank the council for hosting us tonight, and sorry to be joining remotely. But we are really excited to share this presentation on some of the opportunities for how we can work with the city and better support some of the work around classification and compensation. So I will turn it over to Rahul, and excited to have this opportunity.
Absolutely. So over the past few months, we've been having some really great discussions with Mike, Miguel, and Eduardo about how you guys have been doing class and comp in the past and kind of the pain points that have been coming up. And what we've realized is there's a lot of ways that we can help with the city's priorities, both around employee retention, as well as recruiting going into upcoming bargaining cycles as well. So what we thought might be a really helpful way to think through this presentation is actually show you what the software looks like. So that way you can get a better understanding of how employees at Sierra Madre can use this software to enhance their work and save their time and be more efficient. So I'm going to start by sharing my screen, and we're going to take a look at what the platform looks like. So what we see here is a variety of class specs. So right now, the city of Sierra Madre has a few hundred, and what our goal here is to help you modernize these class specifications. Some class specs, just the way local government works, is they might have been written many years ago, but they're not up to modern standards. The way we intend to help is rewriting your job descriptions using AI. So, for example, we can take a even very niche job description, something such as this, and we can use an AI to give it additional prompting so that way it's rewritten in a more modernized language. So we can say something like, modernize this spec. And what it's doing is it's thinking through all of your comparator job descriptions and seeing how they write their job descriptions, what language they're using, and making sure that yours is meeting those standards. So that way, when you go to recruiting and when it comes to retention, it's very clear on what's expected of new employees and what's expected of current employees and how you manage talent. On top of that, we also have our market analysis tool. And this is currently where a lot of expenditures come in local government through class and comp studies. A typical class and comp study might cost the city of Sierra Madre around $60,000, sometimes more. What we're aiming to provide here is a more detailed and thorough version of a class and comp study. So what we provide here is we scrape all of your comparator jurisdictions, looking at their job descriptions and providing a match score. The idea here is to enable your staff to be able to more quickly identify what are good ways to benchmark pay across Sierra Madre. So using this, they're able to come up with clear justifications as to why they made compensation decisions, so that way they can present them to you, and as well as in bargaining conversations. Moreover, one of the key benefits of the Holly platform is the cost. A typical class and comp study comes in somewhere around $60,000 or more. Holly's platform would only cost the city of Sierra Madre around $8,500 a year, and there's no implementation fees at all. The idea being here, it's a fully customizable platform, so that way you can make decisions based on what's actually relevant to the city and what your goals are in terms of classification, compensation, talent management, and employee retention. Additionally, we also have a variety of analysis tools to look at compliance. Again, using different tools to understand where you stand on legal compliance. So this includes driver's license requirements, FLSA. So again, saving your staff time so they can focus on the most pressing projects to the city. So that's a little bit about our platform, but thank you so much.
Do we have any more information, or did you have anything else you want to present? All right, do we have any questions from council?
Madam Mayor, thank you, gentlemen, for the information. How long have you guys been in business?
Sure. So we've been operational for about 2 years now. We're working with many of both the largest agencies in California, representing about 30% of California's population. So that includes San Bernardino County, the city of Long Beach, Contra Costa County, Santa Clara County, San Mateo County, as well as some of your closer neighbors as cities like Carson, like El Segundo. So we really built a lot of expertise in getting deep in California's specific labor market. And what I think has enabled us to succeed in this market is the ability to really learn from the agencies we work with. So a lot of the features that we hope the city will be able to benefit from over the coming months and years really were ideas and recommendations coming from many of your neighbors not too far away. So we recently were launching, for instance, with Lomita or some of the other Southern California agencies. And I think that's the ability to collaborate, I think really has been what to perform well with these agencies.
And could you tell us a little bit about your guys' backgrounds?
Sure. So my background is in local government. Myself, I was in the Baltimore mayor's office for several years, first doing data science, and then during COVID, I was growing a public health program to about 300 people. So in that experience, I was hiring 40 people a month, saw what it took to build classifications that had never existed before, figuring out how to design jobs that would be attractive in such a sort of unusual labor market. And what really made founding Holly the right choice for me was that recognition that local governments all over the country, the work is so essential and so often goes under-recognized, but in particular, it's complex too. Government agencies have, in some cases, hundreds of classifications, and there's now an opportunity to support what has been a very consultant-driven process that agencies keep telling us they've just gone over and over and over again into something that they can manage as a background capability all across the organization, with an eye also towards position equity, with an eye towards salary equity across different classifications, and then getting deeper into both recruitment and retention outcomes, which we've seen with our existing customers.
And can you tell us where you get your data?
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. So all of our data is publicly sourced. One of the benefits of working in California is all class specifications and salary schedules, as well as MOUs, are required to be posted online by jurisdictions. Because of that, we're able to scrape this every single quarter and have the most up-to-date data available to the city.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just a quick question in terms of, you mentioned that obviously one of the features is being able to compare against comparable organizations. Is that something that, in terms of the identification of the comparable cities or organizations, is that something that you look to us or your clients to identify, or is that part of the service in that the data that you are gathering can also help us identify appropriate comps?
Yeah,
We're
that's a
always-
great question. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're always happy to work with the agency to determine the right partner agencies, but generally what we found is the agencies we work with already have a list in mind, and in those cases we take that list and then we get to doing our homework in collecting that data. But we have been in a few cases where agencies have wanted to revisit their list of comparator agencies, and we're always happy to add additional comparator agencies to the platform. And we do a quarterly data refresh process, which means that even if midway through the budget year you decide that actually there's another comparator agency that you want to roll in, we're always able to just use that for the next data refresh. So that way you're looking at both relevant data, but also having a strong hand in choosing what it is that's getting measured, so that you can have really productive discussions when you're getting into budgeting, bargaining, or any other part of your operations.
That makes a lot of sense. And you said that you're using statewide data, because one thing that we have here is somewhat a unique situation, small city, but full service, not contract, and offers a lot of different services that similarly sized cities often don't, or they're contracting out. So it sounds like you can draw upon the widest possible data set in terms of identifying maybe similarly situated cities that maybe not even necessarily geographically close.
Sure. The
Yes,
balance
absolutely.
the balance that we want to set here is both having so we want the agencies to be the right match in terms of their cost of living or cost of labor, as well as the service mix, as well as a few other factors. So those are all areas that we think are really important to discuss, both internally, because normally those are agreed to also with bargaining groups or as part of the budgeting process. But then also, that is an area that we've been able to work with agencies on spotting other agencies to compare against.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So just to kind of follow up on some of the comparables, are you describing something that's in the platform, or do we have a customer service representative that we speak to when we want to maybe realign our comps?
You'll have dedicated support as part of the platform service, but you are able to adjust which comparator agencies you'll be turning on or off, even if, so for instance, a lot of the agencies that we work with, they want to look at a different set of comparators for their utilities than they do for their fire, for instance. And so in those cases, you have a control in the platform to turn the utilities list on or turn the fire list on, and then that gives you total control here. For more intermittent choices, like changing which comparator agencies, then you would just work with the dedicated customer success representative who we'd be working, who would be, responsible for making sure that all of your requests go answered quickly. But for when you're operating within the system, you can always turn those on or off.
Thank you. And we're getting our mid-year budget update today, so I did a lot of homework on things such as per capita tax revenue for the city. Are we able to do comparators such as that? Like, because we could look at, geography, we can look at FTEs, we can look at all kinds of things, but one of the constraints obviously is per capita tax income, and we're very low relative to a lot of our comparables that we've identified. Is that something that we could use through you as well?
So the way that we recommend using that is there's sort of a two-step process. So first is comparator agency selection, and then after that is matching classifications within those comparator agencies. And as we've built our product mostly around being able to do that matching as that second stage where, is your administrative assistant the same as a senior administrative tech somewhere else? Maybe, maybe not. These pieces of terminology, are not completely consistent across governments, which is where AI comes in to then do the matching based off of duties and seniority for these agencies and for those exact classifications. For the level above that you're asking about around comparing, like selecting the comparator agencies, we absolutely can look at data like tax base, per capita income, as well as the receivables for the agencies themselves. Those conversations we think are usually better had as part of the onboarding and planning process, but we're always happy to be a thought partner in them.
This is great. And you said as far as the data you're scraping, you're looking at salary matrices and classifications, salary schedules that typically have steps, but you also mentioned MOUs. Are you able, and have you been scraping MOUs for the salary increases that are bargained with the MOU so we can have an understanding of what future salary increases could look like in the area, so then we can then possibly keep up with those?
Yeah, that's one of the things we've been working to bring into the product more directly. There's a feature that actually we are launching in March that will, I think, be really helpful for being able to access that kind of information. So I will just say, stay tuned.
Great. And then finally, sorry.
I just had a piggyback.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So piggybacking on that, in terms of predictability, I know you can look at your MOUs and how that data is changing, but what about the labor market for, say, our region versus other regions? I mean, if you're looking at LA County versus, Orange County and other regions, our labor market needs are going to be different. So does that factor in as well?
We factor that in at the comparator agency selection stage. So usually most agencies we work with, their primary list is the local agencies around them that have similar both cost of living, cost of labor, as well as the service mix. And I think in your case, there is the complication of, well, very few agencies exactly the same service mix as us. And so in those cases, we could have a secondary list of the sort of expanded world of agencies you might want to compare against. This is where I would say our philosophy here is we really want to be able to support the methodology that's endorsed by the HR department or by the experts within the agency. And so that's why we've built a really flexible system. We don't want to be coming in imposing a whole methodology on if it's not the way that your agency thinks. And so because of that, if the way that you think about this is around sort of the regional labor market, all of that would be workable within the comparator agency selection. We would just want to dig deep on exactly sort of the thought process that you're already able to operate with, because at the end of the day, you are the experts on your labor market.
And moving on to the prompting, so we do have a lot of outdated classification descriptions and job duties. And thank you for showing us that real-time example. But let's say we have someone in our HR that actually reads it and wants to use the AI prompt. Can they prompt it to say, like, exclude typewriter or like do certain things like that? Or is it all, I'm seeing you nodding your head, yes. So we can
Yes.
customize the prompts beyond kind of what you showed us.
Absolutely. So you can customize prompts however you want. I gave you a pretty broad example. And that typewriter example is something that Mike had mentioned much early on as something that's super common. So it can be something as simple as remove outdated language. But if there's like, for example, a position where there's not that many certifications or there's not many requirements, you can say add more certifications. Or if you think a job has too many requirements that don't really make sense for the position and are prohibiting people from applying to it, you can say take out unneeded and outdated requirements. So that way you're competitive on the labor market and you're able to attract talent to the position who would otherwise not apply.
Thank you.
Just to piggyback on that, so the qualitative instructions, like you're saying, outdated or excess, that would be the judgment that the AI machine would impose based on its review of similar job descriptions in the market. So in some ways, it's, when we were saying modernize, it's also, it's sort of a way of saying make more consistent with other, other job descriptions that have been updated. Is that a way of thinking about it?
Yeah, I would roughly say so. The idea being is we want to make sure you're competitive with the other jurisdictions in your area for talent. So if you require 4 years of experience for one job, but all of your comparator agencies only require 2, you're missing out on a large bucket of talent. So we want to make sure that you're capturing that talent and you're not falling behind in the labor market.
Thank you, that's helpful.
So my other question then would be, once you have, say, submitted resumes, is your platform also available to compare the resumes that came in with what we've submitted as that job description?
We haven't yet moved into resume review or anything that's candidate facing. We've really thought of this as helping your organization make the decisions around the structure and nature of all of your jobs and classifications. And then from there, what we're able to support with is being able to make those decisions in a data-informed way. When you start to bring in, just to be totally honest, when you start to bring in the job applications, that's when I start to get a little bit concerned about some of the places where people have pointed to AI sometimes going wrong, where it's very good at summarizing information, but with job applications, you're just dealing in a whole different level of security that I think at this point, we've really been focused on the class specification, since that is more about supporting your team with the best analysis possible, as opposed to making decisions about people's careers.
True, thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Any other questions? All right, thank you again.
So, Mayor, if I may, the recommendation from staff was to basically receive and file this presentation. As the council's aware, there was $80,000 included in the current year budget for a full class and comp study using what I would say the traditional method of doing an RFP and hiring a consultant and going through that whole process. In reviewing Holly and their approach and discussing it with staff, we think this is a better opportunity for the city to have ongoing class and comp resources available to us, not only to do the analysis, but to update and modernize our job descriptions. So as part of the presentation tonight, sort of testing the waters of the council's comfortability of dipping our toes into AI and using it as a tool moving forward for this organization. Again, we had $80,000 budgeted this year. We would partner with Holly on a sort of a 1-year pilot basis, try it out, see how it worked at a substantially lower cost of, I think it was $8,500, Raul?
Yes, it was $8,500
For the year?
For the year.
Thank you.
Can I ask a so, as you mentioned, $80,000 budgeted for one comp study. Typically, how long would we then use that as our basis of information?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Most cities do a class and comp in a 3 to 5 year window to update their salary ranges and their compensation, just to better understand of where the labor market is. So if we were on a regular cycle, we'd be spending this $80,000 typically every 4 years, 5 years.
Thank you.
So you'll come back to us at a later time with an item agenda, or it's only 8,500, so therefore,
Yeah, if the council's comfortable with trying this out and, bringing AI to Sierra Madre, we would move forward with this project administratively.
are you looking for a motion of support?
More like nodding heads.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll just say, I mean, I'm pretty impressed. I think the final comment by Mr. Hellweg about where the comfort level is with AI and where it isn't, it speaks a lot to that. It's clear that they've got government experience. They've done this before. They're using public data. They're from the public sector. I'm excited and encouraged by this, and also, they know where the limits are, which I think is smart.
In keeping with the context of tonight's meeting, mid-year budget reports and all, it seems like we ought to be jumping on any opportunity that shows this kind of promise in terms of cost cutting, so 100%.
All right, that concludes our presentation part of the evening. We'll move on to public comment for items not on the agenda. Any person wishing to speak before the City Council is asked to complete a speaker card and provide it to the city clerk prior to the start of the meeting, or right now. Speakers are generally limited to 3 minutes per person, and time may not be delegated to anyone else. And changes to the allotted time will be announced prior to public comment. I don't see any reason for that tonight. Under the Brown Act, the council is prohibited from discussing or taking action on any items that are spoken about tonight and not listed on the posted agenda. Addressing the city council from the audience is not permitted unless you need it for a disability reason. If you need that, please tell us so we can bring you a microphone. All right, are there any public comments not on the agenda?
Yes, ma'am. Get used to it. Madam Mayor, there was one email that was submitted to the city clerk's office in advance of this meeting. For the record, it was forwarded to the city council for consideration and review and uploaded to the city's website for public access. And there are 10 speaker cards received in advance. The first of 10 is from Mr. Daniel Wood.
Good evening, council members. I am Daniel Wood. I'm the husband of Frances P. Wood. She was serviced by the EMS portion back on December 19th when she fell. And what had started as a simple request for her signature has turned into more than that, largely because of the difficulty in trying to communicate with the folks up in Sacramento from EMS section. Yesterday, I spent all day on the phone trying both methods to communicate with that section up there in Sacramento, the EMS section. One, I just made a request that they return the phone call. And two, after that's failed after several hours, I put in a specific request to call me back. And neither system worked. So what this amounts to is just now a bill has been sent. I've sent in the requests that they've asked for signatures on a timely basis. My wife and I have. My wife's signature. And I realize that I'm making a request that you as a board cannot honor because you cannot take action on anything that's not on the agenda. I apologize for that. However, I called the city yesterday and tried to get a better understanding of the board meeting, and I was told, yes, you can come in and you make a request. That's what I start to do. Knowing what the restriction is now, given the Brown Act, I'm requesting the items that are asking for, that is, you accept my wife's signature, which is on file in your notes now, and you cancel the enclosed invoice from the EMS for $371 and some change. I don't want to take any more of your time, and I apologize to both the board and to the audience for hearing my requests, but I felt compelled to do it. I might point out that the system that's in effect, just so you would know, board members, it's not working because I didn't get a call back the whole day. No one returned the call, and I left my number and so forth. It didn't work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wood, and don't apologize. Thank you for coming.
Madam Mayor, the next speaker is Ron Beagle.
Greetings to the City Council. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Ron Beagle. I am an Arcadia resident of 30 years, and 30 years ago I made the very good decision of adopting Sierra Madre as my hometown. So you'll see me about town participating in all of the things that you have provided to this community, and I thank you for all of those things. The purpose of my being here tonight is to do just that, is to give thanks. The first thing that I would like to say a very big thank you for is I am a member of the pickleball community, and you guys have been so gracious and invested money to provide the city with pickleball courts. And I don't know how close any of you are with that community, but I will tell you that the participation in the sport in this city is amazing. And if you go there on a Wednesday and a Friday, you'll see several hundred people playing pickleball throughout the day. And most importantly, I would say, is on Wednesday and Friday mornings, you will see a huge portion of your senior citizen population that is active in the community, not just playing pickleball, but building friendships, celebrating Sierra Madre, and celebrating their lives. So thank you for that. The one thing that I would request, I'd be remiss if I didn't make a request, is I will say that at night, the lighting on the courts is very, very poor. And in fact, again, for those of you that have seen the courts, there's 8 courts. 4 courts, you really do need a flashlight in order to play upon. And that's not to be a complaint, it's meant to be a warning that somebody's gonna get hurt. And again, you do have a large number of seniors that are out there playing on those courts, and they're just too dark. But most important, thank you very much for providing the community, as well as the neighboring cities, the opportunity to play pickleball in Sierra Madre. The second thing is unusual for me if I think back to my younger days and all the parking tickets that I've had over the course of many, many years. But I am here tonight to really give thanks to the police department here in Sierra Madre. I find their work to be, number one, outstanding, but also very unique, especially when you consider it to the work being done in surrounding communities. If I can, I saw the chief was here at one point in time. There's the chief. Look, this city is exploding, I believe, in popularity. You see businesses thriving. On a weekend evening, you see many, many people out on the streets. In the afternoons, as school gets out, it's largely chaos with all the children running around, enjoying themselves, experiencing their own friendships. And also, you see demonstrations. You see people exercising their constitutional rights in a very loud voice. And the policing that our department has chosen to employ is unique in the sense that I would describe it as there's no gotchas, or very few of them. It's friendly and it's partnerships. And I look and I feel as if the police aren't looking for me to do something wrong. They're more acting as my friends, giving those that do something wrong counsel and warnings and helping bad things from happening in the future. So I just want to say, as a member of this community, thank you to the police department. Whatever investment that you've made in that department is paying huge dividends. So again, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, the next speaker is Susan Davis.
I didn't notice, is our timer working?
Oh.
Thank you.
Only be 2
Wait till
minutes and
she's
30
ready,
seconds.
though. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Susan Davis, and I've been a proud resident of Sierra Madre for the past 15 years. The city is my home, and like many of you, I care about what makes the city safe and special place to live. Since last July, I've served as a volunteer with the police department, which has given me a different perspective than I had before. Over the years, the department has been staffed by dedicated professionals that work hard to serve the city. More recently, I've observed a renewed sense of energy, engagement, and connection both in the department and the community under the current leadership of Chief Barrientos and Interim Captain Saucedo. One of the most noticeable strengths of the current leadership team is the clear effort they make to connect with their staff and with the residents, creating an environment that feels open and collaborative. The leadership is very hands-on, and there's a clear expectation of high standards that encourages people to do their best at their work. As a volunteer, I've observed the Interim Captain Saucedo truly cares about the team, that she herself is excited and enthusiastic about her job. I've seen more follow-through, more appreciation for the officers, whether it's recognizing extra effort or making small improvements day to day. It shows that people are doing that. What shows that people, what they're doing is their work is valued. There is a big focus on teamwork and inclusion. The current leadership makes sure people feel welcome and involved, whether on the job or at department events. That makes a big difference on morale. Being involved as a volunteer, it has also given me a deeper appreciation for how much work goes in behind the scenes to keep Sierra Madre safe. It's easy as residents to take that for granted. Programs like this help the community members get a better sense of the work that goes into public safety every day. I wanted to share these observations this evening to acknowledge the strong, thoughtful leadership that is currently in place. From my experience, the department benefits from the leadership that values connection, follow-through, and teamwork, and I appreciate the professionalism and dedication that continues to support the safety of our city. Thank you for your time and your service in Sierra Madre.
Thank you for all your volunteer hours.
Madam Mayor, Marilyn Diaz is the next speaker.
Good evening, former Chief Diaz.
Good evening, Mayor Lowe and City Council and City Manager. My name is Marilyn Diaz. I'm a longtime Sierra Madre resident before you to advocate for Police Chief Gus Barrientos. My career spanned 38 years in law enforcement, the last 6 of which involved serving as police chief in Sierra Madre from 2006 to 2011. After retirement, I went to work with fellow retired police chiefs for the Center for Public Safety Management, a consulting and training management firm for police and fire departments and for the International City Managers Association. I assessed dozens of police departments and sheriff's agencies nationwide, from Tucson to Santa Clara to Pinal County, Arizona to Stearns County, Minnesota, as well as smaller cities the size of Sierra Madre. My colleagues and I identified the lack of accountability as the primary deficiency in the police and sheriff's departments across the country. The consequences of this mismanagement resulted in high liability for operations such as patrol, property and evidence, internal affairs, and investigations. It is a challenge for outside police chiefs to hold subordinates accountable in Sierra Madre and other smaller police departments. The chiefs often come from larger agencies with stronger organizational structure that ensures greater accountability and staff support sufficient to create a buffer between rank and file. The lack of such a buffer in Sierra Madre and other small agencies make it difficult for chiefs who can often take direct hits from subordinates. Rarely is the culture of accountability present in smaller police departments, and its introduction often vigorously is resisted by some, despite the forward-thinking vision new chiefs such as Gus Barrientos often embrace. Chief Barrientos' departmental vision and values are laser-focused and correct. His mission is spot on, and we as a community and city governance should fully support him. I continue to be grateful that Chief Barrientos leads our police department, and I thank him. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief Diaz.
Madam Mayor, Cheryl Fukuzaki.
Good evening, City Council members. Since the last council meeting on January 27th, the concern my family and I have regarding the Meadows project continues to grow worse. I am still in shock that Toll Brothers nor the city did not take it upon themselves to get soil testing conducted on the grounds before the project began. We have all seen the media coverage about harmful toxins being present in the soils and in homes following the January 2025 fires. Our house is a toxic mess. We live adjacent to the development. A portion of our property was destroyed in the fire. Mater de la Rosa lost structures. Hastings Ranch lost 80 homes. Homes in Sierra Madre were destroyed. For the safety of the residents and to calm fears, why wouldn't Toll Brothers or the city conduct soil testing before activity began? It wasn't until the residents spoke out about the concerns for their health that the decision to conduct soil testing was made. Soil test results showed dioxin at a level 3 times the residential limit. Dioxins are the most hazardous substance in structure fire environments. Some consider dioxin to be the second most toxic chemical known to man, second only to radioactive waste. Dioxins are associated with severe damage to human health and shortening the lives of those exposed. They can cause cancer, damage to the immune system. The list goes on. Dioxin can cause developmental problems in children. We have a young son. He is very sensitive to environmental elements. I have had to take him to urgent care multiple times since the fire. We have multiple families bordering the development with children. Dioxins are dangerous threat agents, even at low concentrations. If the residents wouldn't have spoken up, the affected area would have likely already been dug up, further spreading the contamination. On January 26th, the developer made a trench alongside our property and proceeded north, trenching right through the dioxin-contaminated soil, and then came back down, again to the south. Why? Why was this action permitted? Inhalation of dust or particles from contaminated areas can lead to exposure. I have a few questions. Can you tell the residents with 100% certainty that the trenching through the dioxin-contaminated soil did not create any sort of health risk to the residents? Can you tell the residents with 100% certainty that the trenching back and forth through the soil did not spread the dioxin-contaminated soil to other parts of the property? Can you tell the residents with 100% certainty that the trenching through the contaminated soil did not cause dioxins to become airborne? Who is held liable for these actions? Is it the city? Is it the grader? Is it the developer? For weeks now, we have been expressing our concerns for the health and safety of our families and the concerns of the possibility of our homes getting recontaminated. This is my third meeting that I have spoke at, and our topic has yet to be put on the agenda. By the way the situation has been handled thus far, I feel honestly our concerns don't matter. I feel it is money that is being prioritized over the health and safety of the residents. The quicker the development gets done, the quicker the money will start flowing, and our concerns will slow it down. However, the health and the safety of the residents should be priority. We should matter. I don't feel residents asking for consideration for their health and safety concerns is unreasonable. Please put yourself in our shoes, and then perhaps you can better understand where we are coming from. And on a separate note, I have repeatedly seen groups of kids appearing to be from a nearby school walk into the property, now the construction site. I would never permit my son to be up there walking around on those grounds after what happened. Does the school and teachers know about the results of that soil test report? Have the parents been informed to give them the choice if they want their child on those premises? Who is responsible for this? I'm sure you can all understand where I'm coming from. I am just a mom, I'm a wife here trying to protect my family. We have gone through hell this past year. There is no end in sight on when we're going to return home. And now I look out the window and I see this happening. I love this city. I grew up in this city. When I got married, I moved to the west side. And then when we had our son, I said, we got to go back. We got to go back to that town because this is the place to raise our child. And I am just here to just ask to listen to our concerns. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, the next speaker is Christine Kadarian. Christine Kadarian.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dr. Christy Kadarian. I'm a Sierra Madre resident and property owner directly adjacent to the Meadows development, and we own 10 residences throughout Sierra Madre. This is the third meeting where I'm raising concerns related to the Meadows project, and yet this issue still does not appear on the agenda despite significant new information affecting public health and safety. Since the last meeting, I reviewed the project's soil investigation report with experts. That report confirms the post-fire soil testing identified dioxins at approximately 3 times the residential screening level. Dioxins are known to be persistent, toxic, and cancer-causing. The city and developer have stated that soil remediation has occurred. However, residents have observed significant trenching and soil disruption throughout the perimeter of the site, including FS2, moving across multiple areas before the testing was even done, and also before the results that the soil is clean have been confirmed. This activity occurred before the remediation was complete and before confirmation sampling results were shared, effectively disturbing and redistributing impacted soil across the property. In addition, the city continues to issue new permits allowing further excavation and site work, fencing before soil results were fully addressed, and that sequence is extremely concerning to residents living immediately adjacent to the site. Many of us are Eaton Fire survivors. We've spent significant personal resources remediating our homes and yards after the fire to now see contaminated soil disturbed and redistributed without clear safeguards, documentation, or transparent communication really undermines public trust and raises serious health concerns. This leads to a fundamental question: what is the rush? Why can't the city pause, ensure the proper sequencing, ensure the soil test results come back clean, and advocate for the best interests of the residents? There's evidence of trenching and moving these all along, spreading those toxins before it's remediated, and this is really concerning to us as residents. And you guys have said that the current results are also being considered an addition based on the fact that you didn't consider this this fire to really be affecting the area, where the reality is we are also Eaton Fire victims, not just in Altadena or the Palisades, but here in Sierra Madre. The developer told us that they're willing to retest the soil because that they agreed that it might have been redistributed because of this soil disruption, but who's going to keep them accountable? Now they've put up these fences and there's visual obstruction, so we have no idea obviously what they're doing, but we can't be the ones to keep them accountable. It has to be the city. I have a 6-month-old and a 3-year-old at home. Can you confidently say your process was keeping their health and safety as a priority, or did it come second to the project and the convenience of the developer? My husband and I were born and raised in this town. We met here at Vacation Bible School at Bethany when I was 5 years old. The city I know is a small town that cares about its people. Please don't forget what keeps Sierra Madre special. At minimum, this issue warrants formal consideration by the council, itemizing this issue on the agenda, clear documentation that's not just hundreds of documents on a website expecting residents to sift through and try to understand and translate on their own.
appreciate your
and
comments.
transparency with the residents most directly impacted. Thanks for your time and attention.
Madam Mayor, the next speaker is Deb Sheridan.
Good evening, council members. Deb Sheridan, Valley Vista Drive. Thank you for following through to get the soil tested on the monastery property. However, I have several concerns. First, I'd like to know why you allowed the developer to select the testing company. Is this not the fox guarding the hen house? I'm wondering if they actually tested all the appropriate areas. Secondly, why don't you make this very important report more accessible? Those of us who looked for it had to hunt and hunt just to find it on the website. And not just me, because I'm no example, but quite a few of my friends could not find it. Those of us who, and you do talk about transparency, but this is the reason so many residents don't trust our city hall and city council to look out for our interests. You found dioxin concentrations higher than what is acceptable by the EPA. Please do not allow any building disturbing the soil in any way, including cutting down more trees, which we all saw, before all the soil is remediated and retested. And as I said, as we all know, they've already started. They mentioned there is a hotline. Well, I have quite a few residents that live close that have tried to work with the developer, and they get nowhere because the developer will not return phone calls. I'd like to know also what neighbors they talk to. I doubt it was any one of the neighbors who have been speaking in these meetings. And I mentioned a few months ago that this is personal for me. I had 3 friends who lived close to the fire who returned to their homes, I think, too soon. And these are the people that passed away. Let me reiterate, I think that's could possibly be because it was too soon. It's most definitely suspicious. And please take this seriously. Listen to your residents and do not allow the developer to take charge. Please keep us safe. And I thank you, as always, for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thanks, Deb.
Madam Mayor, the next speaker is Joaquin Kadarian.
Hi, Council. Joaquin Kadarian, born in Sierra Madre, raised the whole deal. Have several properties here. You guys know. This is my 3rd time here. It's frustrating to be here again. 2 meetings ago, you, the council, said the development taking place at the Meadows would be regulated. It was said that no work would be done till the results came back from the soil testing. The next day, they were working. No one stopped. After that, the results came in, dirty testing. Okay, one section. Why are they working again? They're continuing to work nonstop. I'm not going to go through my notes. I'm just going to say it straight out. We're not being protected by the city. You, the council, are supposed to be protecting the residents. I'm very concerned why we're not being protected. They're working after you said we're going to check. Dirty tests, they're still working. What's next? Who's going to be looking out for the residents? Because clearly no one's looking out for us here. We're going to have to look to outside sources apparently because we don't feel safe or protected by our own council that we put in place. What's the point of government if the government doesn't work for the people that put them there. I urge you guys, take care of your people. This is simple. That's all it is.
Madam Mayor, the next speaker is Lisa Puleo.
Good evening, Mayor Lowe and City Council members. My name is Lisa Puleo, and I've lived in Sierra Madre for 28 years. 2 years ago, I developed a rash on my left shoulder that doctors diagnosed as dermatitis, which is caused by direct contact with a substance or an allergic reaction to it. I was prescribed cortisone cream and sent away. The rash would come and go for the next couple of years, depending on how diligent I was with the cream and how often I spent doing yard work, fire cleanup, or cleaning my chicken coop, which caused flare-ups. In November of 2025, the rash stopped going away and started to spread. I had a biopsy of the rash and was diagnosed with squamous cell carcinoma in December 30th of 2025, almost 12 months after the Eaton Canyon fire. The doctor indicated that the cancer was probably the result of the chronic skin inflammation from the dermatitis, sun exposure, exposure to environmental toxins, or a combination of all three. 2 weeks ago, I had surgery to remove the cancer, which resulted in a 6.5-inch incision across my entire left shoulder, all the way to my neck. For 6 weeks, I can't engage in exercise, heavy lifting, or any other physical activity that will produce tension on the incision. The stitches will be removed in 2 days. We know that the typical latency period for cancers caused by fire-related toxins ranges from 5 years to 2 decades. But it is absolutely possible that a cancer could develop far quicker, say after a year of exposure in my case, as a result of the chronic skin inflammation that would allow the environmental toxins to permeate the skin more quickly and easily. I know because I asked my doctor. I'll never really know what caused the cancer that will sideline my life for the next 6 weeks, maybe longer. Caused a lot of pain and left this nasty scar and frightened the hell out of me. What I do know is that the people of Sierra Madre are probably going to blame every health problem, every cancer, everything on the environmental toxins left behind by the Eaton Canyon fire for the next 2 decades, and rightly so. If they believe for a second that the city didn't do everything in its power to protect its citizens and test for and remediate the environmental toxins left behind by the Eaton Canyon fire, it's going to get ugly. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the next speaker is Caroline Brown.
Caroline Brown, Alta Vista Drive. A night like tonight, you sort of need to line us up like planes on a runway because a lot of people want your attention. I decided I needed to come tonight, the third meeting in a row, because I needed to apologize for a comment I made. Afterwards, I thought it was kind of frivolous, but yet there's a bit of truth to it, but yet the truth is undone by tonight's meeting. I made a comment about Monday morning engineers, Monday morning street pavers, people who have the thought that they know more than the city's personnel or the city council, which is seldom the case. Witness tonight all the volunteers that you've recognized and people that aren't here tonight that you know. I first met Mr. Parker after a meeting one time, and he asked me, why didn't I volunteer for the tree commission? I go, wait a minute, I think I was on that committee. In other words, over the years, when a person has lived in town as long as I have and as long as some of you have, you've done a lot of different things for the city. You kind of lose track. People used to say to me, hello, Caroline, and I go, would you please remind me why I have forgotten your name? And they said, oh, we've never met. I just see you on the city council speaker platform all the time. I thought, I'm down there too often. I need to roll back. But then I asked a city, the city had done some general plan updates some years ago. Man was Menard was his last name. You might see it in some of our records. And I said to him, I said, I think I go down to the city council too often. They must be tired of listening to me. And he said, no, you're required to go. The city citizens are required to participate. Even CEQA, sometimes when CEQA is not a part of the discussion, it makes me think, why did CEQA come into effect? It was because Friends of Mammoth Mountain didn't want to see that community be inundated in the 1970s, and it went through an entire process to become a piece of state legislation. It's very important. I'm glad you're going to have a new Public Works Director here as of February 23rd. And I want to share a story with all of you and him. I got a phone call one time from Bruce Inman. He said, bring down the conservation easements for the city of Sierra Madre. I said, okay. I said, what's going on? He said, well, somebody just came in. They wanted permission to drive through the city's open space to get to a parcel in Arcadia. And I said, what? So I came down, took a look at it, gave him a copy of our easements. And then I went down to Arcadia and I said to the planning director there, I said, has anybody come down here with these plans? They said, no. And then he said, Sierra Madre wouldn't let somebody do that with it. And I said, no. And he said, well, I would hope not. And they said the only time he knew any community that had let anybody drive through open space property was in Monrovia for fire access and only for fire access. So all in all, I just wanted to share with you some feelings I had about, reporting about, I think the city is marvelous. You have all these volunteers. They're never going away. So just use them wisely. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, there are no other speaker cards at this time.
Thank you so much for all your voices. We probably should have done our budget first thing with all these participants here so they could have say in how we're working on our budget. So because usually we'd have nobody in the audience by the time, we start getting into numbers. So thank you for all your voices. All right, we are moving on to the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, could you please read the consent by item only?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. This evening before the City Council is asked to consider 5 items on the consent calendar. Consent item A is the regular meeting minutes for the January 27, 2026 City Council meeting. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council approve the meeting minutes. There was, as amended, there was one submission by Councilmember Garcia to make an amendment to his council report. And those comments will be integrated into the meeting minutes. And so it is staff's recommendation that the City Council approve the meeting minutes as amended. Consent item B is approving certain demands for payment, Resolution 26-11. It is the city staff's recommendation that the City Council adopt Resolution 26-11. Resolution number 26-12 is authorizing the application for grant funds for the San Gabriel and Lower Los Angeles Rivers and Mountains Conservancy's Wildfire Prevention Program for the Sierra Madre Community Wildlife Prevention and Restoration Plan. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council adopt Resolution 26-12. Consent item D is second reading of ordinance 1489. That's amending chapter 10.52, parking prohibitions on yellow and red flag alert days of Title 10, Vehicles and Traffic of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council adopt ordinance number 1489. And lastly, consent item E is the scheduling of a public hearing on February 24, 2026 for an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve a design review permit, DRP 25-02, for the Meadows at Bailey Canyon project. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council approve the public hearing scheduling. Madam Mayor, that concludes my report.
All right, so do we have any questions for item number A? Or any corrections aside from Councilmember Garcia's? Item B? Item C? Item D? I have a question for that item. It's the second reading of ordinance amending parking prohibition on yellow and red flag alert days of Title 10 Vehicles and Traffic. So I thank you so much for adding Alta Vista. Is Sierra Court a city? I looked this up, but I don't think Sierra Court is a city street. I believe it's a driveway with the houses right there. I don't believe it even belongs to us.
Everything that's listed in that, I apologize. Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening, Chief.
Mayor Pro
Sorry.
Tem and Council. Thank you for the question. Everything that's listed in there is basically in reference to what you can find on a Google map, for instance. Because don't forget, we will also potentially have outside agencies. And so if they're going to identify things from a map that is virtual, if you will, it's just a point of reference for folks to include in maybe some evacuations or notifications.
But can we enforce people not park on their own property?
Not on a private street, no, or on a driveway. But again, the auspice behind this is to make sure that we are able to evacuate people and get emergency resources in. We can leave a lot of that up to public safety, for instance, law enforcement, to do the enforcement. If they deem that it is going to be a driveway, I'm sure that we're not going to ask them to move.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on item D? All right, item E, which is an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve a design review permit for the Meadows at Bailey Canyon project. I have a question on that. Is this when you have an appeal come forward, is it mandated that we have a public hearing?
Mayor, yes.
That's what I thought. Thank you so much. All right. Do we have any public comment on items on the consent calendar?
Yes, Madam Mayor, for the record, the city staff received an email, actually not on consent calendar, but we do have a speaker card from Caroline Brown.
Hello again. I wanted to bring you some information on item C. Sierra Madre is in a unique position because you are represented by two mountain conservancies. The Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy was in existence as a state agency long before the Rivers of Mountains Conservancy, and Sierra Madre Mountains Conservancy came before the Rivers of Mountains Conservancy, so it was obvious we should align with the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, which we did. We participated in some public hearings that was called Rim of the Valley Corridor. So that corridor goes all the way to the Arcadia-Sierra Madre boundary and stops because Arcadia at the time didn't participate. And it put us in position to apply for funds for certain kinds of open space acquisitions. Then, when the Rivers and Mountains Conservancies came into power, they took over really what was basically the foothills rather than the open space above. Now, we have conservation easements on all of the city's open space. The Proposition A funding that we got, the $3.1 million for the city to spend on open space, at the time, the city manager, Charlie Martin, was also city attorney, and he recommended to our conservancy, since we were a small board, to not hold property, to give it to the city. The city then holds the property, but we hold the conservation easement over it. I provided this book full of the conservation easements, which seems to have disappeared in the office there somewhere, but I'll do it over again for you. I then saw what you were applying for tonight, which is brilliant. And I thought, well, I better look at the map again to see what jurisdictions are what. And there's some of the Rivers and Mountains Conservancy that seems to include the areas with the conservation easements. So whatever the project is that you're applying for here, when it's filled out, the forms are filled out and so on and so forth, we need to pay attention to what the description of the project is going to be so it doesn't violate any of those conservation easements. Now, the city of Sierra Madre helped the Altadena and Foothills Conservancy get started. We actually were a 501c3 that the city council gave us $3,000 to set up the procedures. This was in 1989. And we actually then acted as a sort of, I don't know if you call it a pass-through, that doesn't sound like a very good term, for helping the Sierra Madre Fire Safe Council, the first iteration of that, and Sierra Madre CERT get started. They sort of rode on our 501c3 so they could go ahead and get started. So we've been around for a long time, and we want to stay there, and we want to help you. And by the same token, we are probably very low profile. There's a reason for that. When we had the $3.1 million, a whole lot of people wanted some of it for items that didn't fit the mission statement of our conservancy for what our 501c3 is set up to do. So we had to say no to people, and we didn't like doing that because, you know, they're nice people and they want to save something down on Grandview or something like that. Well, you know, or down further actually off a highland. There was a lovely piece of property that went from all the way through foothills. It was actually the extension of Bailey Canyon. It's hard to pick out that it was extension of Bailey Canyon because in between there were so many houses. So just wanted to share that with you as you discuss this consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, do we have any other speaker cards tonight for public comment on items on the consent calendar?
No other speaker cards submitted, Madam.
All right, open for discussion on any items.
Madam Mayor, I echo Ms. Brown's comments on the Wildlife Prevention Restoration Plan. This is really exciting, so I applaud the fire department and their leadership on that. And I assume this also came through California Consultants, or is this straight from the fire department? I should have asked this before. My apologies. I didn't think of it until the issue went by.
That's quite all right. I appreciate the question. We are working in conjunction with our consultant, California Consulting, as well. But it was a mutual opportunity that was recognized between them and the fire department to see if we can find the funding for this plan.
Very excited to see it. So crossing our fingers.
Thank you.
Any other discussion for any other items? All right, I'd like to look for a motion to approve the items on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, so moved, passed. Moving on to our discussion items. Item A, a presentation by Uber Transit for citywide on-demand transportation services.
Thank you, Mayor. As the council is aware, before the end of the year, they received a presentation regarding the city's efforts related to bring new transportation services to the city of Sierra Madre. At that time, we identified some issues with the RFP, as well as the city's available funding to provide a sort of a like-for-like service from the previous transportation service that the city had prior to the 2020 COVID period. During the intervening period, we were actually contacted by Uber. They reached out to us. We were unaware that they were monitoring our meetings, if you will. Matthew DiTorrento from Uber is here this evening to talk about their on-demand transportation service for the city of Sierra Madre in response to the council's direction to find not only an interim solution, but a potentially long-term solution that meets our available funding. So with that, I will turn it over to Matthew as he's getting ready for his presentation.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor Lowe and Mayor Pro Tem Goss and City Manager Bruckner and City Council. Thank you so much for having me this evening. It is an honor. We're just trying to get the logistics sorted out. This isn't the presentation I had sent over, so we can ad-lib if we need to. And so just know that there's a different version out there that looks a lot better than this one, okay? So perfect, we can go ahead and just go on to the next slide. Oh, perfect, I got it here. Okay. Okay, fantastic. So before we get into that, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Matthew DiTorrento. I manage public transit partnerships for Uber Transit, and I have about 10 years of experience in the public transit space. I've previously worked at the Toronto Transit Commission in Toronto, Canada, where I'm actually based. As a subway operations manager, I started in customer service and made my way through the organization. So transit is near and dear to my heart. And now I've been with the Uber Transit team for about 4 years, and I cover public transit partnerships in California and on the East Coast. And so a little bit about Uber Transit and who we are. Uber Transit is a small dedicated team within Uber that helps public transit agencies and cities leverage their local Uber network, that is your neighbors, your colleagues, your family and your friends, create mobility programs from big scale to small scale. So some of our partnerships include partnerships with some of the largest transit agencies in the country, including New York City Transit, New Jersey Transit, and TriMet, all the way here to California, where we just launched a partnership with BART, one of the first and most innovative in the area for first last mile, and all the way down to cities like the city of Carson, where we just launched a program with their team for Dial-A-Ride on mobility for their seniors. So what you see on the screen here is a little bit of how other public transit agencies and cities try and leverage their Uber, their local Uber network, whether it be first, last mile, late night rides, all of this is geared towards supporting public transit. I know there is some connecting transit here in Sierra Madre, both with the Gold Line and bus line. A lot of cities and transit agencies build these programs to support not only the mobility within their communities, but connecting to core transit services. Just a note, in 2025, Uber Transit completed 8.9 million trips on behalf of public transit agencies. Now, that is a very small number comparatively to how many people public transit moves, but each one of those trips was an important trip to that rider. It was either getting them to dialysis, it was getting them to their family doctor, it was getting them to see their family and friends, and all that is to help strengthen the mobility ecosystem that we find ourselves in. And so where do we find ourselves in this big mobility ecosystem? And this, I know if there are any planners in the room, this graphic, I'm sure, rings true. So public transit is the backbone of all of our healthy communities and cities. There is nothing that will ever compete with the efficiency of our buses and our fixed routes, light rails, and subway vehicles. But when you get into, that is where you have more than 20 passengers per hour. But as we get onto the exurbs and the suburbs, different form factors of public transit start taking place and being seen. Things like microtransit, where there are dedicated vehicles roving around areas that might not support a full fixed route, but are not enough for a dedicated route themselves. This is where we have programs like LA Metro Micro, that I know that Sierra Madre is a recipient of. And that is where you see that 10 to 20 passenger per hour to make that really cost effective. And then we have what is the less than 10 passengers per hour. And this is where Uber supports the mobility ecosystem and where we can really support mobility in a community by either connecting folks with public transit services or creating that mobility within the community themselves. Things like first last mile, where there are no transit services, and things where there are low demand times. So a little bit about where we are in the mobility ecosystem and how we complement and support core public transit services. This is how a lot of agencies tend to leverage our services. And so what you see here is a little bit more of the traditional versus the new. I know you guys had a presentation on AI, and I think that is super cool that you guys are considering this. I'm going to keep on the trend of innovation. So generally, the way that agencies and cities base their fleet is kind of on how much they think demand is going to peak. So you buy a certain amount of vehicles and you hope that they're full, and you try and make that as efficient as possible. What happens when there are too many, when it's too popular or there's just not enough vehicles, you kind of miss a little bit of that peak demand, and service kind of degrades as wait times incur. As riders are waiting for higher wait times. And this is with any mode of public transit in the way that, when we're thinking about core vehicles. How agencies and cities are starting to use the local Uber network that they have to them is by being able to set a little bit more of a lower fleet or a lower number of fleet and using Uber as that elastic band. So let's say, you have a fleet of 4 vehicles and you are able to right size that fleet by using Uber to hit maybe low demand times, or off-peak hours, or maybe some weekend service hours. And this is just a new way of thinking about how to build transit services in your community. And what's really awesome about Uber's platform is that, I should say this off the bat, you don't need to guarantee a minimum amount of rides. There's no minimum amount of spend. There's no minimum service hours. It truly is tapping into very easy to use tools where you are all in control of the programs that you build. And you guys are able to, and as a council, you're able to dedicate as much budget as you want to these mobility programs and try and achieve any of the goals, whether it be senior transportation or just general community transportation. So bear with me. This is going to be a wild next slide because I don't know where it's going to go because this is not the original presentation that we had.
We have it if you want to just take 2 seconds.
Oh, can we? Fantastic. Oh yeah, certainly. We can take a pause here. I want to make sure that this is all interactive. If you all have any questions, please feel free to lob them over to me at any time. I'm also going to stay until this is done, so we can have a chat after if you wish as well. This is it. Thank you all so much for your patience. I really do appreciate it. We'll fast forward a little bit. I've got to call out here, Chelsea Dis is my colleague who helped build this presentation and these service ideas. She's not able to make it here today, but she is essential to what you're going to see over the next few slides. We are a dedicated team of transit professionals. We come from a wide range of backgrounds, from operations to service planning to transit technology. And so what you're going to see here is just some really exciting possibilities for what Sierra Madre can do with an Uber Transit partnership. So what if you could build a mobility program where every resident in Sierra Madre could get a ride in 8 minutes or less? And what if I told you that you could provide your seniors with safe, reliable, on-demand transportation? And what if I told you that you could do this all without any capital investment in technology or operations? I'm going to spend the next couple minutes talking a little bit how we can make this possible. So I touched on a little bit about Uber Transit, who we are, what we do in our partnerships. The 2 other items that you see there, the average fare in Sierra Madre, about $13, and the average wait time is about 8 minutes. The added benefit of being a little bit just outside of downtown Los Angeles is there's a lot of Uber products available to Sierra Madre that are also available in downtown Los Angeles, including Uber Wave, which is Uber wheelchair accessible vehicle, and Uber Assist for those that might need a little bit of extra help getting to and from the door. So I think I already went through this about how we support public transit agencies, how new mobility options have come on, like Uber and micromobility, and how increasingly everybody wants everything on their phones. And so the beauty of these partnerships is that you can accomplish a lot of this all through the Uber app. Just some high level here, we already went through this, but supply is strong and good here in Sierra Madre, just based on UberX. And so what Chelsea and our team did is it kind of took a snapshot in time of Sierra Madre, where people are going just on an aggregate level or where trips are happening. And we identified 4 core areas, 1 being the downtown center, 2 being Sierra Madre Boulevard, 3 Grandview Avenue, and 4 some pockets in the northeast residential area. This informed what you're going to see next is a few of these transportation or on-demand transit ideas. So this is going to be our first idea proposed is a general mobility voucher. And this is for everyone in the community to move around Sierra Madre. We're going to give you some examples on how you can set this up. You can set it up as, again, a general mobility voucher and let people go anywhere, or you can go ahead and create zones based around where people are actually moving based on what we had seen of the data. And so this is how we broke it up. The tools that Uber has are very customizable. You can customize the geofenced area. As you saw here in this slide, you can make geofenced areas around Route 268, the Gold Line, Sierra Vista Park, the downtown core. You can create really customizable programs and enable mobility all at the same time. So one idea that we were working with and working through for general mobility is the Travel Anywhere within Sierra Madre Uber voucher. Again, all of these are customizable, but this is where a rider or resident would be able to pay $2 copay and the city cover the balance of up to $15. You can customize the number of trips that they have and the types of vehicles that they're able to use. UberX, Uber Electric, Wave, and Uber Assist. Of course, the geofences and the hours of operation. On your right-hand side is what residents would see in their Uber app once distributed. And again, these are ideas for feedback. We can create so many iterations of these programs and go a lot deeper should you guys choose to explore this option. Option 2 is more geozone specific. So like I said, we have those specific areas like the Gold Line or maybe the downtown. You are able to customize this with still a $2 copay, how much you'd like to cover, and where they can go based on anywhere in Sierra Madre, but to specific destinations. So that's a little bit about general mobility. And these are programs that have good standing here in California. West Covina, very similar program where they allow folks to drive or to ride anywhere within their city boundaries. So this is innovative, but there's also something that is in practice in and around California and across the country. And so our next program idea is a mobility program for seniors. Because there's Uber wheelchair accessible vehicle and Uber Assist available here in Sierra Madre, speaking with City Manager Bruckner and his staff, we also identified some areas where there are hospitals outside of Sierra Madre. What we did here, Chelsea did a really amazing work in overlaying the publicly available census data about where seniors are. And so what this program is designed to do is provide seniors that transportation from anywhere in Sierra Madre to any of those hospitals that we have identified. What is really awesome about this is that these can be, again, highly customizable, but you're allowing seniors that access to mobility. And there are some really great features I'll go over a little bit towards the end of presentation about what makes the Uber app accessible to seniors and folks who might need a few more tools to navigate the app. So here I just have an example of a fully covered ride going 2 ways. Folks can use any of these vehicles with geofences that are within Sierra Madre. So if you were standing outside the town boundary, you would not be able to use this, and only to specific hospitals. Again, you guys can customize all of this to your liking. And here's a second option where we just introduced a copay. Cities and agencies like the idea of copay because what that allows you to do is kind of like a transit fare. There's some skin in the game, and you're able to mimic, if there's a local transit fare in and around the city, you have the ability to customize that. But there are different ways where you can pay for these subsidized trips. Excellent example, just south of you, Carson's Dial-A-Ride program. We have recently launched with Carson where what seniors are able to do is download an Uber voucher, use UberX or Uber Assist to travel within the city of Carson. So there's a really exciting program just recently minted just before the end of the year. So a local example close to home. And then one that was really interesting and some food for thought, we've seen cities use these for economic development, whether it be BIA or ad hoc events. The customizable voucher and platform itself allows you to create one-off vouchers, or if there are big events in town, whatever it may be, there is an application for these mobility programs. One of our partnership in Marysville, Ohio, started exactly with this. They started a workforce transportation program to some employment areas outside of their downtown, but also transitioned their voucher after that picked up some popularity into building a kind of wine and dine program that was really awesome for local restaurants and places that folks can get to and from with a safe ride home. Awesome. And this is a great example that touches a little bit on economic development, but this is one of our partnerships in the city of Kyle, Texas, where anyone in Kyle can get an Uber trip, visitors alike, for a $10. They pay $3.14. They're the city of Pie. So they use that to their advantage, and Kyle subsidizes $10 for these trips, up to 10 rides per month. Just a really awesome way to think about mobility across the country, and wanted to ground us in what is possible. So I just wanted to touch again on the options that are available here in Sierra Madre, because your proximity to Los Angeles is really beneficial here. There is, of course, UberX, which everyone associates Uber with. We also have Uber Electric. We have a really great supply of Uber electric vehicles. What's really awesome about Uber's administrative dashboard is that you can actually see kind of the carbon offset that you have by the vehicle chosen. So let's say it is, most of the rides are happening on Uber Electric or Uber Green. You can see that offsetting in your data reporting. Again, all this data is yours. There's an administrative dashboard that our customer success team will help enable and create custom reports. And that cool heat map that we saw at the beginning, we can make one for you in your monthly reports. Adding on to that is Uber wheelchair accessible vehicles and Uber Assist, both categories. Of course, the Uber Wave is for wheelchair accessible folks, or folks that need wheelchair accessible vehicles, and Uber Assist for those that need a little bit more help going to the door. Both go through different levels of training to assist those clients in need. Just a little bit about what powers this. It's called Uber Vouchers. Uber has two tools, very easy to use. One is vouchers, one is Uber Central. Uber Central are for folks who might not have a mobile smartphone, but can still participate because they can receive SMS, which is really awesome. But some key features of voucher and why we think it's a great idea for Sierra Madre: you only pay for what's used. So one example is, while there are no fixed budgets in this and no minimum fees, no minimum trips, let's say somebody uses a voucher for $20, or let's say someone has a voucher for $20, and you have, their trip is only $10. The charge is only $10, and the balance of that $10 doesn't get put off till later, doesn't get added, it kind of drops off. So you are able to manage your budget through that trip not incurring more costs. And if that trip is over $20, that is the maximum the city would pay. Anything over that would be the responsibility of the rider. So you have really great budget controls on this, customizable program controls, like I said, day and time, day of the week, vehicle type, where folks go based on geofences. So a lot of really easy to use tools that can customize this. It's flexible because most people will have their Uber app, or we have some great tools that will allow you to dive deeper into these programs and right-size them after you get some initial data. And again, easy to use for those that are new to the Uber app. I'll share some features. We are continually pushing the boundary on how we can meet our customers and riders where they are. Again, these are just some, benefits of vouchers that I've covered already. This is the user experience, which is really awesome. Riders can, based on how the city wants to distribute these vouchers, you can create QR codes like West Covina did, and some of our other partnerships like Tri-Delta Transit. And what you're able to do is they'll scan them and it'll automatically load into your Uber account. Nothing needed as long as it's advertised by the city. We also have a marketing team that would help you guys with all of these initiatives. So just really easy to use and very intuitive for the rider and user themselves. Yes, sir.
So back up just a second. So
Yes.
we would scan the QR code with the phone.
Yes.
And if the Uber app is open, I presume, then it goes right into the Uber app?
You would get a notification, like a little drop down, and it would
Okay.
say like, hey, this voucher has been added. And the next time you go in, it'll give you another notification. But then when you go and call the ride, let's say based on this program, you will see that voucher being
I see.
applied. There'll be strike-through pricing. It'll tell you that your voucher is applied, and I can show you all on a demo. Maybe I can record one and show you all what the user experience looks like. But yes, that is the gist of it. Awesome. We're almost at the end. Just some tools for seniors. Again, Uber is continually committed to meeting their riders where they are. So just because you don't have a smartphone doesn't mean you can't partake in these programs. There is we call it Call to Ride, where seniors can call this number, be a part of this voucher program as long as they have an SMS-capable phone, no smartphone required, which is a really awesome innovation that's been largely driven by a lot of feedback from agencies and our riders. And another addition onto that is Simple Mode. This is just geared towards folks who need the information really clearly in front of them, and they're able to just have a much easier experience going through, putting in their address, where they want to go, what product they're choosing, and then getting straight to payment without any of that additional, noise, if you will, in the Uber app. So we are continually innovating on these products to try and make this experience one where we are meeting our riders where they are. So with that, I appreciate you all bearing with me in a little bit of those technical difficulties, but I will stick around if there aren't any questions now, but I'm happy to open up the floor for any questions.
Any questions from council?
Madam Mayor? So thank you very much. That was a very informative presentation. Did Monrovia pilot this early on?
Yes, that's correct, they did.
And I don't remember if I have all the details right, but if I understood correctly, they had a budget for the program, and like the budget went through like record quick, and it ended up costing the city, I guess, extra money or something like that. Can you tell me where you are with that, kind of what you've learned?
Sure, absolutely. That's a great question, Councillor. So what we are able to do through our data insights and sharing, with our partners is how to right-size these programs. We have a whole data team, and our transit team is full of planners and data folks who can say like, hey, if we keep at this clip, we're going to outpace the budget. So what have we learned? We've learned to go to our partners and say, hey, this is going to go really fast. And based on our experiences with other cities and transit agencies, we can inform you all on, okay, if the idea budget is X in here, we can work with you all to work backwards from that number and see how we can extend that dollar as far as it can. So we have had a lot of learnings from that, and that extends to our transit agency partnerships across the country, where we're not afraid to say, hey, you might have to make this program smaller based on this, but the more data we have ahead of time, the more we can work with you all to try and right-size the program and make sure that it is something that is sustainable, because we all know that, of course, public budgets are raise utmost scrutiny, and we have to take care of that public dollar.
And then you could break it up by the different categories. So if you wanted to have a certain budget for, say, the general mobility voucher versus the mobility for seniors versus economic development, you could have a budget for each one of those.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Please.
Did you receive any information or data about our demographics and what we would be using it for, based on our group that has been researching transportation for what, 5 years now? 2 years, sorry. 2 years now. Did you receive that data to kind of customize what could we use it for and what price that might be?
Madam Mayor, no, not yet. We've had only a few conversations with City Manager Bruckner, and we would be happy to dive into that deeper.
So I'll save some questions then for our city after we're done here.
Madam Mayor. So I noticed that on some of the options, obviously they would be limited to some eligibility criteria. Maybe it's age, obviously residency, things like that. Can you explain or describe the upfront process for folks, for programs that have that kind of eligibility requirement? How do we register them? How do they verify that they meet the eligibility criteria? Like, for example, a senior program to prove that they are a senior.
Thanks for the question, Counselor. So oftentimes what we see, like for the city of Carson, they have an established registry. There is some kind of registration process where there is a verified need, and it could be as simple as a Google Doc, but there is some kind of verification process based on need for the general mobility program. That's kind of general mobility, but as we get into the more specific ones, cities have set up just specific again criteria, and it's either existing or they'll create like a Google form, and then they will be the administrators of who gets this voucher, and they will distribute them and make sure that they can, once they meet the criteria, they can be eligible for that voucher.
So the distribution of the voucher is how that is managed. It's not like the app has your name, associated with this program. It's really, if you have the voucher, as far as you're concerned, they're eligible.
That's correct, Counselor. So as long as the city is set up, a kind of, let's say it's for seniors and it's for, hospital transportation, there might be a sign-up, sheet that you administer. And as long as they have gone through that process with the city, then you would be able to share a voucher. And on our purposes, we just see that voucher is active within the program parameters that you have set up.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor? So we fund a lot of we had our roundabout and dial-a-ride through Prop A funds, and I think maybe some Measure M. So I don't know if this is a question for you or city management or city attorney. We are one of the 26 states that has prevailing wage. So if we're using Prop A or Prop M funds, is that available to use for a program like this? I don't know if you're paying prevailing wage or not, or if that's even a requirement of those funds.
I'm not aware of the requirement. We'd have to look into that. But it is our understanding that we can use our Prop A funds to subsidize the fares.
That's great.
Generally speaking, prevailing wage is only required for maintenance agreements or public works, and this would be neither of those. I don't know if Prop A has specific requirements.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Yeah, and just one of the concerns, and I think you're trying to address it. I've been liaison for the Senior Community Commission, I think 3 out of the now nearly 6 years I've been on council. The current population is very discouraged with smartphones. You said SMS is an option. I don't know what kind of phones. Even if they have a smartphone, probably a lot of them don't want to use it. But you do have that. Can you explain a little bit more on that call-in number? Is that you still need an SMS phone in order to utilize that? Can you expand on that a little bit?
Absolutely, Counselor. Thank you for the question. So Uber has a few tools. Like I mentioned, one's Uber Vouchers and one's Uber Central. I'm going to talk about Uber Vouchers now. Uber Vouchers, as I mentioned, yes, if you have a smartphone, it'd be very intuitive. That dial-a-ride number is accessible to folks who have an SMS phone. You don't necessarily need a smartphone. It can be regular flip phone to be able to just receive an SMS. And the process would be guided through the call center agent for that person. So they would be able to have that voucher applied to their trip. They would create an account for them, and they go through all of the steps. So you wouldn't need to fumble around and try and create an account on the spot there, especially if the phone only uses SMS. So to answer your question in short, that you still do require a phone that receives SMS.
Thank you. And
sorry, Counselor, I was going to just touch on a little bit about Uber Central as well, but
okay.
that might bleed into your next question. Uber Central is one of our tools where if you don't have a smartphone, you can still call a ride and dispatch them to the pickup and drop off. It is a little bit different. It is a ride that's going to be called by, let's say, the transportation department or an administrator, but that does not require a smartphone, still requires SMS. We do have features like landline callouts, and so that is something that is available on Uber Central. Again, with our partnerships, generally both agencies and cities alike end up with both because there's no additional cost to these tools. So having both is advantageous. The only difference is that with Uber Central, right now, the voucher would not be able to be applied, but you'd still be able to at least provide that mobility if we're thinking about seniors program, then, you know, for a fully funded trip to a hospital, for example, you would still be able to do that through Uber Central.
So if I understand Uber Central correctly, we would need possibly a staff member here that would facilitate the call?
Yes, there is a dispatcher that would be required for that. The way that we like to categorize them or think about them is with Uber vouchers, you all create the programs, and then those, you know, the riders will choose how they use the program within those capacities. And Uber Central is you remain in control of the ride at all times based on who is calling in and being able to dispatch that ride for them.
And you, switching gears a little bit, so you described the geofencing and specifically, you said hospitals, and obviously City of Hope would be one that we would want to include, probably USC and Arcadia, but I'm thinking about medical centers, and then on top of that, our roundabout used to go to the Hastings Ranch Ralphs, right? Because we have Taylor's here, they're wonderful, but to have a more robust grocery store, that was a service that was provided by a roundabout. Are you able to geofence in things other than hospitals? Was the hospital just an example?
Thank you for your question, Councilor. You can geofence as many things as you want. Hospitals are just an example. We can create these programs and these geofences based on the needs of the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And maybe one more follow-up, because I don't think anybody else has. You might, Mayor. But as far as the cost is concerned, obviously, is it WAVE? And I wrote them down. WAVE and Assist. Are those more expensive services because they're going to be more labor intensive?
No.
All right, thank you.
My questions are more for the city. I would have liked to have seen a comparison to what we were offered before and how this is an alternative. So going back on that, I'm not sure if you have the data ready for you, but do you remember what the cost was that we were looking at for the dial-a-ride to be the other alternative that we had proposed that never really came to fruition?
I'm not aware of the specific cost. I know that we receive annually about $172,000 in Prop A funds. So whatever program we would implement would need to fit within those budget parameters. And we do have a fund balance of a little over $1 million already accumulated over the last several years where we haven't been providing the service. So there is an opportunity for us to, you know, increase our appropriation budget for this type of service, to draw down on some of those funds that we've accumulated and come up with a number that we think might be sustainable over a long period.
And do you remember, you might not then have the data, that when we did come up with our prior plan, one of the reasons that I was definitely not in favor of it was because it was extremely expensive per rider. In other words, we were wasting a lot of money per rider. So did you work out in any way like how sustainable this is for us, how much it would cost us per year, looking at what we do have in terms of data of who would be using it?
We haven't done that type of modeling. We could work with our friends with Uber and see what type of demand data that we have from the previous program and their accessible data that they have in terms of ridership that generates in Sierra Madre and goes to generally the places that we would geofence, the hospitals, the Ralphs, whatever that might be, and determine with some level of confidence what that overall cost would be. But even if it was over or under, we would probably just take our Prop A allocation and figure out what we could afford and allow that ridership to be spent up to that dollar amount, which the voucher system would allow us to control, right? So if we allocated, say, $50,000 or $100,000 for senior mobility, once we hit that $100,000 threshold, you know, the voucher would no longer be in effect.
So I was under the impression that we were talking tonight about a interim program. We might end up with this, but something like a pilot study so we could take care of some problem areas we have right here and now while we're looking at other options. Is that still the case?
Yeah, generally I think we would want to try this and see how it worked, and see what type of uptake there was in the community. And
we're not looking for a long-term commitment tonight.
There's no need for a long-term commitment. We could turn it on and turn it off at our leisure.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Mayor, just my recollection, because City Manager Bruckner's right, it's the total budget, but we were spending on our roundabout $115 to $125 per rider, per ride, because we didn't have a high demand. I'm sure the demand would be much greater if we had a robust program like this, but that's my recollection from the transportation study.
Yeah, and the benefit of this is that, the money is spent directly on the ride that's being procured, right? So there's that one-to-one relationship versus where you just have a roundabout that's circulating and waiting to pick somebody up.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Do we have any public comment for this item? Nope. I accidentally, I too touched it. You may absolutely come and give us your input and ask your questions from the experts who are on that committee would be fantastic.
And I will say, we're happy to work with the team and be as collaborative as possible. This is how these partnerships and pilots end up being very, very successful. So
Thank
happy to have as many people at the table as we need. We're no stranger to this.
Thank you. Well, maybe you'd like some answers while we're discussing this that you would bring to that meeting, because we would like to.
Okay.
Yay!
The Yellow Star is coming up.
Good evening. I just want some clarification, perhaps. My understanding from our last meeting, the Transportation Subcommittee, on which I serve, was that we were still looking at a fixed route shuttle service for the city, and that this would be augmenting that. But I'm not really hearing that tonight. I'm hearing like this is going to be, what we do. And so I wonder if we have clarification on that, or if the plan is still to look into the establishment of a fixed route shuttle for the city and use this Uber service as a supplement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other speakers? Please come on up. Thank you, Max.
I'll give 30 seconds kind of to answer some of John's questions. So, good evening, Council. Wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I'm here. My recommendation for you is to receive and file this presentation, which sounds like is already going to be in place. As you know, the Transportation Subcommittee meeting is going to be looking at resending out the RFP. We're still going to be reevaluating some of the options, speaking with City of Pasadena, some of the other surrounding agencies to evaluate the plans moving forward, what this is going to look like. I think the original plan was to have something to put in place in the interim period because, as you know, right now, the City of Sierra Madre is offering no service whatsoever except what's being offered by Metro on the 268 and Metro Micro. So the thinking is, at a minimum, something like this would be an interim program for the time being. Then moving on, we would find something more long-term, whether that be with a partnership in the City of Pasadena, another agency, or with Uber tonight. I think the thinking overall is that we will go look at what the offers are, see what is the most economically sound for the city, what's going to offer the most benefit for residents, what's going to really serve what the city needs long-term and really provide the most benefit for the cost that we bring out. So happy to answer any of your questions, as usual. Good night.
Thank you so much. All right, any other public comment? All right, let's move to discussion.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So, I think your questions were really good. I think that we've got a lot of expertise with the Transportation Subcommittee. I'm glad we had the presentation tonight because it's given me a lot to think about, lots of good questions here. And I would lean on them to help us think through what makes the most sense. They've looked at it, they've looked at the routes. They know, Max can probably tell us off the top of his head, the number of riders we've had on it. So I think John's questions were really good on what does this look like? Well, I'd like them to tell us what they would recommend based on 2 or 3 years worth of investigations.
To piggyback on that too, if I don't mind interrupting before someone else. One thing that I would like to direct too is that we have seen so many changes so quickly in the world of AI as well as everything else, and how do we make things affordable, like how we saw earlier. With that, not just transportation for our seniors and how we get mobility through to where we need to get to, but also encouraging economic development. It's one of my points this year is to really encourage our amazing downtown area and all the great businesses and that we have. Our survey showed that our small business owners are the most favored amongst our city participants. And so encouraging people to enjoy this and really capitalizing on that would be part of what I would really love for you guys to look at as well, if that's okay. Thanks. Anybody else?
I have two very conflicting thoughts. One is I really feel like we need to put something in place with some urgency. And as deep respect to everyone who's worked on this for many years, but I don't want this to sort of end up in a loop of, committee, council, staff, committee, council, staff, repeat. And so, so part of me is excited about the notion of putting something in place quickly, just as a stopgap, even if it's not perfect, even if it doesn't address every possible, interest or need that we've identified. So that's one side. The opposite is one of the criticisms and negative feedback that we've gotten with respect to Metro Micro is concerns with our senior population and maybe others about the technology. And I don't know exactly how the Metro Micro works, but I suspect it's very similar in terms of, the dial or the app, similar to the Uber app. And so I do worry that we have a service that provides this type of, we're not subsidizing it, but is fairly affordable, and we have that existing, and the sense is that is not sufficient. And so I worry a little bit about augmenting something we have now that's not working, that's with a model that's very similar. And I guess the main difference would be obviously the cost subsidy, but how we then communicate that out, and is it enough to overcome the drawbacks of the Metro Micro that we don't think is working?
I'll piggyback. First part, I agree with completely. I do believe that we have to act urgently. I said this last time we discussed it. Because of the fact our contract negotiations fell through, we're about a year behind where we thought we were going to be, and we have residents who are deeply in need of transportation services. So I would like to support this at least as an interim measure tonight. I think my thought on this is that I don't go into this with a preconceived idea that we need fixed routes or we need anything. I like the way Max put it. I think we still have some work to do to kind of sort this out in terms of finding the balance between costs and what'll work best for our residents. And I think that's where we should be with the Transportation Committee in the next few months. We really need to buckle down and get that work done. But I do think that in comparison, Micro to Uber, I suspect Uber's probably got that nailed a lot better than Micro. I think Uber is, they're proving themselves every day of the week, 7 days a week, all around the globe. So I suspect their methodologies are pretty darn good. I understand Micro is better now, but we probably wouldn't have even had the committee convene if Micro was doing as well as we would hope it would be doing. So that leaves quite a bit to be desired. But I'd like to see us start with this as an interim project tonight if we could.
Just to clarify, I know there's definitely drawbacks to Micro's service component. I've definitely heard that, but I guess my concern is that part of what we've heard about that program is the lack of the sense that the technology is not accessible for people who want to use it, and I'm afraid that this program would have a similar barrier in terms of the ability to use the technology to actually access the rides. Because I know I agree that that Uber almost certainly has better service quality than Metro Micro. I think it's much more reliable, but I guess I just worry that it has some of the similar problems that folks have said about not understanding how to access the app or the technology to get the rides.
Wasn't that what they said then for the Uber Central landline callouts or for the SMS callouts? They can actually use their phone and call a phone number and have it dispatched to them and go to where they're going.
They still have to have a phone that has text
Right.
services, though.
That's why I say in the short term, I think we should do this. In the long term, it seems like our transportation subcommittee can balance those interests out to figure out to what extent that particular part of our population needs a service of a fixed ride because of these various technology issues. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Councilmember Creeps took the words right out of my mouth regarding the urgency. We, we do things pretty quick here sometimes, but then government does move slowly sometimes. So the fact that there's no RFP, we don't have to have a contract, all those things make me encouraged to, and we're not servicing our whole east side of the city. There's nothing there.
No bus, nothing.
We have micro maybe. But, you know, if this works and let's say we go to RFP and we get a fixed route on top of it through, you know, it'd be wonderful if Pasadena's listening and they're willing. If there's budget left over, we can augment the budget and have, it's not always a one size fits all. So we can try this out now, hopefully, without blowing a budget. I do know that our public school is Pasadena High School. That's our home school. 268 doesn't go there. Metro Micro was chronically late. So we might see a huge demand from that portion of our population. We'll see. We got to be careful there with the budget. But as far as servicing at least a dial-a-ride type service, which we don't have, nor do we have a fixed route, I think this is a good solution in the interim, and possibly it could be long-term. It'd be a good pilot just to see how it meets the needs, at least of some of our residents.
I think to meet the timing that we're all talking about, we're going to have to be pretty specific as to what we think the eligibility criteria is. And I hear you on all of the, you know, the east side and the high school, and there's lots of deficiencies. But I think if this is going to move quickly, we're going to have to be pretty specific. Like, I would say that this should be limited to our senior population who's of the greatest need, partly because otherwise I'm not sure how we're going to be able to right-size the cost.
Or differently abled on top of it.
Yeah.
Well, again, I always fight for equity. We have lots of students who can't afford many things, like a nice scooter or a bike, and have to walk all the way down to PHS or when their high school. And I don't agree that it should be. I said if we set up a boundary that it is to the high school or to the schools, I think that would be equitable. But if we don't have a bus system there, that's basically saying that this is only for seniors and that we don't have an equitable way for students of need to get to their schools.
Well, what is student of need? Like, I mean, the more parameters we put on this, the longer it's going to take to actually put into place. Like, if we have income requirements, age requirements, location requirements, that's all going to require staff to implement, come up with, you know, surveys to get people to show eligibility. Like, that's just, I mean, we just know how the process is here. So I
know
just,
how
I
it is
think
to work with the school district, because I was going to say you can get their data and you offer it to the students who are on the free and reduced lunch programs, because that would be exactly the same data.
That doesn't
good
exist.
luck.
Everybody gets free lunch in Pasadena right now.
Yep, but you have to apply for certain amounts, so that gives you a data point of who is of need.
we have an MOU with Pasadena that they haven't actually implemented, so I don't have a
Yes,
lot
exactly, that was my point.
So I mean, like, you know, to build off of the sense of urgency on this, you know, and to recognize this as a pilot, you know, can we simplify the categories? Like, for example, you know, 18 and under, 62 and over, and you did like try to make it as simple as that and set a budget on it of during time windows, but like, you know, like try to keep it as simple as we can right now. Again, this is a pilot, and I think, you know, we're all hearing and all, I think we all generally agree that there's a need for urgency on this. So if we you know, direct the subcommittee to think about, like, can you come up with it really simple, really quick? It's got to come out of the meeting tomorrow, you know, so that we can try it and get it going, and, you know, hopefully start this service, you know, by the end of the month at the latest. I mean, I don't know how quickly it takes to Uber to turn around, but that would be kind of my thought on it.
There's another concern with staff, right? Do we have, because we are skeleton, if you look at the budget, right, we're a skeleton crew. We don't have staff to do everything, and this is yes, we had an existing roundabout, but to implement something new at lightning speed, do we have staff do that. I mean, that's another concern.
It would be a challenge. I'm not saying it's not insurmountable. I'm not saying we shouldn't try. But to, turn around a program by March 1st, I think would be a big stretch.
So what do you think is reasonable? How quickly do you think staff could turn something around?
Somewhere in the 30 to 60 day range.
Okay.
I mean,
And
we
are-
haven't talked about budget at all. Like that's also like a concern, right? Like how we ring fence the budget.
So are we talking about Uber getting that going in 30, 60 days?
Well, I think Uber can probably just say, just turn us on. We register with them and we're good to go, right? I think the challenge is the administrative challenge for us, that if we are allocating resources to specific demographic groups that we have to qualify.
Right.
We have to advertise
That's
that.
the time factor there.
Right. We have to advertise it. We have to come up with a verification system
Right.
in place, and then have all of that stuff filter in, have staff go through it, review it, contact these individuals, give them a voucher, get them set up, explain the service. Like all of that is going to take time.
Do you think if we didn't require the verification, but it was set to certain areas, like we only did the hospitals, the Ralphs, the school, if it's a set parameter, then would we kind of eliminate that need? Because I don't think a 25-year-old really wants to go to PHS just for fun. But maybe
Sure.
Ralph's, I guess, but maybe during hours? I don't know. Could we do that?
I would think that
And
would
have a
be
copay.
one.
Because it was
Yeah.
explained to us that the device-based one needs to be in the city limits to
Right.
request one of these voucher rides. And if it's only within the city limits and then geofence to
Specific
specific
locations.
location, I think
I'd
maybe
defer
we
that
don't
back
even.
to Matthew, if
we might
that's a
not
way
even-
to set it up.
Yeah.
Instead of qualifying, yeah, please, instead of qualifying individuals by age or some sort of demographic, could we offer a general voucher that was geolocated to specific areas, either within Sierra Madre or outside the city boundaries? And only if that ride originated from Sierra Madre or that geofence location
Or round trip origination.
Yeah, round
Yeah,
trip.
through council, yes, you are able to do that. So let's say that broad geofence is Sierra Madre, and you can pick as many geofenced areas as you want to be like, okay, folks can only go to like the grocery store, and it's like 6 grocery stores, or they can only go to the 4 or 5 hospitals that you have selected. So we can set the rules up like that. And just a note on implementation, City Manager Bruckner, you hit the nail on the head where, 30 to 60 days is about the right time, because a lot of it is, the thinking through of the city of the implementation and, the advertising and how you want to manage that. On our side, there is a full team that is going to be assigned to this. There is a implementation manager, there is a customer success manager that will all be tied to this. You will not be doing this alone. We've done these deployments hundreds of times, and you won't be alone in that. We can go as fast as you want. That's what we like to say. We can do it in 2 weeks. We can do it in 2 months. It's really up to making sure that we are working within your, your speeds and making sure that we're delivering exactly what you guys are looking for.
One location we have not mentioned that I think needs to be on the list is the A-Line, Sierra Madre Villa Station.
And maybe that's the council's charge to the subcommittee, is to determine those locations tomorrow, come up with a list.
268 already goes there, but 268 doesn't go to everybody's house.
that's-
That's the issue.
Or maybe it's to, to the station, the bus stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that idea in terms of tomorrow, the transportation meeting.
Yeah.
Just write this down.
And can Uber, I mean, there's a certain amount that Uber can't do for us, but is there, between staff time and Uber time, is there some flex that Uber can help us with that, would make it easier for staff to get this done and maybe be on the 30 side versus the 60 side?
I mean, we'll get the program up and running as quickly as we can.
Yeah.
With the goal of trying to do it under 60 days, but if we can do it in 30, we'll go warp speed.
Okay.
Just to give you a little bit of history too, Herb's Taxi was our original 1980s and 90s, early 90s way to get to school or anywhere, and it was 50 cents to get to Sierra Madre to Pasadena High School or to the grocery store back then, 50 cents.
Is Herb still around?
No, in fact, Patch Simcock, though, our planning commission member, he was a driver for Herb's Taxi back then. All right, so do you need a motion? Oh, no, you just need direction then, how to move forward?
A motion would
A
be
motion,
preferable.
okay.
Yep.
Does that mean we need to set aside a
Yeah,
budget?
I was wondering that too.
Because we have, I mean, it's not what, do we already have allocation within the current budget for transportation? Like Prop A?
I would have to go back and look to see whether we like officially appropriated anything. That won't stop us from moving forward with implementation. If we have to come back with a budget request, we can do it, or you can do it at the mid-year and just put in a placeholder when we have that conversation next. As part of the adoption, you amend the resolution saying if we don't have it in there already, we're going to appropriate $200,000 in Prop A funds for a pilot program this fiscal year.
But if it takes 30 days, we have an opportunity for 2 meetings to have a resolution come before us.
We could come back that way if you prefer.
So that would be part of the motion, is advisement to look at the cost and budget to see what would be able to
I
spend.
mean, the chances of us spending, and I don't know how popular this program would be, but if we were to say we're going to appropriate our entire allocation for the fiscal year, that 172,000, I don't know that we would go through all of that between now and July.
Well, I
June
hope not,
30.
since we only have like 4 months left in the fiscal year.
Right, right.
But a budget amendment would require a public hearing rather than a resolution, wouldn't it?
But we don't know if it wasn't in the budget or not.
No?
actually.
Okay,
No
okay.
public hearing.
Just a resolution?
Yep.
Good.
Okay, then I move that we instruct the Transportation Subcommittee to consider the Uber program as a pilot program, as a stopgap until we have a long-term solution, prioritizing simplicity and speed, and considering the parameters, including locations and perhaps eligibility.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Do you need more direction than that?
Does the council wish to appropriate an amount?
Thought we would do that as part of the budget.
Yeah, but
Okay.
my question then I guess would be to look also, I think we did, I thought we appropriated it already.
Yeah. Does it need to be the transportation subcommittee? Can it be staff as well? We can direct staff
That's what I mean.
To
do what was in the motion? Not just the subcommittee?
we can come up with a list. We can work with
Committee is
Uber.
Supported by staff, so.
Yeah, we can work with Uber to get the pilot program up and running and come back on the 24th with our short list and have a discussion item that way. We can also wait till tomorrow and have the transportation subcommittee work with staff, and we can come back to you with
Come back
that
on the
list while we're
24th.
working on the implementation.
Okay,
Okay, we'll do that.
thank you.
Madam Mayor, was there a vote to the motions?
Yes, there was. It was unopposed. It was unanimous. The first was made by Kelly, the motion made by Kelly Krebs, and the second was made by Councilmember Parkhurst.
Did we
Correct?
vote? I think you jumped in and asked if there's
No,
any
I-
clarification.
No, I said,
Oh,
I
did-
said,
We voted?
we all voted aye, and
I don't
then
remember
said any
saying aye.
opposed.
Okay, well, let's just do it.
Okay.
All in favor?
Do I have a motion, a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. That was an aye. I did ask for opposed, so maybe I asked for opposed, and not, still my second time. Does anyone need a break?
I was just going to say, that
Because-
was a perfect underscore that I think we need a break.
Because I think our next items are a little bit lengthy, maybe, maybe not, we'll see. All right, we'll have a 10-minute break. Come back and reconvene. All right, we are going to move forward with discussion item B, resolution number 26-13, adopting the mid-year adjustments to the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget and appropriating the amounts projected therein and report, discuss, and give direction on fiscal year 26-27 budget strategy and related policy direction.
Thank you, Mayor.
Presentation.
If we could have the PowerPoint, please. Let's make sure this works. Of course, it helps if I turn it on. There we go. Okay, very good. Thank you, Mayor. So again, the item tonight is to discuss the fiscal year 26 budget and receive direction on fiscal year 27. In addition, to be responsive to City Council requests, we're also going to have a brief presentation regarding executive compensation, as well as hearing and discussing some of the ad hoc committee recommendations that were presented by the ad hoc committee to the city as part of incorporation in the fiscal 27 budget as well. Is this thing still on? There we go. Okay. But before I begin, just wanted to give a shout out and say thank you to all of our city staff and department heads for their work in putting together the mid-year budget. It was a lot of work. We went through a more sort of detailed process this go around. I think that shows up in the staff report. And I do want to recognize our finance department team, led by Hugh Kwok, who's our finance project manager and consultant, filling in for our finance director vacancy, Satnam Rate, our finance and budget manager, and Selena Yang, our senior accountant, who are all involved in putting together this presentation. So just by way of background, I'm going to provide some historical slides and context and as part of some of the discussion that we'll be having tonight, just so that the council is aware and the community is aware as how we got to the situation that we find ourselves in as we look forward, not only for the remainder of the fiscal year, but to fiscal 27. So this slide here is a budget to actual for revenues and expenditures over a 10-year period. The yellow bars are the budget on the revenue side. The orange bars are the actuals. Fiscal year 26 is shown as being gray was the budget, and then the dark color is what we're projecting the actuals to be. Again, this is in line with the city's historical practice of being fairly conservative with its revenue projections. Every year we seem to exceed our projections. There's probably some opportunity for us to maybe recognize some of that revenue earlier on in the budget process, so we're not finding ourselves being constrained when we're doing budget development. But typically this has been the city's past practice. And then again, on the expenditure side in green, you see the budget. To the blue, that's the actual. Fluctuating up and down, some cyclical effects that you see. You know, we had a pandemic and we rebounded from that. And then there's some one-time expenses, in fiscal year 2025 related to the Eaton fire. And then in fiscal year 2026, the additional capital that was allocated in the budget for renovations at the Sierra Madre Recreation Facility, the YMCA. Historical overview of our general fund balance. Because of our conservative practices when it comes to revenue and managing the budget, we have seen that we've been able to grow our reserves over the last several years. A lot of that can also be attributed to the fact that the city did receive additional federal dollars during that window as well, where we were able to allocate those resources, those one-time dollars, to projects and services, which just helped us. But as you can see, beginning in fiscal year 24 and then to 2025, we start drawing down some of those reserves because of some of the fiscal stress that's going on within the general fund. That orange bar is where we're projecting to end this current year, somewhere around $12.2, $12.4 million. Earlier this year, the city contracted with a consultant to create a new general fund forecast based off of our historical revenue expenditure patterns and the current year budget, projecting that forward. Basically what the forecast shows is that we do have and we are projecting persistent but diminishing operating deficits over the 10-year window of the forecast. This is in line with what we've generally been seeing in terms of the fiscal stress in the general fund, and some of the pressures that we've been seeing from the community in terms of what services the city's offering, how fast we're able to do infrastructure, how quickly we're able to respond to changing demands within the community.
Do you want questions as we go, or do you want at the end?
Absolutely. Please feel free to stop me anytime.
If you can go back to that prior slide.
Yes.
So I just wanted to ask the question because I think I know the answer, but obviously the dotted line separates the historical, factual, and then the future projected. And I notice pretty obviously that there's a very different shape of the, just on the basic, at a basic level. And so I assume, because I'm not, financial modeling is not my area, that obviously the actuals are all over the place because actual things happen and cause things to go up and down over time. The projections are a smooth, I wouldn't call it a hockey stick, but an upward trajectory, because that doesn't account for anything that we don't know is going to happen. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, yes. But the model is robust enough that if we, in our crystal ball, knew that in fiscal year 2028, we were going to have to expend a certain amount of money, we could plug that into the forecast and you would see those lines move. We didn't do that for this scenario because we're really just trying to set a baseline in terms of how we see the world, not really factoring in those things that we may know that are coming, even though we haven't included it in the forecast.
But generally speaking, forecasts that are just projections and based on assumptions are going to have that sort of smoothness and not the lumpiness because they obviously cannot account for things that you don't know are going to happen.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And this is also very different than prior, what we had seen in our even our last year's projections because of the new data that we received from the study, or from the survey.
Correct. When I arrived, the previous forecast that we had was generally showing sort of fiscal cliff. What this forecast is showing is general fiscal stress, meaning that we do have those persistent but diminishing operating deficits in the general fund, but they do diminish over time. But that's only if we assume that current service delivery remains the same and everything that we're doing in the city of Sierra Madre today in 2026 is what we will be doing in 2028, 2029, and through the remainder of the forecast.
Thank you.
So I think you said that the FY26 bump up for the one-time expenses was the elevator at the YMCA, is that correct?
And the pool deck.
Yes, the pool deck, thank you. What's the 2022 one? Because the 2022, you've got a really low on baseline expenses, and then there's the one-time expenses, and it's, for almost $5 million it's there.
We'd have to go into that specific budget year and figure out where the variances were. I don't have that information.
And so in this, I think Councilmember Krebs had said it, is that this is just assuming kind of a BAU, business as usual. It's not the spikiness of a pool deck or an elevator or whatever, right? So this is assuming that everything runs smoothly and there's no surprises.
Correct. There's no recession, there's no boom, there's no bust, there's no pandemic, there's no additional services, there's no additional funding for capital expenditures. It's everything that currently exists in the city of Sierra Madre today, projected forward. Just diving in deeper in terms of a number of what that deficit looks like over the 10-year period. Obviously, we have that $1.4 million that was adopted in this year's budget. Again, most of that $900,000 for one-time capital for the YMCA. But based off of our known expenses and historical spending, again, we're looking at deficits somewhere in the range of $700,000 to $800,000, peaking in 2029, and then we start to, sort of grow ourselves out of that. What that means, though, is that we will be financing our current operations based off of the city's reserves, right? So this takes a look at our current reserves. There's basically two pots of money within our reserve. One is the fund balance policy portion of it, the 25% of expenditures that we set aside for emergency purposes. That's the shaded area in blue, which you see sort of growing as the budget grows during the forecast. And then the yellow section, which is diminishing over time, is the unassigned fund balance which would we be using to finance basically current operations because of the imbalance between revenues and expenditures projected during the forecast.
So the yellow here is kind of our flexibility, kind of a pot of money we can use.
It's your savings account.
It's your savings account. And the yellow here is kind of the inverse of the red on the previous slide. So basically,
correct.
It seems like the slope is they're almost inverse of each other, and so one's driving the other.
Correct.
Or just another way of looking at it.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you ask a question about this? So you said it would be dwindling down for our expenses, but would that only be our operating expenses from the general fund, not capital
Correct.
projects? Thank you.
Correct. So that's the world in which we see today and the future moving forward in terms of, you know, the current year budget and as well as for fiscal 27 when we get into that portion of the conversation.
If you know, there's a restricted portion, and this is the general fund we're looking at?
Yes.
What's the restricted portion of the general fund?
It's probably dollars that are reserved for, oh my God, what's the word I'm looking for? When we issue purchase orders, we reserve those dollars, so we
Contingencies or?
Yeah, but it's encumbrances. Thank you very much. That's the word I was looking for. So because we have encumbrances in the budget, we have to project that forward. We don't know necessarily when we're going to spend it. Ideally, we're spending it in the year in which we encumber it, but you project it forward in the forecast.
And the non-spendable is just so small in this scale, we just can't see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this is a snapshot of the fiscal 26 adopted budget to the fiscal 26 amended. When we adopted the budget, we projected our beginning fund balance to be about $14.5 million. We just completed our annual comprehensive financial review process with our outside auditor. They've told us that our actual ending fund balance for last year was just north of $14 million. And so that's why you're seeing the difference in the beginning fund balance from adopted to amended, because we've now closed the books for the prior year. When we adopted the budget, we were anticipating $18 million in revenues against $19.2 million in expenditures, which showed a net operating income of about 1.1 to the bad. You add another $336,000 in transfers, and you end up with about 1.4, 1.5 million deficit with a projected ending fund balance just under 13 million. Based off of our review of revenues and expenses, including the additional appropriations being requested in the mid-year, we're looking at about 18.9 million, almost 19 million. So we're going to be recognizing about another $935,000 in revenue that we think we're going to get this year. And then that's going to be offset by another $875,000 in expenditures, both what the council has already appropriated this year and what's being requested in the mid-year. You subtract those, you end up with a net operating deficit of about 1.1 million. Again, add in another $340,000 in transfers, and you end up basically where we thought we were going to end up with a $1.4 million deficit. But our ending fund balance, because of the difference between what we adopted from the adopted budget to the amended, we're showing that $400,000 difference, basically. So general fund revenues, just a quick snapshot of where we are. Here are all the major revenue sources in the city. Here you're seeing the adopted budget, again, of 18 million, broken out by the various sources, alongside the amended projected budget for the remainder of the year. We're recognizing an additional $137,000 in property taxes, another $156,000 in UUT, $86,000 in franchise fees, and on down the list, which comes to about $935,000 in new revenue, or a variance about 5.2% from the adopted to the amended. Diving in a little bit deeper in terms of what that looks like from a pie chart perspective, over half of our revenue comes from property taxes. Then the other largest portion is UUT, followed by charges for services, and then sales tax. Very typical for communities our size that are bedroom communities, small communities that are primarily driven by property tax. A small, commercial base, rounds that out. And then just a brief Yes.
Question on that one, changes for services? Oh, charges for
Charges
services.
for services.
Got it, can't read. Okay, so that's basically planning?
No, that's for things like community services, rentals, things of that nature.
Okay, so when people
More
want to.
fee-based.
Okay, so when people want to rent fields or rent.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then just going back to the conversation related to property taxes, there's always the myth out there in every city that property taxes make us rich. For every property tax dollar spent, the city of Sierra Madre only receives about 22 cents for that. The remaining 78 cents goes to the county and these other special districts, the state, on there as well. So again, for every dollar that gets spent, for every new home that gets built, for everything that gets reassessed, we only collect about 22 cents on the dollar for all of that. Here we go, highlighting expenditures. So we have the fiscal year 26 adopted budget. We were showing about 19.5 million in total expenses. Based off of changes that have occurred in the year and what's being requested tonight, that's increasing to about 20.4 million, an additional 881,000 in total expenses, or about 4.5% variance year over year.
Can I go back just for clarity?
Yes.
So when we're talking about the property tax, your allocation, you're not taking into consideration any like PUSD bonds. You're just looking at the 1%, like the actual property tax, not the overall tax bill somebody's going to see. Because if we look at the overall tax bill, we actually get less than 21.9%.
Yeah, this is about an average.
Of the total tax bill or of just the assessed value tax? We have that anyway. Yeah, it goes to that. Part of the regular tax goes to them as well. Yeah.
Here's the brains of the operation.
Oh, thank you.
Good evening. Councilman Garcia, this is the general levy amount, and so.
That was the word I was looking for. Not the entire tax bill that we would get. So in reality, if people, because we think about what we spend when we get our tax bill, right? We're actually getting less than 21.9% cents on the dollar overall on the property tax bill.
It doesn't include our sewer that we just talked about today.
The vector services, all those other things, yeah.
And then it doesn't include the 2 bond measures or the 3 bond measures we're still paying on for Pasadena
USD,
Unified for the next 5 years plus.
Thank you.
Moving on to expenditures, again, we have the adopted budget against the amended. So we're looking at a total of about 881,000 in additional expenses for the year, or about 4.5% budget to amended. In terms of where those dollars are going, just as a pie chart as a breakdown, about 47% is spent on public safety between police and fire. The next biggest chunk is administrative services, which includes the city's various cost allocation plans for IT, HR, personnel and risk. One of the things that you'll see later in a slide, and we'll be presenting to you in the fiscal 27 budget, is breaking out that portion more clearly. Instead of just calling it combined administrative services, we will have a more discrete view in the fiscal 27 budget, so that it doesn't look like the second largest department in the city is admin services. Then rounding that out, 11% for planning and community preservation, 9% for public works, 4% for the library, 3% for community services, and then another 2% related to transfers out.
And then can I add to this, if we go back? There's a big mosquito right there. So prior to 2019, that fire percentage was extremely diminished, correct?
Correct, because it was an all-volunteer fire department.
Thank you.
And that elected and appointed 2%, that reflects election costs?
That's budgets for like city council, boards and commissions, things of that nature. City attorneys in there as well, a portion of it. What you're gonna see is in the mid-year request, which is reflected in that 2%, was based off of the city council's previous direction for the special election related to the GAN. So one of the items is $60,000 for us to administer that budget with the county.
So that's not in here, it's because it wasn't budgeted previously?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
So in terms of mid-year budget requests, just broken out by department, some of the highlights for what we're requesting related to administrative services. We have 89,000 for general fund charges back to the facility fund for the rental of the emergency generator, 38,000 for community outreach related to the GAN limit, $30,000 for the Mount Wilson Trail Race, which is scheduled to convene this spring. That's a cost recoverable event, so we did include some of that revenue in our forecast. Here's the $60,000 for the statewide primary for the GAN limit, for elected and appointment in the fire department, $25,000 for firefighter wellness program, which was included in the MOU that was previously adopted, $17,000 in Department of Health contracts with the state. That's a pass-through, and another $10,000 in basically reimbursable expenses that we've already incurred for strike teams this year.
Is there any part of the emergency generator that can be attributed to FEMA, since it probably was exhausted much more in the last year?
The generator broke after the fire, right? So it failed this past fall. The generator was 80 years old and well past its useful life. I don't know that we could reasonably pass that cost on to FEMA when they would tell us we probably should have replaced it 50 years ago.
Got it. Just thought I'd try.
The Mount Wilson Trail Race, why is that a budget request? I mean, that happens every year. Did we not know when it was going to be because of the fire, or?
We had the 5K, and
Okay,
so
we're having two within a year.
correct.
Okay,
Yep.
there we go. That helps.
An additional $20,000 for a temporary permit technician earlier this year for an unplanned vacancy that we had to cover in the Planning and Community Preservation Department. In the Police Department, $125,000 for contract services and parking services in court cases, $100,000 in interim staffing, and then the $25,000 for the Crossing Guard Services MOU that the council previously approved in a partnership with Pasadena Unified. On the public works side, an additional $20,000 related to the LA County Eaton Fire cleanup efforts, $20,000 for Mount Wilson Trail geotechnical study, and an additional $50,000 for the YMCA pool repair, separate and apart from the deck. There was additional damage caused to the pool that needs to be repaired.
Can the LA County Eaton fire be recovered, that cost?
No, this is for the right of entry program, and these are the expenses that we incurred as part of that.
Would that have been added to damages and possibly recovered?
I'm looking at staff to see whether we included that in there.
I would think it directly relates, or we wouldn't have that expense if there wasn't a fire.
Yeah, I think the deadline for us to submit all of those expenses, though, is passed.
Even for our ongoing?
City manager is talking about FEMA. That
Yeah, I'm
it-
not
This has
involved.
this has nothing to do with the litigation itself, but I don't know what this expense is. So
I think they're looking. And then same with the Mount Wilson Trail Geo study, technical study. We did include that in our lawsuit as an issue with that we no longer have our trails, and for it to be certified again to be used, I would think that would be part of damages.
Yeah. Should it happen. So those are generally the mid-year budget requests. And again, just going back to the original snapshot slide, from the adopted to the amended, all of those revenue adjustments and expenditure adjustments result in what you're seeing being proposed for fiscal year 26 amended. Shifting gears away from the general fund to our internal service funds, the city has a pretty robust cost allocation plan to provide, compensation from other funds, including the general fund, to support administrative activities. Basically, look at it as like an overhead charge, if you will. So this is the budget for the five really general overhead plans, and then we have a general plan, cost allocation plan as well, for us to start putting away money when we start doing our updates to the general plan, which we're required to do, every periodic basis, once every 7, 5, 10 years, or whenever the state decides to tell us that we need to do another thing. So based off all of that, these are the adjustments that we're looking at in all the internal service funds. Shifting gears to the water fund, similar to the general fund, we finished the annual comprehensive financial report. So at the beginning, we thought our beginning fund balance was going to be about 10.4 million. Based off of where we ended last year, we're actually looking at 11.7 million in that fund. Adding in our revenues and expenses, we were projecting a little bit of a deficit this year, largely related to capital expenses. You would typically see that within a water fund or a sewer fund, that we would be drawing down reserves for those capital projects. But our estimated ending fund balance is increasing from a 9.8 million to 11.1 million, and showing the difference there. And then similarly on the sewer fund, yes.
With the water fund, if we wanted to expedite, I recognize we can't do it this fiscal year, but next fiscal year. I mean, we've got a healthy fund, but if we wanted to be doing some bigger projects, so we can fund the water part of it here, but then you'll get to the public works. There's an internal fund, right? And that's where we would have to be able to do the paving. I'm just trying to think of, $11 million is a lot of money to be sitting on when we've got situations like what we've heard earlier tonight about Mountain Trail. And so clearly we need to get the pipes done. But if we're going to invest more in pipes, do we have enough for streets?
We have enough for pipes. We are very tight when it comes to streets. Most of our street maintenance is funded by special revenue funds, dollars that we get back from the county or the state to do all of that. There's little to no general fund dollars allocated to streets. So we're only left with whatever our small allocation is from the county or the state, gas tax, some transportation dollars in order to fund street maintenance. And then similar.
So just to follow up on that. So if we wanted to do more, if we wanted to be able to do more streets, we're really limited by the money we get from the state.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I actually probe a little bit deeper? So if we dig up the street to replace a water main, the water fund doesn't pay to put the street back after the water main is replaced?
The water fund pays for the portion of the street that was dug up in the trench to replace it. Then the other 90% of the rehab would be done by the other pot of money.
Even though perhaps the street wouldn't have to be replaced, the 90% wouldn't have to be replaced, but for the trenching?
Well, it depends on the condition of the street, right? If the street's good, but we still have to get to the main because the main's really bad, we'll dig that trench and then we'll replace it. You've seen it as you're driving, you see the strip and it looks like somebody had been in there, right?
On my street, yes.
Ideally, we're doing both at the same time. That's what our new public works director was talking about, and us trying to come up with a better way to prioritize those things between the pavement management plan and the water replacement plan and sewer plans and all of that. Those things really should be talking to one another. They haven't been.
So we could spend more money out of the general fund on paving or water if we wanted to.
You could, but based off of the forecast that I showed you, you're going to need those dollars in order to sustain current operations.
For 10 years.
Correct.
Right.
So there's very little, undesignated general fund dollars that we could be using to accelerate.
And in those projections, there's no extra money spent outside of the water fund on pipes or outside of the restricted funds for streets.
The projection was only for the general fund.
Okay.
Only for the general fund.
So kind of wrapping that up, so if future councils decide to run deficits for the next 10 years, there would be no extra money in the general fund to then fund, or very little money in the general fund to fund any kind of street repair.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Or extra water mains. Beyond the water fund.
And then similar story here with the sewer fund as well. Smaller enterprise, smaller utility.
Would a reasonable conclusion from the water and sewer fund be that our utilities department is doing a good job charging for what it costs to provide the service such that we have liquidity in those funds. And we can kind of, I guess, not worry about that right now.
Yeah, the water fund for sure, I think, is in a pretty good financial position. The sewer fund, I think we need to take a second look at. There are some significant capital expenses that will be attributed to the sewer fund that we know are coming. One particular big ticket item is a jetter truck, basically. It comes in, cleans out the sewer. The truck that we have is about 20, 25 years old. We can't find replacement parts for it anymore. To replace it costs about $500,000. So if I'm going to pull up, $500,000 out of my fund balance here, right, I'm going to be down to $2.5 million, and that's before any capital projects or anything of that nature.
So you jogged my memory, so I have a question about the San Gabriel Valley Municipal Water District gave us a 0% loan. Are we anticipating to I think it's a balloon payment on that loan. Are we anticipating to pay back that loan with the reserves in the water fund, if you know?
I don't know. We'd have to look into that and get back to you.
Okay. So that might be a reason for holding on to some of those funds if we have to pay it back, a loan, right?
Most definitely. But I think in the water fund, what we're seeing is we can probably do a little bit more on the capital side to accelerate that program.
Thank you.
So that's basically the mid-year portion. Are there any further questions related to the mid-year? So this next section we'll be getting into is in response to a council request regarding executive compensation. We've had 2 unplanned vacancies this year, both in our Public Works and Finance Director positions, that when we took a look at the salaries, we realized that we were significantly below market. And in order to be competitive for those positions, I came back to the City Council for an adjustment to those salary ranges so that we can attract qualified and talented folks to come fill those spots. At the request of the City Council, we took a look at all of the other executive positions, staff that are currently here that are long-term tenured employees that have devoted a significant amount of their time to the city of Sierra Madre, and where do they fall within our peer cities, similar to the conversation we were having earlier today with Holly AI and Class and Comp and those types of things. But just by way of background, looking at 10-year citywide staffing, we've remained relatively flat over the last several years. As you can see, we were about a little bit north of 80 FTEs back in 2016. Right now, we're just about under 100. A lot of that trade-off coming from the professionalization of the fire department. We've also eliminated a lot of part-time positions in favor of full-time positions. That's a better staffing model. It's more predictable. It doesn't create a lot of turnover, et cetera, et cetera. But generally speaking, our staffing has been fairly constant over the last 10 years. Breaking that out by group, here you can see some of the adjustments by classified, confidential, exempt, the executive management. Here you're seeing the part-time, right, in 2016 we had 26 full-time equivalent part-time positions. That's down to 8. Again, that trade-off occurred. And then all the way to the right, looking at the fire group, we had unrepresented fire, which is basically our all-volunteer force, which was transitioned to a professional force beginning in 2021. One of the other items that I think is important for the council to be aware of is that we did take a look at medical costs in terms of employee cost share, employee-employer cost share. So what this slide shows you that, beginning in 2015, total cost for medical was about $700,000. In 2025, that's almost doubled to $1.4 million. When you look at the percentage in terms of the cost share ratios, the employer share has grown by about 60% from 2015 to 2025, but the employee share has grown over 170% over that same period. So even when the city has been offering cost of living adjustments or made some adjustments to salaries, a large portion of those adjustments get eaten up every year by the increase in costs borne by the employee for medical expenses.
So with the comp organization we saw earlier today, can they get us the information on medical costs and comparison cities on what they what the city covers versus what employee covers? Is that something that's available to all?
Yes, I can. So this slide shows 10-year cost of living adjustments based by labor group. What you see here, that dark green thick line in the middle is CPI. Generally, what you would tend to see is that these labor groups are falling sort of in line with CPI. So as cost of living increases, we're passing on that cost of living adjustment to the employees by their respective groups. The one line that you see above the green are the significant adjustments and advancements that were done for the firefighter group as part of bringing them to market. That's why that amount exceeds CPI. But all that did was make our fire department more competitive in terms of their ability to recruit and retain talented firefighters. The line that is, I think, most concerning and what prompted this discussion is the line all the way at the bottom, the purple line, when it comes to executive management compensation. There you'll see that line is relatively flat from basically 2018 all the way through 2025. Our executive management group has not received a cost of living adjustment since 2020.
And even looking before that, since 2016, they've only increased less than 10% overall.
Correct. So while cumulative CPI has increased by about 34, 35%, our executive cost of living adjustments have only been about 8%. So there's a 24% gap there. So as we've experienced inflation, as we've experienced increase in costs for employee medical, as we've experienced increasing housing costs and food costs and all of that stuff, our executive compensation paychecks every year based off of real dollars tends to go backwards because we have not provided that group with the same adjustments that the rest of the city has received.
That was kind of like why I was wondering too during the question with the AI comp comparison was does it also anticipate labor market? Because we wouldn't have anticipated that public safety, police and fire were going to skyrocket, 2 years ago in terms of supply and demand, I should say, with other areas around here. So when we look at this 10-year COLA adjustment, I like that we have the AI system too, but would we have to look at also, do we analyze labor market and would we just depend on the AI, or would we also work that into our fiscal budgets on what we're looking at, what's happening? Like, for instance, post-COVID, we saw a lot of certain particular services in cities not needed, and some people would retire right out.
Right.
Like they were getting whatever you call the golden handshake.
Right.
So do we anticipate other things like that happening in our future?
It's hard to know because it's all market-driven, right? And it's experiential as we're going through it. I mean, who could have predicted, several years ago, the rate of inflation, that we all experienced when it came to eggs and gas and things of that nature. A lot of that stuff was policy-driven and done by the feds in terms of how they printed money and the things that they did. But those effects, you can't necessarily create a relationship to show where it's going to show up in the real economy when those types of things start to happen.
And I feel like before you would have to go to professional development and go to sessions to really hear what's going to happen in the labor market. And now I guess you can use the AI tool to kind of anticipate that.
The AI tool will tell us what is.
Okay.
Those sessions are more forecasting, prognostications of what some economist thinks, might happen. And generally they're wrong.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not going to disagree.
I mean, just to your point, right?
Sorry, yeah.
The supply and demand was created by the pandemic and the policies and the politics around pandemics and how many people retired. And so, it would be impossible to predict that the availability of public safety, particularly fire jobs, would have exploded that way.
Yeah. So what does that mean in terms of how competitive we are in terms of salary for our executive managers, right? So we did our own salary survey. That's what took us so long to report back to the city council, is because we had to go to each one of our cities, look at their classifications, find their pay schedules, and then put it in a spreadsheet and do the analysis for each one of these positions, and then figure out the costing of what we're currently paying versus what the adjustment would be if there was an adjustment. But based off of our analysis as an overview, from step 1 to step 1, these are our step 1 salaries relative to the median of the basket of survey cities that we reviewed.
Could you tell us which cities you reviewed?
I have the list. It was included with the attachment in the staff report. I don't have it off.
Do you want me to read them out since I have them in front of
If
me?
you don't mind, please.
Santa Fe Springs, Commerce, Westlake Village, La Cañada Flint Ridge, Hawaiian Gardens, Artesia, Claremont, San Dimas, South Pasadena, San Marino, and Signal Hill.
So I guess my question is, why would we pick cities that do not really resemble us in demographics or in services?
That was the list that the city has historically used when doing these type of benchmark studies. That list can be amended, either
Use
city
the
council
Hawaiian Gardens.
preference.
My
Some-
question to the Holly people was not random.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
And sometimes those cities are also included in an MOU, right? So that the groups, negotiate with the city and say, hey, these are our peers. This is who we see ourselves competing against. When you're doing a class and comp study for a police group, a fire group, a miscellaneous group, here's the cities that, we're going to use, and the city would agree to that.
And a major amount of those cities are LA County service. They're not in-house. They're done by
Well,
contract.
it depends, right? Because population size, those cities are very similar to us,
Oh,
right?
Hawaiian Gardens is 11,000. Santa Fe Springs, Commerce, Claremont, San Dimas,
Or larger.
Yeah.
La Cañada Flint Ridge.
I mean, anything under generally 30,000 is sort of our group. But whether they're a full-service city or a contract
Yeah.
city,
That was my point.
there are not a lot of, Sierra Madre is unique, right? There's not a lot of full-service cities with a population of 11,000. That's what drives some of our costs. We have fixed costs when it comes to, administering an organization. We still have to have HR, we still have to have finance, we still have to have IT. We have those fixed costs, whether we have a police department or we don't have a police department, whether we have a fire department or we don't have a fire department. So it's really hard to make an apples-to-apples comparison sometimes with those contract cities. Nevertheless, when we look at step 1 to step 1, this is where we find ourselves. 40% under market, step 1 for an assistant city manager, 41% police chief, 35% fire chief, and then on down the list.
So for a contract city, isn't the largest difference with police and fire?
Typically, yes.
So then, are we using a larger city to look at the police and fire? Then, is that what we're doing?
Well, some contract cities are large.
You're looking at a whole county.
Yeah.
You're looking at LA County for almost all of those cities except for the first.
Smaller cities tend to be contract cities
Right.
for that very reason.
Right, so then how do you get, so then is your N a 1 for the police and fire chief? Because we're just comparing us to like San Marino?
It's San Marino, South Pasadena, and Santa Fe Springs.
Yeah, some of those classifications were limited in
Yeah.
terms of our peer review of those cities.
Okay.
But I would hazard to say that if we actually looked at some of those other cities that had those positions, those numbers might change and not for the good.
Right. Well, but they're larger cities with a larger tax base, a larger revenue base. And so, I mean, some of those larger cities, like we picked Claremont, I'll bet you there's car dealerships or
Sure.
larger, hotels and things like that are going to, it's not going to be a 51% tax base or property taxes as revenue.
Sure.
Yeah, going forward, I think that would be my question is why use data that's not going to be comparable, especially if we have the AI ability now to look at other services.
I guess the string of my questions is I'm trying to wrap my head around of like what's out there. I mean, I'm hopeful that with this AI technology that we can find something and we're not really a unicorn. Sorry. Thank you. You're right.
I do have a question. Did we, for this purpose, assume that all of our the top level of supervisorial people in each department was the equivalent of director? Because I do think there is departments at least historically, that we didn't actually have a formal director, right? Or that the title is different, and so would that explain in some ways some of the discrepancy as compared to a full-blown director versus manager, those kind of distinctions?
I only looked at it from a classification, we only looked at it from a classification title. So if our current classification said director, we looked at director. Whether the staffing model in another city had a planning manager as opposed to a planning director, that would have been excluded from the analysis. Because it's hard to know what the responsibilities are of a planning manager versus the director. They may have outsourced their entire planning function and they only have that person serving as like a contract administrator type capacity, but they call it a planning manager.
Got it, thank you.
So based off of the survey, what does that look like in terms of monthly dollars? Based off of classification, we listed our current steps from step 1 to step 10, and then the survey results based off of the survey median. Again, the survey median being the 50th percentile of the city surveyed. What ends up happening because of the various classifications and the different pays and rates, we end up with a classification schedule that can be quite large and cumbersome to administer. So one of the things in taking a look at how do we simplify this and create equity within the management group was basically to look at the numbers and say, okay, is there a natural break here between some of the classifications in terms of order of magnitude and areas of responsibility, right? You have an assistant city manager who's basically my number 2, responsible for filling in and taking on, additional department level workload as well as managerial workload. You have a police chief and a fire chief who are responsible for public safety within the entire city. And then you have sort of a natural break there in terms of compensation between public works, planning, finance, and library and community services. So should the city council wish to make an adjustment, one of the things that we're proposing is creating 2 different pay bands. And this was done by basically taking the average of those classifications and coming up with the monthly compensation. So that way there's a little bit more equity in terms of order of magnitude, areas of responsibility, but still being comparable within the management team and simplifying the compensation schedule in terms of administration.
When I'm looking at this, my question would be, again, though, we are comparing some of those positions, not that our personnel and our executives are absolutely amazing, and I totally agree with the increases we've made. Let me just premise that. But let's say like library and community services, some of those cities have 5 libraries or 4 libraries. So some of them have multiple parks, multiple, way more than we have to manage. And so we're comparing again.
Are we in discussion or
No, I'm asking, how do we validate this when it's not comparing apples with oranges?
Yeah. I mean, that's a fair question. If the council wants us to go back and review the analysis and look at different cities, we can certainly do that. The only counterfactual argument I would make is cities like our peers have been better at keeping up with market rates. So, if you're competing and trying to recruit a public works director, which is in high demand, they're all doing the same thing that we were doing when we were trying to recruit for a public works director, which is looking at a basket of cities and saying, how do we slot into all of this where we're not necessarily paying Beverly Hills prices, but we're also not paying Sierra Madre prices for labor.
When are we using when would we be able to use the Holly AI tools?
Probably within the next 60 to 90 days, I would
this could be
imagine.
used with that.
Potentially, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
When you're looking at this, recognizing, our, to get the salaries, it's the peer groups. But if we're looking at where people can go, do we think about the area around, right? So if somebody is looking at an opportunity, they're not necessarily going to go out to Claremont or somewhere like that, right? Because it's further if they could go to, say, Arcadia, because it's closer. how are we factoring that in? Like you know, if someone wanted to, so we've got one library, Arcadia's got one library, right?
Right.
And I hate to even bring this up and suggest it, but if our library communication services director wanted to go somewhere else, are we looking at what the salary would be at Arcadia, even though it's not a comparable city, but it's comparable from a library perspective?
Right now, we're not. We could, if that was part of the council's sort of deliberative process. I mean, I think the gentleman that we spoke to from Holly sort of nailed it on the head, which is, you know, our labor is here, right? So why would we compare ourselves to Wairika? Even though they may be similar in size and service orientation and all of that, we're not paying Yuba City prices or Yuba County prices for housing and labor and those types of things. We have to compete within the environment in which we would draw labor from, which is Los Angeles County, Ventura County, and Orange County, basically.
And then we still could set up a separate demographic that matches us more, is what he said, right, in our secondary?
Yeah. I mean, we've had staff, and I'm sure on the public safety side, we still have staff that commutes long distances to come work in Sierra Madre, right? And we have regular, you know, tenured staff, you know, who have commuted from Ventura and parts beyond, you know, to come work in Sierra Madre, right? So, you know, we could draw a 50-mile radius around Sierra Madre and say anything within that radius is where we would draw talent from, and then try to find like cities that match our size, our demographic, our service orientation, and say, okay, that's going to be our basket.
Thank you.
But saying all of that, I don't think it would materially change the analysis. That would just be my guess. Based off of all of that, in terms of real dollars, what does it mean to do these market and equity adjustments as proposed to the median of the salary? So we looked at the net cost of where people currently are today, regardless of, you know, where they are in the range, bringing them up to step one of the proposed range, which would basically be a market adjustment for all of those positions. And based off of that, we came to a net cost of about $168,000 fully burdened. And then we broke it out by where those positions are budgeted within the budget. Most of those positions, 93% of those costs are within the general fund. You're looking at about $156,000 annually ongoing, and then some proportional allocations in those internal service funds. One of the things that we'll be doing as part of fiscal year 27 is really taking a deep dive at those position allocations to determine whether we're actually allocating those positions to the right fund. So there could be some additional savings to the general fund, if you will, even though a portion of the admin ISF and some of those other ISFs are funded through the general fund. It gets charged back, right? So that's the conversation related to executive compensation. Are there any further questions?
One question, when you say fully burdened, you mean you've taken into consideration benefits and the PERS?
Pension, all the things.
Okay. Yep. And this is way past, but in terms of, speaking of PERS, when we did, and I should probably know this, I just didn't dive this deeply. When we did the projection or had the model prepared, what assumptions were made with respect to our PERS obligations? Was it just that we would pay sort of whatever we thought, whatever we get charged, and we made some assumption based on what that would be, and that would not include any discretionary top-off or additional payments, and obviously wouldn't account for those crazy years where we have all the big swings because they can't invest our money correctly?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions on this topic? Moving on to the ad hoc committee recommendations. So as the council is aware, back in April of last year, an ad hoc revenue committee was impaneled to address some of these structural challenges that we were seeing in the general fund. How do we accelerate our capital? How do we right-size the organization? How do we bring more revenue into the city? What are some of the ideas that are out there? When I came to Sierra Madre in July, I met with the committee, and we sort of pivoted, if you will, in terms of some of the things that we were reviewing and discussing. We spent countless hours of meetings, I think the chair is still here, discussing a wide range of topics covering revenues, expenses, alternative service delivery, labor, et cetera. The committee asked some really pointed questions. They really pushed staff in terms of providing them with all the information that we had to give them sort of a clear picture of where we see the future of Sierra Madre going based off of where we are today. The committee finished its work in November and submitted their report to me. And based off of that, here's a summary of the ad hoc committee recommendations. There are 8 listed. First, I'll just read through these briefly, is continuing the city's practice of conservative fiscal management. 2 would be implementing a BLS transport program, and we can talk more about that. 3, which is highlighted, which is advancing the city manager's budget and financial management strategy, including updated financial policies, improved forecasting, modernization of budget tools and software, clearer alignment of one-time revenues and expenses, and enhanced budget transparency. 4, modernizing technology. Those are conversations that we're continually having with the council on a wide variety of fronts: class and comp, public works, asset management system, agenda workflow. I mean, all of the things that we need to bring Sierra Madre into contemporary times. Number 5, preparing a comprehensive service level and capital needs analysis to better illustrate long-term costs, trade-offs, and funding implications associated with different service levels and infrastructure investment. Request a report back to the community on the progress is made. Reconvening that committee or a similar committee to discuss and reassess how well we've progressed. And then 8, establishing clear standards and accountability measures for any future tax proposals, including specific identification of intended uses, costs, benefits, alternatives, reporting, and commitments. The one that I think is sort of most realistic would be advancing the city manager's budget strategy, which I shared with the ad hoc committee, and again, that we've covered. I think these are things that are well within our control to be able to do, to provide more financial transparency to the community, to the council, as well as this organization by accomplishing these things.
If we could go back to the committee recommendations.
Yes.
So the number 2 generates revenue. The rest is much more efficiency-based. Is my summarization accurate in that?
Correct.
Okay.
Question then, I don't know if you're addressing it later. If you wanted to go to number 3 first, I could ask those questions. I don't know if you're
No,
going to
go
address.
ahead.
So for the BLS transportation program, the only thing I would love to see is data. Like, what are these numbers that we're looking at? Because in my impression, to implement a BLS transportation program, you'd have to have a person that's also doing that. I know that we already taxed with the personnel we have.
Right.
We have an EMS person. Would they need extra personnel to be able to handle that? Number 2, what is the cost to do that? And is it fee recovery, not necessarily revenue?
Correct.
Okay.
So, and the chief's here, and he can speak more eloquently to this than I can. But basically, the idea would be that we would hire part-time paramedics, and those
EMTs?
paramedics.
Paramedic level?
Oh, for basic life support? That's the
Correct.
EMT level.
Paramedics? No.
Nope.
No.
Let the chief explain.
Thank you.
I do maybe take exception, if I may, there, city manager, you didn't say the brains.
Oh.
Actually, no, thank you for the question. It would be part-time EMTs, academy grads, that we would also potentially use to augment staffing as is. Industry standard and national standard basically states that we should have 4 people on an engine. We only have 3. That could boost our numbers, although initially we would not take them interior into what is known as an IDLH atmosphere, inherently dangerous to life and health. But they could do quite a bit of other things, almost every other thing. The other things that we were looking at, again, as we always do in Sierra Madre, is a hybrid. We can potentially use them as well in our prevention program or community risk reduction program in follow-up inspections, brush inspections, things like that, that we also charge fees for, offsetting the cost or supplementing the cost of that program as well. So
Would
yes.
it be like we had when we had paramedics that were part-time? I mean, they would be that type of position, so they wouldn't be receiving the same benefits per se and they would be under a certain amount of hours?
Correct. They would be part-time, at-will employees. They would not be PERSable, and they would not be receiving any additional benefits besides workers' comp.
Do we have the numbers on whether that would it cost us more to have part-time employees, add that number to our employees, and then how much are we recovering in fees?
Yes, ma'am, we have, and as was previously stated, the ad hoc committee was very in-depth in looking at this. They took our business plan. Captain Bastillos worked tirelessly on this, developing the numbers on a conservative level as well as a very high potential level. And even on the conservative level, we found that say it was one additional call per week, we would at a minimum break even, but even in that model, it provides a better service to this community for where we can, if we had to transport somebody at a basic or a BLS level, we now are doing that with an ALS level. That takes that service, that resource out of town, and typically we're going to be at the hospital a lot longer because that patient is not as critical as the advanced life support. So we have leakage in the next call. We'll have Arcadia come in, Pasadena come in, somebody else. And so they're serving our community while we're at the hospital, plus we're losing that potential cost recovery. It's, again, a better service. We're able to do more for our own community, plus we can now also service the other communities as we currently do. Pasadena does not have a BLS program. Arcadia does, and they can't even keep up with their own calls for service on that. So we can only substantiate doing this is if we're helping our neighbors, but the numbers are there.
So then my question is, we aren't arguing, of course, services, but we are talking about if we didn't increase any services and we tried to maintain status quo, we still would just break even and we have the ability to make more. I think that's where I'm lacking, is that we don't see any of that data. So I would like to see those numbers on what those.
Correct, and I think that's what city managers are looking for, is direction of whether we want to even go down this route. We have those numbers, we can take deeper dives into it, but as city manager is going to request, I'm sure.
Yeah, and if the council is interested in pursuing this option, we would bring it to you as part of the budget package for fiscal year '27 for council consideration.
Can I ask a bigger picture just question on this program itself? I mean, it sounds like it would serve a lot of perhaps tangential benefits to the community and to our fire department, in this context. But in terms of improving the overall forecast that we were talking about at the beginning of this presentation, my sense is, based on this conversation and based on other information that I've seen, this is not something that would be a revenue generator for the city writ large, such that we could improve our position meaningfully on that forecast that forecast line. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yeah, I think the way to look at it is as a service level enhancement and not a revenue, like a net revenue generating opportunity for the city.
Or to the extent that it was, it's not something that would.
It's not substantial.
Correct, and I would support city manager's comment on that. It would absolutely be a revenue enhancing possibility for the department, but in the bigger scope of things, it's not going to do what we are probably looking for the city in a whole. It would maybe at best, and I'm just thinking, in wearing my hat as a department head, allow us to maybe stretch our capabilities and obtain some additional funding and budgeting for the things that we need to accomplish indirectly.
But it would require an extra.
It's going to require more resources, yes, ma'am.
Not just the part-time EMTs, but as well as the overhead.
We believe that we can do it in-house with the staff that we have. We may have to take a look at some of these part-time folks, and maybe we offer a higher hourly rate or something for maybe a coordinator position or what have you. But again, we've got some different models or different ideas that we can look at through this, and if the direction is there for us, we would love to present it.
So what, are we talking, because you said recent grads, are we talking firefighter EMT?
Correct. These would be Fire Academy graduates. The same, basically the same that we had for our reserve program. But however, we would utilize them we have an additional ambulance that's sitting there. That is a reserve ambulance. But basically, I look at it as we can be putting that thing to work and creating some additional revenue, serving the community at a higher level.
And you stated part-time, so they don't have a certain amount of hours per day, or is that per year so they're not represented in Percival?
Correct. They would be basically a 960 employee, but we have looked at some of the modeling, and what we were proposing would be basically what we refer to as a 10-hour car. We've looked at peak days, peak hours, and so call it 3 to 4 days a week for 10 hours.
And that, how many additional would you need during a shift? Because I'm thinking the facilities are tight as they are. Like, can we even house them with facilities?
Great questions, all thought of, and that's again why it would be a 10-hour car. They would not spend the night, so we don't need those additional facilities. They basically would, be there from 7 in the morning till 5 at night. Again, we looked at all the peak hours, the peak days, taking that all into consideration.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions on ad hoc committee recommendations?
Well, I actually just have one, well, no, I have some more discussion. Never mind, we can talk about it later.
I have a question then about these different upgrades. Did we analyze how much more it would cost to upgrade to different software? Because I know that can be very pricey.
Which software are we?
Well, if you did acquire budgeting software to automate manual tasks,
Yeah.
what's that cost? That was pretty much it. And there was another one that was the similar goal to
Yeah.
update software.
Yeah, I mean, we're just putting the finishing touches on an asset management RFP that's going to go out related to the conversation that we had earlier late last year, related to Public Works. We've been without a finance director for several months, so we just made an offer which was accepted, and we expect to bring a new finance director on board the first week of March. One of the tasks for that individual will be doing this process and determining, our current process and procedure, our budget book, enhancing transparency, what type of budgeting software is out there, and figuring out what's right for Sierra Madre. So we'll be doing that.
And then the other cost then would be, what do you know with the modernizing city technology systems to improve reporting accuracy?
Yeah. So, one of the things that I've noticed here in Sierra Madre is that we have not done a great job at master planning. So for example, there is no IT master plan, right? So we don't have a good inventory of all of our systems, how long they've been in place, are they currently being supported, what is the next best alternative, are we setting aside sufficient amount of revenues in the IT internal service fund to replace those legacy systems down the road? And that's true, when it comes to pavement management, sidewalk, water, sewer, facilities is a big one. One of the things that I'd like to focus on for fiscal '27 would be finding dollars in the budget to be able to start doing those plans and really getting a better understanding of what all of the gaps are in terms of our facility maintenance, our water, sewer infrastructure, IT master plan, et cetera, so that we have good data to better understand what these costs are, because right now we're basically guesstimating a lot of these things. We have good information and sound science, but we don't have comprehensive analysis that tells us in today's dollars what the true cost of these items are.
How many buckets are there of master plans? You mentioned IT, you can think of one of fleet, we've got one of facilities. Like, are those the three big ones, or are there other buckets that we should be thinking of?
IT's big, facility for sure. Parks and Recreation is another one that we haven't really discussed. What else am I drawing a blank on? Pavement management plans is basically a master planning process. Water infrastructure is a master planning process. Sewer infrastructure is a master planning process. So there's probably 7 or 8 different types of studies that we should be looking at. Not saying we'll be able to do them all at once, but there is an order of magnitude to these things, and we do need to get caught up with them.
So I guess since you're still asking about the revenue committee's recommendations, I think the mayor may have touched on it. We're seeing most of the recommendations aren't directly cost-cutting, maybe efficiencies, or there is no real revenue-enhancing recommendations.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That's
Okay.
correct.
And so, I don't know, it doesn't say it, it was a great report. I mean, it's beautiful, like I said. They spent a lot of time, and I can see them being a consulting group because it was real pragmatic. It was, balls and strikes. It was great. But what I don't see is, because what we're seeing is 10 years of deficit spending. This assumes or it recommends 10 years of deficit spending? Is that, I mean, I don't want to speak for the committee, I know the chair's here, but, because I'm not seeing any cuts here either. That really no cuts and really no enhancement. So was there, in the meetings that I missed, was there any discussion regarding cuts or large revenue?
We had a conversation related to a parcel tax, and in terms of what a parcel tax would look like and various levels of revenue generation and how that would impact individuals based off of their parcel size. And we did spend a significant amount of time having that conversation. Not so much on the expenditure side, although all of the city's financial information was presented to the committee, org charts, staffing, et cetera. The question proposed, if you're going to cut, what would you cut? And we had that conversation. Many of these slides that are in this presentation, and there's a couple more that we have yet to get to regarding alternative service delivery and cost per capita. All of that financial information was presented to the committee, but the report didn't offer any conclusions on how to approach that.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess 0.5 gets to the cutting, but talking about recommendations.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if we want to, I don't know if the chair can come up and give us a little.
That's to the mayor's discretion.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here, too.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. I just want to see what the thought was. Maybe with 0.5, I don't know if you want to put that slide up.
Sure.
Yeah, so I think. Is this on now?
Yes.
Yep, okay, there we go. So thank you all for reading the report and for impaneling the report. And I want to really thank city staff for the amazing work they did. We did ask and drill down for a lot of data, a whole lot of data, more data than I think we ever expected to get. There were multiple people on the committee and in the general audience that helped us that had participated in past similar activities where there had been lists, 25 items long, that were handed off to the city of ideas to generate revenue that were never looked at again. And so we were trying to be very selective in what it was that we put forth. And the report, the data that we saw on the BLS program is that it is profitable year one, and even in the most conservative model, it's profitable year one. So not only does it produce money, but it then lays the groundwork to grow over time and expand. The models we saw only projected through year one, so I can't tell you if in year 5 it's moved into Pasadena and it does move the deficit spending or not. That was not how far we looked. The data we were given had 1 year profitable across all 3 different scenarios. So that was a win. That was an unequivocal win. At one point, some of the other ideas were for non-general fund ideas, and we were encouraged to focus on general fund ideas only, though we felt as if, as a citizenry, you look at every tax dollar you spend, not just what would be spent in general fund. And so that is an avenue that we didn't continue to explore. There are not.
I'm sorry, can you just expand on that a little bit? Do you mean like, for example, like increasing the infrastructure charge on the water bill such that that could then be used for capital project? I guess just to give a
Yeah,
flavor of like what we're
yeah,
talking
so
about.
it was actually the opposite of that. It would be, there have been ideas to license water rights. And that would offset water fund costs, which would then, in the total tax dollars, if you charged more in the general fund, you would net neutral in the process. And so those were some of the ideas that had initially been proposed that didn't get fully investigated as we went through the process. The vast majority of the cost, as you all are very aware, is people. So cutting people is a hard decision for cities to make, and not something that a third-party committee is going to recommend in that level of detail, because we're not working there day to day. I think what we wanted to say in this report is that the city council has done an amazing job of being good stewards of our money. At our first meeting, we were told that we were $100,000 away from the GAN limit, and that we had to pass a tax immediately, and we had to up the GAN limit, or else we were going to fall off of a financial cliff. That was the first meeting we attended. Our liaisons were there. I think that they will corroborate what was told to us. And so when we arrived at the decision, or when we arrived through the data that we were at a point of not being at a financial cliff, that was important for us to denote. The council has done such a great job of being good stewards of the money that it's now time to decide what the future holds for Sierra Madre. The one clear-cut, very good option to start generating some revenue, not enough to get us out of deficit spending. I don't think I hope that nobody was expecting us to produce a silver bullet that was going to get us out of deficit spending. We tried. We tried. But that was why we put forth that one recommendation. And the idea is, if people want more services, that's not what we have available to us today. Even if we were to immediately bring the BLS service online, that's going to be a nice boost, but it's not going to be that silver bullet. But the one thing that we felt had been missing historically was a very, very clear ask. Here is what you get. So and I shouldn't use this example, but for $25 a month, you can save this puppy, right? And here's what happens if you don't. There's been a couple times through this process, there were asks of, if the money were there, we could spend it. And I don't think that is comforting to the community. I think the community wants a very clear ask and to understand a very clear alternative of what happens if they don't find a revenue-generating measure. Because people are comfortable right now, and people like the status quo. So those were and we heard a lot of feedback from a lot of the community through this process. So as far as preparing the comprehensive service level of 0.5, as you asked, one of the things we found is that as a city, we don't have a great idea of all of the different expenditures that are out there. That hasn't been, historically, had not been a great exercise that was presented as part of the budget book. Here's, the $15 million in capital expenditures that we're saving for, or that we need to take care of, right? And here's a schedule of when these are going to be really need to be done. And so it's really hard without a comprehensive picture to say this is something that should be prioritized or not prioritized. And so that was part of what preparing that comprehensive service level is understanding, right? The fire and police administrative building is slanting and gonna slide down the parking lot, right? Is that gonna happen next year, 10 years, 20 years? Can we get away with something else in the interim and get some of those prioritizations and recommendations? And so the financial discipline that the city manager has brought to the table is part of this process that we think is going to be fundamental to the city, to be able to paint a picture of here's where we are, here's where we need to get to, here's how we get there. You saw the variances. They look even bigger in the report when you see the raw dollars. You know, the $900,000 swing that we saw in projected revenue versus actual revenue this year is not even the biggest year we've ever had. It's about middle of the road. So putting that financial discipline in to have a better way to project these and be able to spend to the levels that we have is another part of that financial discipline that the city manager is working to bring. And so
That's a good question. Sure. So when you're thinking about the budget, and you talked about the reserves, I'm sure, and we have a 25% reserve requirement.
Yep.
We have a lot more money available in our reserves because we have been putting the money away, kind of a rainy day fund. So did you guys talk about that in terms of what's the appropriate use of those reserves? Is it even appropriate to talk about spending those in the off years when we're in deficit? Did you have some kind of idea of a limit on how much could be spent, or was there any discussion at all?
I think the policy comes from the city council. And so we were trying to not push forth policy. We found that there had been, I'm not trying to brag about the city manager here or anything, but there were some great ideas that he brought forth for financial policies that are not there today. If there is a surplus in the general fund, how much of that should get allocated every year to capital expenditures, right? There were years that it was just put right back into the general fund and not retained for capital expenditures. There were a lot of financial discipline that we have an opportunity to improve that will help, I think, guide those decisions, and those policies will write themselves as you put some of the foundation in there.
I guess my question was it even discussed, or was it even assumed that those reserves could be used to pay for deficits into the future?
Should I ask it this way? With all the data you were given, including what we have in reserves and how things were done before with other things, and with master plans that have been out there, and with surveys, would you say that your task wasn't necessarily to see how we spend it or cut it, but just to see where the revenues come from, or did you analyze more?
We did a lot of analysis of what the real numbers were and how they fit in and what they were historically, a lot of historical guidance. But we avoided policy decisions such as deficit spending versus not deficit spending. There is enough money in there in the general fund to survive the deficit spending. That is what the report came back with, and we agree with that assessment, that if that is what the city council chooses, that is something that can be done. We were also cognizant of the fact that every couple of years, there are new faces on the city council, and there are new directions that the city council takes. And so we were trying to deal in the parts of it that don't change, such as with the model as it is today, will we be able to survive the deficit spending and provide the services we have today? And so that was the direction we took on the report. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Can I ask you just a follow-up question to what you said about community input? Was there, what process did that take? Did you have, I mean, I attended one meeting, and I don't think there was anyone outside of the committee and a few of us from the council on that meeting. Like, did you have the public contribute to your meetings, or what was the process like to gather? Because I guess I'm surprised to hear you say that your sense is that the consensus is that people are happy with the status quo, because we're constantly getting questions about why we're not, fixing streets faster or fixing pipes faster or wanting more, from our fire department and things like that. So I guess I was wondering what the process was.
I guess the last tax that got not passed indicates pretty clearly, right, that the people are happy with their status quo. I guess that was kind of one of the assumptions that was made. And when I said public feedback, when people found out that we were on the committee, a lot of people that each one of the committee members got reached out to by multiple people in the committee. It was not a comprehensive study, simply reflective of what we were told.
Okay, thank you.
Can you expand on the last point? And you talked about it a little bit, but you said if there is an ask for revenue, I think you gave a few points that were clear recommendations from the committee. Could you expand on those?
I think that the city finances are big, and they're, even sometimes we have questions about it after we've studied them and think we understand them. And so the community who doesn't study them, and I think as I recall at the last budget meeting where the budget passed that there was nobody in the gallery. So I don't think that there's this interactive process that the community is really learning this. And so being able to put it into understandable metrics that they can understand is what we're thinking about, right? Like, here's the monthly value that it would cost you, and here's what you get for that. And being just crystal clear on it, where it's doesn't have some caveats behind it, right? It's easy to start looking at the caveats, right? I think that the structure of the last measure is an example, right? It was a tax for public safety, but it didn't speak to what was going to happen with the general funds that would be released by the tax dollars being put in to public safety. And
Well, to be fair, I don't know that any general funds would have been released after we interpreted it, but anyway, yeah.
Yes.
Further to the point.
Further to the
Yeah,
point.
no, I agree,
Right? I totally agree with that statement, by the way, 100%. But I guess my point is being crystal clear and very digestible so that people can understand. Because one of the things that we did here, and even on the committee itself, there's one person on there who is in favor of the library. And there's one person on the committee who thinks that you should only download books from the Library of Congress and wouldn't spend another dollar on the library. That is a good representation of our public. People who live on Mountain Trail want to prioritize fixing the roads. People who like the library want to spend dollars on the library. People who, if you asked 5 different questions on what your priority is in this community, you'd get 5 different answers. And so being able to coalesce around something that can get enough public support and has those clear metrics to help them get there is what I don't envy you your task.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, because, I mean, you guys spend a lot of time, because some of the recommendations are very non-tangible, like intangible, right? So probably you understand, the more, we have a community services staff of like 4, right? And they do a lot. And their facilities aren't great. But part of that increases our home values here. And people I think have a hard time understanding that. The more services we have in community services, it adds to the small town charm, therefore keeping or increasing home values. If we don't have that, what happens to home values? How do you envision us trying to communicate something like that if there's an ask?
Well, I mean, if I may challenge what you just said, I only increase my home value if I sell it. So you're saying that that's intangible.
No, but a decrease in your
do
home
not
value.
realize.
Okay, we have to be very careful here. Like this could totally explode into
Yeah. So sorry. That's not what I was. Yes, that is intangible. I think that the recommendations that we were giving were more tangible than that. Gotcha. I think that one of the things that we said was to modernize the technology in the city. And I think that the city manager hit on a great point. It could be really expensive to continue to buy licenses of Office 2009 or whatever antiquated version it is, instead of doing the pay-as-you-go licensure model that's like $15 a month for the entire suite, right? There are a lot of things that are so far out of date that you would be really hard-pressed to do an apples-to-apples comparison of. And so that is what we meant, that we believed that you would net savings by modernizing the technology that you have versus even trying to stay on unsupported old versions.
But to be fair, some of these recommendations do require outlay of costs, right? I mean, these are not free things, like, all the master plans that we're talking about and the reviews and the comprehensive reviews and all those kinds of things. So I guess when you're talking about enough, when your overall conclusion is that we have, sufficient funds to maintain the current sort of operations status quo but to expand services, would you're defining services a little bit differently, I guess, than just increased costs, right? Because, like 3 through 5, I would say, have the potential to, at least on the front end, require additional spending, right? We can't do this stuff for free in terms of like assessing our IT systems or things like that. And so, but you're not looking at that as expansion of services. You're just looking at that as a way to create efficiencies, even though it may require some outlay of additional costs, which is not currently part of the budget situation.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, thank you for being here so late.
Yes.
Okay, I only have 20 more slides. So. So as we pivot the discussion from FY 2026 to 2027, just want to sort of reframe the discussion. So where we started from, right, with the baseline forecast, persistent but diminishing operating deficits. Graphically, that's what it looks like. We did actually conduct a survey of the community this past winter. And the community gave us I think, some pretty interesting insights that I think are informative from a policy perspective in terms of community priorities and budget priorities that, the council should consider as we, embark down this road. Based off of that survey that's posted on the city's website, one of the first questions that was asked is Sierra Madre on the right track or the wrong track? Right, and here we see 62% of our residents think the city's on the right track. Relative to Los Angeles County, which only gets 27%, we're doing pretty good, right? But we did ask them, what are the biggest community issues that are facing Sierra Madre? The biggest one, still, I think, top of mind, and we heard it earlier today, right? The threat posed by wildfires, followed by the cost of living, and that's a 22-point swing. And then the condition of city streets, which isn't, a very serious or extremely serious problem for a majority of folks, but there is a substantial portion of the population that does see it as a problem. And then the amount of taxes that residents pay, not a plurality.
Can I ask a methodology question?
Yes.
Did we give these as options, or were these offered independently? Like, did we give them a choice of things that they could tell us are issues, or did they express these issues independently?
We gave them the list. So when the survey caller calls, they ask them, is this a serious priority, the threat posed by wildfires? Would you rank it as extremely serious, very serious, somewhat serious?
And these are the four issues.
These were the top 4. I didn't list all of them, but this is what was available from the survey that was posted online.
The demographics, may I ask about the demographics that responded? Were they diverse in age? Were they diverse in locations around the city? Do we know the data behind?
It was a statistically valid sample of Sierra Madre residents.
And I asked that because I'm curious, because if, like you said, if we asked everybody on Sunnyside versus, they want a stop sign, and that's important to them, traffic, versus everyone in the canyon is going to be very different. So
sure.
How do they designate? Do they do it by zip code? I mean, obviously not zip code. Like area, streets, neighborhoods.
You take
It's a random sample. It's a random sample, but matched demographically to Sierra Madre.
Yeah.
So on the previous slide, that the amount Sierra Madres pay in local taxes. So am I reading this correctly, that only 35% feel the taxes are too high? Is that what the takeaway is on that last one?
The response from respondents was 35% viewed the amount paid in taxes as an extremely or very serious problem.
Okay.
If you add the tan, we get to like 50%.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, I don't want to get too in the weeds on this, but local taxes, I assume, there was no explanation of that, right? So like if
Correct.
you ask me what local taxes are, I have a much different view or knowledge of what local means
Correct.
versus your average person who's paying.
I mean, most people assume, city and county, right? That's considered local. Some might even throw in like state sales tax, that sort of thing. But I think in terms of Sierra Madre residents, when we're thinking local taxes, we're thinking, what's the county up to with, a quarter-cent sales tax or half-cent sales tax for homeless services or things of that nature, right? That
Right,
factors into
or
the
all the
equation
things
as
we
a
just
local
talked about,
tax.
hopefully are top of mind because we just voted for them, but all of the school district-related taxes.
Correct.
Well, and I guess to that same point is that, I don't know if people think about the UUT tax versus property tax. Like, I think the one that is most on everybody's top of mind is property tax, because you see that very visible all the time, or you see that it's like a big chunk twice a year.
Right.
Unless it's combined in with your mortgage. But you see that much more than the UUT it's a line item on your water bill or on your electricity bill or on your phone bill.
Right. Or whatever the county's up to with the latest program to fund some service that maybe folks don't agree with.
Yeah, okay.
And then in terms of community priorities, again, same sort of methodology, right? Asking respondents what was extremely important or very important. Top of list, protecting safe, clean water, maintaining brush clearing, wildfire prevention, again, 90%. Maintaining firefighter, paramedic staffing levels, keeping the fire station open, maintaining the city's emergency reserve fund that is used to respond to natural disasters, et cetera. Keeping public areas and parks safe and clean. These are all plurality, community priorities.
And again, these were all given to them as choices. It wasn't, what are the priorities to the city? It is, how do you feel about this priority? Do you?
Correct.
Extremely, okay, thank you.
Again, moving down the list, preventing firefighter paramedic layoffs, repairing potholes, improving natural disaster, maintaining local control of 911 emergency response, fire protection, and public safety, stabilizing the city's budget, requiring all revenues to fund Sierra Madre services and programs, upgrading storm drains and sewers. Again, all of these polling, very high, above 70%. And then just rounding out the top list of priorities, upgrading firefighter equipment, including protective clothing, breathing apparatus, and other life-saving equipment, preventing cuts to 911 emergency response and fire protection, maintaining parks and recs programs, maintaining the library programs for kids, teens, and families, protecting public safety and community special events, and maintaining neighborhood patrols and crime prevention. There were more, but this was everything that was like sort of super majority and above in terms of the highest level of priorities. All of these things are great. These are things the city should be doing, and we'd love to be able to do all of these things. But as we're currently constituted, we don't have the resources to address, many of these concerns or enhancements that the community has told us are priorities.
Could you give me an example of something that was low on the priorities?
Off the top of my head, no, but it's the survey that's posted on the website.
Okay.
So the results on the website are comprehensive.
Correct. This is just a subset of this.
Got it.
So on the website, it has all of the categories, all of the questions, or is it in categories?
It's broken down like this.
So we would get to the sub 60%.
Yeah, based off of the list that was submitted.
Thank you.
Again, one of the questions that was asked in terms of need for funding. So 58% of residents recognize that there is great or some need for the city, followed by 57% for the fire department, and then 37% for the police department. And again, I think part of that is just people's mindset in terms of eating fire and response. I interpret it as they're looking for more fire service, more fire protection, more investments in fire prevention, brush clearing, things of that nature that they told us from the priority list. As part of the ad hoc committee process, we also took a look at, where we are with our capital. So currently, based off of the current capital plan, we're looking at $16.5 million of unfunded capital expenditures. These are things that are on the list that we currently don't have resources for, broken out by category. I would tend to argue that this list is incomplete and probably doesn't currently reflect total value in terms of what it would cost for some of these items. Part of that master planning process that we would go through would help to firm up some of these numbers. On the facility side, 10 million of that 13 million was allocated for public safety building. And we know that that number is probably on the low end by an order of magnitude of about half. So if we were going to build a new public safety building, we're probably looking somewhere in the 18 to 20 million range as opposed to 10 million. And then improvements in parks, fleet, and other public safety needs, replacement of a fire engine, ambulance, things of that nature. When we talk about facility needs, again, these were just sort of the quick hit items that staff put together as part of the review process with the committee. There's probably more that were not addressed. Again, if we do a true facility needs assessment, we would identify all of those things as well as costs with them. But these are the things that sort of came to mind as things that we know are sort of urgent and emergent and that we would need to address in the near future, but don't have any resources within the general fund to absorb these costs.
So when you're saying that previously fire and police public safety building is looped into that one grand
For
amount,
facilities.
so even facility needs here, that is more the grand, and this is like the everyday, even though, let's say, fires in a 2-bedroom apartment upstairs. So if you increase staff at all, you still would need
More.
even the
You need more.
facility
You need
needs.
more space.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's not even included in an
Correct.
overall scheme building. It's in their daily routine.
Correct.
Just like our bathrooms are.
Correct. One of the things we took a look at was alternative service delivery options, still things for the city council to consider if, we're trying to figure out what the future looks like for fiscal '27. Here are some of the things that could be outsourced if outsourcing was a thing that was going to be considered. Obviously, we know about police and fire with the county, potentially reaching out to the county about taking over the library, and then, further outsourcing of functions like information technology and some planning functions as well. There's pros and cons to those approaches. There are trade-offs. They're real. We lose control over our ability to provide that service. You get what you pay for. I'll tell you that, a city employee is willing to work harder and longer, and it's more personal to them. And we know that with the staff that we have and the talent that we have here, that we have folks that are willing to do that. With a contractor, they punch in, they punch out. And if you want something extra, you're going to pay for it if it's not in the contract.
Can I ask you a question, though? You list for LA County, and maybe it's because it's both LA County and/or a neighboring city.
Right.
I mean, I thought it was pretty definitively determined that, at least with respect to fire and maybe police, that contracting with LA County, we've determined, is significantly more expensive than what we're currently expending on either of those departments, or maybe at least with respect to fire.
It's more expensive if you're replacing like for like. It would be less expensive if you are offering a lower level of service.
I thought we got a quote even on the lower level of service.
I haven't seen a quote.
For fire and police, we got a quote from LA County Fire as well as Arcadia Fire.
When, though?
Oh, and we'll
last
cover
year.
we'll cover the Arcadia Fire one.
Okay, and
Yeah,
LA
there's a
County.
slide for that. LA County, I'm not aware of.
So on the LA County Police and Fire, is it even possible to do that? Like, they're having a hard time hiring fire and police.
Correct.
And
Yeah, even if we wanted to consider that option, from what I'm hearing from our public safety chiefs, is that the county isn't looking for new clients.
Well, and what we've heard from neighboring cities that have that service is that we may not want to sign up for that service.
Correct. Because again, with our own staffing and our own chiefs, we control the service. We hire folks that are willing to put in the time and the energy to make, the service special and unique for Sierra Madre, we would lose that ability. We become part of the county cog, if you will. And, just going back to 2025 and the fires, right? The Palisades blew up first. And if we had a county station, chances are our engine that may have been stationed here in Sierra Madre would have been called to the Palisades. And by the time Eaton came up and all of the things that happened here, who knows who would have been here to protect the city. And that's sort of the same thing when it comes to police as well. The sheriff, they'll give you a certain number of hours of patrol and special services, but if there's something else going on in the county, those cars are gone. And they will leave Sierra Madre to go respond to that issue. Our officers stay here, our firefighters stay here.
2016, we came with very serious discussions about contracting for police. And we set up a public safety committee, and they held hearings, I forget how many months, but they were extremely well attended. And the gist of it was everybody wanted our own local control and didn't want any part of LA County.
Right.
I mean, it was very clear, very,
Right.
very forceful. So, and that informed our decisions about what we wanted to do with the UUT at the time. So,
Yeah. And then police and fire assessment studies, right? Several years ago, this council, I believe, authorized consultant studies for police and fire to do an assessment, identifying gaps in staffing and critical needs, technology, fleet modernization. All of those things still exist. Most of those things have been largely unaddressed since the reports have been commissioned.
That was less than a few years ago. It was last year when we got the reports.
Okay. But those issues still remain, and we don't have a plan currently in place to address those assessment studies. We also took a look at what other jurisdictions are paying for their public safety services, specifically related to police and fire. We looked at cities that were, again, similar in size. These are some of the same cities you saw on the class and comp list related to executive compensation, a few other ones. But we looked at them in terms of population, in terms of square miles, whether they were a contract city. If so, what were they contracting? What were their total general fund expenditures? What were they paying for police and fire? And then we broke it down on the columns all the way to the right on a per capita basis. And what you see, in terms of police, we're 10th out of 14th in terms of spending on a per capita basis when it comes to the value that Sierra Madre taxpayers are getting for their public safety services. We're at or near the bottom. And then same thing on the fire side, right? 5th out of 6th.
And it's a comment, not a discussion. On your slide, commerce is the last. Because I did the same research myself. Commerce is a contract fire, but they're one of the few that doesn't have a direct assessment on their tax rolls.
So you can
right?
see what they pay.
So you can see what they pay.
That's right.
And they're paying $16 million for a city of just, I guess, roughly twice our size square miles, but similar size in population.
Correct.
For county fire.
16 million.
Yeah.
Yep. So, which translates to about $1,300 per tax per individual, whereas in Sierra Madre it's $1,000 less.
And our per capita tax is just about that. It would just cover fire.
Yeah.
And just out of curiosity, South Pasadena, when we compare the numbers, say with San Marino, is it true that San Marino has a public safety tax? That's why also they're able to spend more?
It does. Correct. And then several years ago, when I was deputy city manager in Arcadia, I worked with your previous city manager, Gabe England, on an Arcadia fire feasibility study. We took a look at that again as part of this analysis and basically said, if we had outsourced services back then to Arcadia Fire, based off of the full takeover of service in one of the scenarios, in 2020 dollars, it would have cost about $3.1 million. Since 2020, Arcadia Fire's operating budget increased from 17.7 million to 26.2 million, which is about a 48% increase. So if we took that 3 million and increased it by 48%, safe to assume that our cost for a contract with Arcadia for fire service would be about 4.6 million. Currently, we're spending just under 4 million. So Arcadia Fire is basically 15% more today. Had we made that move, we'd be paying 15% more. And that doesn't include whatever requirements were needed for a fire station renovation and all the millions of dollars that would have had to been dumped into that building. So again, we're still getting tremendous value to the taxpayer in terms of our public safety services and based off of the services we provide and the quality of staffing of the individuals in our public safety departments. So based off of all of that, now that you know everything, when we're talking about fiscal 27 budget direction and scenarios, knowing that there are consistent, persistent but diminishing deficits, knowing that there is not a significant revenue source coming to the city, knowing that there are these service demands and priorities that the community has told us through surveys and other instruments that are, things of need, and knowing that we don't have the resources in order to even currently sustain our operations through the forecast without drawing down reserves, how would the city council like to proceed from a policy perspective so that staff and I can go back as part of fiscal 27 budget development and come back with a service level orientation for the city that aligns with, your wishes. We came up with basically 3 scenarios, right? Status quo, which is basically we ride it out based off of the forecast. We just spend the reserves, we maintain service levels, we don't add anything. We just keep everything as it is until we figure out, how to move the needle in a different direction. Do we do service enhancements? Are there things that are so critical that they need to be addressed? And if we don't do it now, it's going to create a liability or cost us more down the road if we don't make those investments today. Or do we do deficit reduction? And do we start, reducing services in order to bring the budget into balance? It's not going to be one of those things where we basically say we're going to cut $1 million out of the budget next year completely and entirely, but it would be a phased approach. And if we are going to go down that route, we would need the city council to help prioritize what are core services and what are those services that we could look to do those reductions in. These 3 things are not sort of mutually exclusive of each other. We can do deficit reduction and service enhancements. We can do status quo and service enhancements. We can do status quo and still reduce the budget. But what is it that the city council is looking, for us and staff to be able to come back with in terms of a budget for fiscal 27? If we are looking to rein in costs and try to close that gap, here are just sort of some general strategies that we can take a look at. Obviously, suspending or reducing general fund capital transfers and discretionary capital expenditures, reducing community-based and discretionary services such as special events, recreation, and library services, implementing personnel cost controls, hiring freezes or frosts, managing overtime, reducing temporary staffing, reducing or deferring contractor professional services, including consultant studies. You can throw all the master planning out the window. We're not going to do it. Adjusting operational and programmatic levels. So we're still keeping them, but we're just doing less of it. Think furloughs, think fewer library hours, think fewer everything. Not replacing equipment, not fixing things when they break. Limiting administrative and internal expenses, no travel, no training, no pencils, no pens. Doing the budget in crayon, I don't know. And then, considering structural or long-term policy options, including service delivery model changes, right? That's outsourcing, restructuring, elimination of departments, strategic use of reserves.
Can I ask some questions about these?
Sure.
So in the last, since even you've been here and right prior to that, would you say in the last 2 years, were there significant measures made in position management, overtime controls, hiring freezes? Was that category kind of worked on, or has that been part of the plan?
I don't know, because I wasn't here when those budgets were developed and the deliberative process that, city managers went through with staff in terms of, are we looking at these things? But for fiscal '27, we are looking at all of these things.
I can say from a policy level, we didn't, the council did not direct
No.
any of these things. You're right in terms of the zero-based budgeting. If that was what some departments did to offset increases that they wanted for X, they said, well, we'll have less.
Well, I'm wondering, was prior goals set for prior city managers, as we didn't serve them for you because you just started, wasn't part of that goal to manage positions and manage city positions and reanalyze that? I thought that was part of the goals, and I thought that we've seen some changes in that.
Yes, although I don't think it was as much a fiscal point in terms of budget balancing.
It was done through the budget
Yes.
procedure of the office of the city manager.
Yeah.
Not really policy from council.
Correct. But
But
that's
we
not my
said,
question.
give us a balanced budget.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. And then the second question would be, when we are reducing our deferred contracts and professional services, including consulting contracts and studies, have we done a comparison of what things cost that we consult with and pay for versus we do in-house?
No. So, I mean, these are all practical strategies. These are what cities do when they find themselves in this position of, hey, we need to balance the budget. We don't have enough resources to do all the things. There's trade-offs, pros and cons to all of this stuff. Yes, we save money, but yes, it does signal to staff in the organization it might be time to seek employment in other places, right? If I'm working less, I'm getting paid less. If I, don't have all the tools and the latest equipment and all that kind of stuff, and I'm having to do the work the hard way, I may consider going to another organization, right? We looked at class and comp and things of that nature, and when we do the study and we realize that, gee, if I become a planner for the city of Arcadia, I can make 25% more, and I'm doing the same thing. Why do I stay in Sierra Madre, right? So yes, we can save money, but these are the difficult choices with real-world implications in terms of what it means to work in this organization and provide service to the community and all of the things that this community has become accustomed to in terms of the type of service and level of service that they get from their city.
I've only been in Sierra Madre, obviously, but in your professional opinion too, if you limit administration and internal expenses, including training and supplies, wouldn't that possibly put us in positions like we found ourselves in before, where our numbers didn't really accurately match what was happening, or common budgeting processes were not followed because we don't do training or we don't do professional development?
I don't know that there's necessarily a relationship there, but in terms of bringing new ideas and, what's the latest and emerging trends and, whatever subject matter, our folks are experts in, they lose out on that. And those things tend to create liability down the road. If we can't send staff to management training, maybe they don't give good performance evaluations, right? And if you don't give good performance evaluations, maybe you get stuck with a substandard employee. Those are the issues that then make their way through the service delivery process and effectuate what it looks like to be out in the community when the potholes don't get filled and other things come up. So, moving on to the recommendation. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council adopt resolution number 2613, approving the fiscal year 25-26 budget adjustments and appropriating the amounts projected therein. Provide direction on executive compensation market adjustments. And then 3 and 4, probably taken together, provide direction on the recommendations from the Ad Hoc Revenue Committee and the development of the 27 budget. And we're all still here to answer any questions that you have.
Questions from council?
I think I asked most of them during the presentation.
All right, I'd like to open this for public comment. Do we have anybody who would like to give input? This is your time. This is our budget.
Madam Mayor, we do have a speaker card, and we received an email prior to the meeting that was forwarded to the city council. One speaker card we have is from Diane Sands.
Thank you for coming and giving your input
And staying so late.
on our most important app.
I like the new microphones, too.
Not paid for by the general fund, by the way.
Well, good evening. It's still evening, I guess, not morning, council and city members. My name is Diane Sands. I am a library trustee and also president of the Historical Society. And I won't address this whole thing tonight, but I want to focus on one little thing, and it comes from me as a personal observation. First, kudos to the city for going through this whole project, especially on the executive compensation. Having worked in HR for 30 years, I know what it's like, and I know what a task it is. But for those of us who have worked in business for a lot of years, we know what it's like to take a position and have certain duties, and then all of a sudden have more duties given to us than we originally bargained for, and then have more duties given to us, and being told, you'll get more compensation in the future. It doesn't always happen, but sometimes it does. I want to talk about one particular person, and my apologies to this person tonight for talking about her in front of her back. In July 1st of 22, of course, we got our wonderful grant of $10 million to do our library. That same month of July, we hired in a new librarian, which was Layla Reagan. She took the job. She was very excited about it. She's done a great job. She's worked with the trustees. She became director of library services now. Now they gave her the museums. And as a historical society, we've been working with her to get our construction project finished up there. Now we're working on our MOU, which is due to expire in another month or so. So she's working very hard with us. And now she will also oversee the community services. So she's taken on a great burden on her to do this, but she's so excited. And she's so, it's just a world of wonder for her. It's new things. It's things she's just dying to be involved in and to do a great job in. And as I say, I'm an older woman, not old, older, who's worked in the business world for a long time. And I know how disappointing it can be and how it can drive you to do other things when you don't get the compensation that you want. And I would just like to urge, whatever you decide on this and whatever direction you go, don't make Layla wait until the new fiscal year to have her monetary, increased. Do it now. Don't chance losing her, which I don't think you would, but as an older person who's been in the world, I know it can happen. And do it now and pay her what she is really owed and what she is the fair thing to do for her. And that's what I come to you personally to ask you to do. I understand fiscal years, and I understand waiting, and I understand the roadblocks that the city is facing. But, she deserves it now, and she's done more work. Right on time. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
There are no other speaker cards, Madam Mayor.
All right, we ready for discussion? Anybody want to start?
Start the easy one about the mid-year budget. I personally don't have any particular concerns about the adjustments proposed in the mid-year. get that off the table.
I think that's a great suggestion.
Yes.
Just one slight addition based off of the conversation that we had previously regarding transportation services. If the council would like to amend the resolution to include an appropriation of Prop A funds for a pilot program with Uber.
Did you make sure there weren't Prop A funds towards anything else already this year in the financial budget?
Yes.
Okay, so there weren't, okay.
So
What do you recommend? How much?
I know how much.
I would say just $200,000. Our annual appropriation's 170. We still only have, 4 or 5 months left. I'd be surprised if we went through all that money.
Okay.
I mean, just to counterpoint to that, like if we only get 170 a year and we only have a small portion of the year left, I'd like to sort of see what we can do with 170 because that's kind of what we need to do going forward. And we're already only talking about a third of the year, right?
Plus, we're 60 days, because that's what it's going to take. I mean,
Yeah.
30 to 60 days. So let's just say 30. So that then gives you, what, 4 months left?
Not even that. But
Yeah, 3 months, okay. So 3 months, I mean, yeah, I'd be fine with 100,000, 170. I don't think we need to nitpick it here.
I just thought for ease that the actual annual allocation like made sense for me because that also gets people thinking about what the actual number is that we need to sort of fit within for a normal full year. I mean, roughly speaking, we can obviously augment from the general fund if we ever have augmentation ability.
Well, we would know soon enough if we were serving the underserved community, right?
Yeah, I mean, Uber's dashboard and data is pretty
Right,
robust. I mean,
if we maxed out early, we'd know we need more money, so.
and we could always come back to the council.
Yeah, I would support 170,000.
Agreed.
So move to adopt resolution 2513, approving the fiscal year.
Because I think that's everything, right?
No.
It's
The
not
resolution's
separated.
just,
The
Yeah, that's
resolution
just-
is everything.
No, the resolution is the mid-year
okay.
adjustments.
Okay, good.
yeah, I'm not thrilled about 170 personally.
All
But,
right,
I mean,
So give us a counter.
to spend that much in just a few months.
Well, it could be a lot more, actually. Depends on who.
Depends on the level of subsidy.
We're trying to serve a group
I
that
agree,
hasn't been
yeah.
served in over a year. so-
Maybe it's like an upstart. Is there a difference with that?
Startup costs, you're saying?
There's a low.
No, it'd be the same.
Yeah.
So that would be bad. If we spent 173 in 1 year, then we're definitely not going to maintain that the rest of the year. So if we ended up spending that much, we're not going to do that next year because we'd run out.
Still tax dollars.
What do you think?
Yeah, I know,
What
that's
do you
what I
think's a good number?
Yeah, 100?
I mean, you should be dividing on that basis, you should be dividing 170 by 4, right? Because we're talking about 3 months. out of the
Maybe a
year.
quarter, yeah. But I'm not being that draconian. But I'm just saying,
What if we said 50,000?
no, I'm comfortable with 100,000.
Oh, let's go for 100.
Great. So
See what happens.
I move to adopt resolution 2613, approving fiscal year 25-26, with 100,000 dedicated towards mobility and transportation.
Coming out of Prop A funds.
Yes.
Coming out of Prop A funds. There we go. Yes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
So to Councilmember Krieb's suggestion, do we want to continue down? Because the second one, I think, may be almost as easy. I mean, it's 3 and 4 is where it gets hard. Number 2 is direction on executive compensation and market adjustments.
I think your and my definition of easy is different.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
Okay?
But I mean, they're all hard at this point, so I just.
Well, could we have a conversation about this?
Yeah, that's
Well,
what I'm
that's the
saying.
idea, yeah.
We're just
We're
trying to
just
figure out
saying which ones we should
what
approach.
order.
That was
What,
the motion already.
No,
You're saying
no,
we wanna
I'm
pick
not
the
that
easy
far.
ones first.
Okay,
what
all right.
order? I don't think there are any easy ones left,
No,
personally.
I agree, there aren't. Okay, so if we go on to number 2, what are your feelings so far about number 2?
Well, I'm torn because I've been on the council long enough to know that how important leadership is. We've got good leaders now. We need to keep them. And they're mostly underpaid, and some by a lot. The problem here is that if we do go to the taxpayers sometime in the next couple of years, this is an allotment of a very significant amount of money. And they're going, well, how's that going to get my street paved? How's that going to get which I think we could actually make the case that it could, but I don't know if it's readily apparent to the average voter, so I'm throwing that out there because I would tend to want to support this. I'm just thinking strategically, we don't want to.
You could argue that if we didn't spend it, we saw ourselves not planning well. We haven't had good fiscal budgeting appropriate for fixing the right streets at the right amount and doing a good analysis if we didn't. But I would say, me personally, I think we've done a good job so far of bringing in amazing people. And we've upped those compensations a lot already. Remember, we budgeted a certain amount, and each time we've had to go above and beyond that, all the way from, city manager and on down, and we've gotten amazing people. The problem I still see, and I'll say this again, is that we have the ones that have stayed here and been loyal. They haven't left. They've been great at what their jobs is, and we haven't upped them at all. If you look at the same salary base, it's exactly the same.
In 10 years.
Oh, yeah, in 10 years, but even the two, like, say, public safety.
Well, we had a COLA in 2020, so it's not 10 years.
So-
But yes,
so-
but basically, effectively.
But it was
Effectively
small,
nothing,
yeah, it
yeah.
was 3%, yeah.
And yet we've compensated everybody else except for, those two departments. And so again, I'm not disagreeing with the other departments, but I find that as the major priority. If you look at their compensation compared to any other city around, even if you look at the next door cities and they're the same size, one station for each fire and police, I mean, it's dramatically different where our fire chief in 2022 made $115,000. That's about what I make as a teacher.
Are we comfortable with having a discussion about 50% and then 55% or something like that
What do you
over
mean?
a 2-year period, rather than bringing it all up in one fiscal year?
I think also the analysis has to be a little different. You know what I mean? Like, I think the comparisons that we got weren't great with some of the cities, especially because most of them are LA County, sheriffs and fire. So I think that
So
would.
I'm thinking to council, or Mayor Pro Tem's point that if there's a revenue measure, this will potentially pay for itself, because we're talking, potentially $200,000 in general fund spending to get everybody at once, spreading it out over a 2-year period, potentially.
I like
So-
that.
No?
I'm not.
No,
like it.
Nope.
so we're talking $168,000, which is 0.8% of our total budget. We're talking about, and it's moving everybody to the 50th percentile of the cities. So if we're going to do it over 2 years, we're moving them at 25% and then the other 25%. They haven't had a raise in 5 years, and then just a COLA in 10.
But there's no blood in the turnip here. I mean, people are looking at this and they're going, you're in deficit and you're raising salaries of your highest paid employees?
Well,
I think, I'm willing to do it, but can we do this in a way which is a little less?
That's why I was saying prioritize the positions.
Well, so I guess to me, that's what comes into 3 and 4, right? To me, it is your leadership is what steers the ship, right? That's what gets that's what develops the programs. That's what manages the budget. That's what keeps our people safe. To me, to get that blood out of the turnip, we've got to be focusing on 3 and 4 up there, and that's where it's I completely agree with you. I mean, the slides that we have of deficit spending and getting rid of all of our flexibility for the next 10 years on it, that's where my concern is. This part, it's a small part of the whole overall thing. Like I said, it's less than 1% of the overall budget. Like, we need to be thinking about broader things of at some level, I think we need to be thinking about service decreases to be able to manage it, because I'm not comfortable with deficit spending, but I am comfortable with the executive management pay.
I mean, I almost maybe think we did this in the wrong order then, because if we're going to be
Good point.
talking about potential reductions to get us back into balance, and we're saying we feel uncomfortable maintaining the current salaries of our executives, I don't know how we have a conversation about real reductions, because it's going to be a lot more painful than keeping people at a current, albeit way lower than they should be, level. And I think we're all in agreement that they objectively deserve an increase in salary, but we
I
cannot.
would even say to the 100th percentile.
Right. I mean, no, I know, I wouldn't
Not
even,
just
yes,
immediate.
exactly. Like this, even this proposal doesn't go far enough. But I guess what I'm saying is that I don't know how we can all say that from an objective standpoint because we know that they deserve it. But then we can't divorce that from the fact that we are yet to decide whether we are comfortable with deficit spending at all, let alone adding another, $170,000, $180,000 to that. Like, which I agree from a percentage point, it's not a huge amount, but then that's another $180,000 that we have to figure out where to cut somewhere else. And I don't feel like there's a lot of stomach on this council for doing that. So I guess I just want to kind of point out that dichotomy because it sort of, to me, highlights the difficulty that we face in terms of if our goal is to have a balanced budget, and I don't know that it is. We haven't had that discussion. So maybe that's what I'm saying. Like maybe we should reverse the order here because I don't really know. I don't have a good sense of what.
Can I ask you a question? So recently, we've hired 2 new directors.
Correct.
Were those comparable to other areas, and that's why we gave the increased salary than we allotted originally? Because we had to approve a budget increase for both of those positions to bring them up closer to market value in order to pay them, to make sure that they come here, because we don't want to hire anybody less than what we're hiring. And they're amazing. But that means to me that we've brought that up just at least this budget year, and maybe a COLA next year, but I don't know why we would necessarily increase that 42% in some instance, or 27% in the other instance, over 1 year.
Well, the positions that have already been adjusted will not see that significant of an increase. It's the remaining executives where there weren't vacancies that would benefit
The chart didn't
from the
reflect that.
adjustment.
Thanks.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't think we need to spend much time debating about whether or not the other, folks need the raise. I mean, and I agree, and I think you could make an argument to Mayor Pro Tem's point. I think you could make an argument that it is, and our HR executive, I'm sure former HR executive could validate this. It's way more expensive to hire someone new than to give your existing staff raises. I mean, like unequivocally, and like by a lot. So I think we could definitely make a case for giving increases, modest increases in the grand scheme to our current executives versus the cost it would be to replace them, both in terms of the process, the increase we'd have to use to attract the candidates, all of the things, the training, the lost opportunity cost, all of that stuff would be way more expensive. So I could make that case, but that, again, I don't think that's what the debate is. To me, it's like we need to figure out what our.
So if I look at the survey that we got, right, and we look at the priorities, and it's very clearly, we start with protecting clean water is the highest. Brush clearing and wildlife protection, or wildfire protection, and it goes on down. At the bottom of the list that's in our packet with us is maintaining neighborhood patrols, crime prevention programs, and protecting public safety at community and special events like 4th of July and Halloween happening. I mean, I think, and then even the one up from that is supervised library programs for kids, teens, and families. I mean, we've got direction here from the community of, look, here are the priorities. We've asked you to rank the priorities. What I would like to see from staff is let's start at the bottom of the list, and even the broader one that we don't have in here. But where could we cut in there? Like, do we get rid of Friday movie nights? Do we get rid of? Are there, do we limit the number of events that close down Sierra Madre Boulevard? Like, where do we save there? To get back to Mayor Pro Tem's point is, if we're going to try to get blood out of the turnip, do we get a lot there? And I think that to me is where I would drive the direction, and I'd like to slow that curve down in the deficit spending. I'd like to get to zero faster than not wait 10 years.
Are you, so that, I mean, just to kind of broaden it out before we get into specifics, because I'd want to see the list below 60%, because I view the bottom of this list as still a pretty
what
strong.
That is? The second lowest, which, believe it or not, is maintaining police traffic safety enforcement.
Yeah.
That's, what?
46%.
46? Maybe that's because they think it's already good?
Maybe, I think so.
I don't know. That's really not what we heard from the parents of our
Exactly.
elementary school students
But then
in
again,
the
it says
spring.
maintaining, so.
Well, but at the one just above it, maintaining senior services, including health screenings, meals, and nutrition programs, right? That's at 47%. I mean, it doesn't get really low. And I struggle with that as well. I don't know, like, where do you cut the line? And that's where I'm trying to give enough guidance to say, okay, let's put some things on the table and say, okay, we need to cut in some places. How much can we cut and what things?
But you're already jumping to so you're a 3, like, I mean, in terms of the 3 approval, the 3 directions, right? There's
Yes.
status quo, enhancements, and reduction. So you're a 3.
Thank you. Yes. Right.
I am not a 3. So I think that's,
Okay.
I personally think that's where we should
That's good
start.
to know. Yeah.
Plus, I don't know how much that would actually cut. You know
Well,
what I'm saying? How much does it really cost us? We'd have to analyze that.
That's why I'm saying that's the direction I give is like, what does it come back at? Like, how much can we get? How much can we address that curve?
Like certain events, you're right, like cutting, like where we have to use personnel, again, it's a personnel cost, is a lot. When we have to use personnel to have special events where
Yeah.
we're hiring a lot of extra fire and police or whatever.
And some of those we have no control over, like First Amendment things, right? We spend a lot of money on the First Amendment things.
How about the hidden costs when we were talking about people not understanding kind of what they're paying or what they're not paying? How about the fact that we subsidize and don't ask for cost recovery on any community organizations events? So we are effectively paying for these organizations events because we provide all the in-kind services with that, and putting aside fee waivers because that's the least of it. So, or like the permit fee waivers. So, I mean, I don't think people realize how much more expensive it would be to have to shell out donations to, X organization for us to provide the services in kind that we do to those events.
So you mentioned you're not a 3. I'm curious, and I think that's a really good observation. Is where are you on this? And I'd be interested in where the other.
I'm not a 3.
I'm a 1.5.
Because we've been cutting so much skin off the bone for the past 10 years, there's no more to cut.
I think
Jean,
at this point, cutting would actually be counterproductive. I actually think it would, in some way that I can't explain, so don't ask me. I think it would actually cost us more if we cut too many things for a variety of reasons. One, maybe just the personnel that we talked about. I mean, I think I could come up with a couple of examples, but just intuitively, I feel like if we were to cut in a way that actually made a difference, it would end up costing us eventually. Like one of the recommendations is to cut or not replace infrastructure or equipment. We've already been doing that for decades. So that to me is sort of not even an option because that to me is what we should be spending money on because we have not done that and it's critical in some areas.
So, but you're okay then in having a deficit for 10 years? I mean, that's a huge deficit.
Not 10 years.
Okay with it. I mean, I'm not. I mean, okay with it. Is it like a is sort of like a no? Of course not. But given these choices, I think that we have. To me, we have a combination of status quo plus targeted improvements, and and sometimes improvements might mean capital improvements, which isn't exactly what we're talking about because that's not general fund. But we have heard loud and clear through the survey a little bit and just in general, and we know from personal, we have got to improve our infrastructure. And whether we do that, I mean, a lot of that is going to be from non-general funds, and so it's not quite the same thing. It's a little bit apples to oranges, but to the extent that.
So the example would be like public safety, doing a possible BLS system, helping navigate using better IT so that our subscription increases too for paramedic subscriptions. All of those things cost an amount of money, but then you can recover more and have a revenue based on that. So is that kind of what you mean? Like you're enhancing services because you're increasing services to the public, but you're also making money on it.
Well, can I back us up a little? We're not talking about budgeting for 10 years. We're talking about budgeting for 1 year in March. So it seems to me like what the city manager wants is just kind of say, okay, well, what is the trend you'd like to start next year? And so we could communicate to the city. Well, this is where we're likely headed based on this year's budget, and let them kind of respond back. And it just seems to me that because the idea of being in deficit spending for 5 or 6 years to me is farcical. I don't think it's good policy. So what we ought to do is get the public on board with the idea that deficit spending isn't a good thing.
Let me ask you a question. When we looked at the slide that had the reserve, so let's just say, what I worry about is that, we are one disaster away from having to dip into that reserve, right? It's the classic thing where people say that people don't have $500 for an unexpected expense. And what this does is that when we get out there in the latter years, we don't have money for that. So let's just say that we're in 2036, and we're at that point where our undesignated is really small, and we have a large event. We can go into our restricted fund, or not our restricted,
The blue?
the blue. Thank you. We could go into the blue,
Yeah,
right?
that's correct. Yeah.
And how long could we go into it? I mean, is it something where you dip in and you come back out and you refill it, or is it like you dip into it and you can keep dipping into it for 2, 3, 4, 5 years?
Well, so the emergency reserve is to be for just that, emergency, right? Which is technically a one-time event where, there's a issue with, continuity of operations, or there's some natural disaster where we're not collecting revenues that we would normally be collecting because something has happened in the environment.
So would the generator count as one?
I would not qualify that as an emergency.
I mean, I think Mayor Pro Tem's point, we're not budgeting for 2036. And I would also suggest that we've actually seen in our council terms 2 very serious emergencies, and we've gotten nowhere near decimating our reserves, right? Like, we saw a global pandemic where the world was shut down, right? And we had to shut down our city and completely pivot in ways that we would never have expected. And then we had this fire. And in both situations, now granted, if we don't get reimbursement from FEMA, that's a little bit of a different story, but for the most part, we managed both of those things, which, I mean, maybe my imagination isn't good enough, but I kind of can't imagine anything worse than those things, which, God, knock on wood. But, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that we should last on our reserves forever, but I also don't have this sort of doomsday thing, because I think we've seen doomsday and it hasn't decimated our reserves. We haven't gotten anywhere close to dipping into past the 25% or even into the 25%.
Yeah, well, and that's where I'm trying to wrap my brain around it. And I think that's a great way to put it, is that, in the case of the pandemic and in the case of the fire, we actually have had, the federal government come in and provide funds. Like, we've got FEMA, and so I don't know how much, with the presentation we have, with the materials we have in front of us, it's not clear to me how much we've had to spend above and beyond for these types of pandemics, right? We actually, with the pandemic, we actually made out reasonably well, because a lot of the funds that were allocated to that, allowed for some significant funds to come to the city. I mean, we saw the uptick in 2021 from the funds from the recovery efforts.
Although we didn't use those for operating expenses. So for the most part, there were some salary, like bonus salary expenditures, hero pay, but for the most part, we used those expenditures to catch up on capital funds.
We don't, the pandemic is different because the way our city's financed, we don't rely on sales tax, and people still pay their property tax that year.
Yeah.
And people still use electricity and telephones and gas
Maybe
that
more
year.
so, yeah.
So we were kind of insulated from that recession. We're not insulated from, if property values collapse and everybody sells their home and they're now reassessed at a lower value, we're not insulated from that.
Right.
We're also not
but I think to get
insulated
back on
against a
track-
meteor hitting us too. I mean, like, I don't think we need to consider like.
To get back on track, what Mayor Pro Tem said, and I appreciate, I have the same thought as you, right? But we're not in 2036. If we're in 2036, we have a different conversation. And it's real and everybody knows it. We're in 2026 and we do have a lot of yellow. The question is, I think the better question is, are we willing to spend that yellow on operations, which is not really recommended for a one-year budget? Or are we thinking we should be spending that on capital expenditures and we're not doing that and that's wrong? That's, to me, that's the better conversation. Rather than saying we're in 2036, because we're not there. We're doing a one-year budget, or giving guidance on a one-year budget.
Can I ask you a question? All of the years that we saw when in the latter presentations to the ad hoc revenue committee, when you showed that we had underestimated revenues in certain senses and we'd underspent, and that little amount extra, whatever amount extra that was, it went into our reserve, right? So technically, that this yellow section was part of our general fund that we didn't have the huge deficits we did. So then I would not feel as badly using that much of a yellow for 2027, considering that technically was that, oh, we did a great job at saving. We had every department cut, and they didn't expend as much as they thought they did, and we had extra revenue. So I personally validate it that way.
But,
Not ongoing.
Historically, kind of going back, and I think Gene would speak to this a little bit, because he's been on the council so long, not so long, but longer. Love you, Gene. What we saw was a lot of reserve funds being expended rather than general fund tax revenue. So I know money's fungible, but the money comes into the general fund as revenue for a year. That's a flow, that's an income statement item. But we spent a balance sheet item, which is a reserve that just propped up and we didn't end up spending. So we had a lot of reserve accounts that were inflated, kind of like our general fund reserve, right? And we spent them in the buckets where we could spend them for 1 or 2 years, and that created large surpluses.
You're talking about like the pandemic spending? How
Before that.
Okay.
Large surplus, I would say 2018, 2019, maybe 2020, but we had large surpluses, when surpluses turn into reserves, right?
Remember, that's when Gabe implemented zero-based budgeting too.
Yeah.
So we were.
So it wasn't really like, it's not to say the money came in and we didn't spend it. We spent the same amount, but it came out of a different bucket, came out of a bathtub of water, rather than water coming out of the faucet, right? Does that make sense?
Yes, definitely.
And so those large surplus years, which created reserves, were partly due to running down funds that were restricted, but we could spend them in those buckets.
But isn't that what we should be doing? Why would we have the funds be so
No,
high?
I agree, yeah.
Okay.
So then, if that's a philosophy, then maybe we do want to run some of this down.
Yeah, those were actually reforms that Gabe purposely did.
Yeah. So it artificially, if you go back, it kind of artificially changes what we're seeing, but yeah, but.
So you're thinking about this differently, you're thinking about the yellow differently.
I'm just trying to put some historical perspective on why we had a couple years of surpluses, which turned into reserves.
Well, I have no if we're talking about, in the next year, I have no problem with funding it with a deficit. But I think that we need to be very clear on why we're doing it and what comes after that. I'd like the public to know that I don't intend to vote for deficits in infinity. There's a limit to what I would do on that. We don't have the revenue this year. I don't believe we can cut enough to get a balanced budget, to give our city manager direction to cut that budget to get it balanced. But we can certainly make it clear that this is, the line we're going to draw.
So how do we get on that? How do we get off of that line? Like what I worry about is we're just kicking the can down the road, and I feel like we've done this a couple of times, and and I think the point that Councilmember Garcia made of we've cut to the bone and we've stayed in the bone and we're still in the red, right? And that's what viscerally is so difficult for me is like we're not solving the core problem, right? And like at some level we need a fundamental change to change the issue that we've got here, and that's why I'm pushing harder for we've got to start making cuts because we've got to cut somewhere else so that we can do some of the things that have vehicles that run and that have are things that don't leak and like kind of the basics, because Right now, we're just patching them with, it's duct tape and baling wire that's holding the city together. That's what bothers me.
I think systematically, because I'm not an expert in finance, right? I'm not an expert in most of the fields of the city and how we run our city. That's why we have amazing leadership and directors that do that and someone who manages all of that. So to me, we're really actually doing a lot of work in the last, since I've been on council, 3 years, at changing those systems, creating policies that we didn't have before, making sure our budget book is adequate and understandable and accurate, and not showing projections that are wrong. We're updating to AI and using things that are less expensive and produce more. Our services have increased because we had to. We couldn't sustain, we didn't anticipate we could sustain a volunteer department forever. We're looking at changes in law enforcement. We're looking at changes in management overall and leadership. And I think we are making those systematic changes and hiring people that are the experts to help us navigate how to get out of that red in the future, how to navigate a forecast that's smart.
But I'm not seeing.
'Cause I can't-
I mean,
Well,
I'm seeing it in
I
the
don't think
6
we
years
can
I've been
solve the
here.
problem
No,
because
exactly.
there is a fundamental mismatch. We are
Yes.
being told that that the public wants the current service level, and many of them want more than what we're currently providing. We're also hearing that people don't want to pay more. Those are inconsistent messages. They cannot both be true. They cannot both exist. I guess they can both be true, but they can't both exist. So I guess I agree. It does feel like we're kicking the can. I would disagree that we've done it a couple of times. This last year was the first time we've done deficit spending, and that wasn't necessarily planned. But I would say that what I would like to do if we status quo or status quo plus, or we don't do a reduction, because I'm at the point now where we can't just cut a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit this and no pencils and no new printer and no new person for this. Like, we're going to have a fundamental change. If people don't want to pay more money and increase our revenue, then we need to find out from them what they want us to cut, because it is not going to be just little line items from each department. It's going to be that we don't have X. We don't have community services, or we have dramatically reduced community services, or I can't imagine having a brand new library and having no library services, but whatever it is, because I think we had this revenue committee do amazing amounts of work over this last year, and they weren't necessarily in support of a tax initiative as a revenue source, but they beat the bushes, and it wasn't like there was any other amazing silver bullet to increase our revenue, and then they basically concluded that we can maintain at the status quo. And so I think we have to put it out there and say, we can't maintain the status quo under our current revenue structure. We don't have any magic bullets in terms of new revenue. If you don't want to pay a tax, then I think you need to tell us what it is you're willing to live without and get a consensus, because
I guess that's the part. I guess that's the part I'm struggling with, is how do you get to that consensus? Everybody's comfortable with the status quo, and to me, it is if we approve the budget as it is, that's it. I know that you're not doing status quo, but it's getting really close to status quo. And what I'm trying to get my head around is, well, how do we make it clear? How do we make clear choices so our residents can say, yeah, I'm okay with getting rid of this or that or the other. Here is a bucket 1 and bucket 2 and bucket 3, and one of these 3 we have to choose from. Which one do we want to get rid of? I mean, to me, we have to get to that level, and if that's the direction we can give, and that we can get that in a relatively timely manner, then I can get more comfortable with it. But
It's another survey, right? That's what we start with. I mean, I don't know the exact methodology, but I would think you'd start with another similar survey to say, this is what we need to do. Of these choices, what could you live without? And then it's an election year, right? We have 9 months or whatever it is to have a roadshow of all of the things that the city has to decide, and that they're going to decide by virtue of an election. And we have those conversations, right? I think we have new leadership in the city that I think is well positioned to help us guide a community outreach program, or has ideas about that, different than we've done before. And I think we have to do that, and that has to be sort of the premise on which we're proceeding. We're going to do this because we don't know. We're getting conflicting messages from you, So we're going to do this deficit spending, but it's not going to be forever, and we're going to have the rubber meet the road, and you need to help us deposit the rubber. I don't know. I can't figure out the metaphor, but you know what I mean? Like that's my sense, is that we actually need to spend this time gathering the information that we need to solve the problem, because the problem is not eking out little tiny things. It's a big surgical
And I think we
block.
need to find a way to communicate that, because we're looking at $1 million a year, basically. That's what we have to cut out. I mean, it maybe it's 800,000, but I would just roll it up to $1 million a year. And I think we have to make it very tangible to folks, saying, look, we're going to have to cut $1 million a year to be able not to spend to get into.
And I would suggest
into our
it's more, because it's not just finding the deficit amount. It's because we're eventually going to have to do more with what we keep, right? So if we don't have community services, just as an example, like eventually we're going to have to spend more in fire. Like, so we can't just decide that like the amount that we cut from one department gets us to that 0 point and that's all we ever have, because then we'll just be back here in 3 years when everything's more expensive, or we have some unexpected thing that happens and now we need to hire a blah, blah, blah person, for $200,000 a year. And now we have this like, well, we told you we could pay for everything if we stopped giving events. So I think, it's real. Like, I think it requires like a deep cut so that we actually have, the room to provide these services. Because if it were me as just a general citizen, like, you're going to tell me you're not going to put on any events, then you better give me damn good police and fire and everything else, because now I've given up something major that that I've predicated my residency on. Anyway, that's just my thought.
Yeah, I think to that point, right, if we're looking at the current survey, the only thing that moves the needle would be the high priorities that people want, the cuts, right? So I think to Councilmember Krieb's point is, we have conflicting messages. We can't sit here as a council and make a decision. If we have the ability to pay for it for a year, we can't make that decision without having more community input. Because what we would have to cut would be something that's high priority according to the survey.
Exactly.
To make up that difference.
And I think we need to have scenarios that make that very clear. Like we need to have, so we can give guidance, but we need to get guidance back in it of, okay, if we're going to cut, we need to have scenarios of what it actually looks like, instead of, because I feel like to the point we've been discussing is we've been nibbling around the edges, right? We talk about these little things. At some level, we have to say, okay, we're going to have to cut. So make it 1.5, make it 2 million. I don't know, whatever the number that our city leadership feels like is the right number. Excuse me. And this is what it looks like. Like that's a much easier thing to communicate. Otherwise, everybody's going to want to have everything all the time.
What if we did this? What if we fill this budgetary year with the reserves, do a 2-year budget, and in the second year, do it by cuts only?
I think that's too far out.
Sure, I won't be here.
Oh.
Well, and just
You do,
being
but
pragmatic.
you've built a year for a very serious conversation based on what's coming.
And we do a 2-year budget, and what I'd want to be able to see is like have it be very tangible of what the cuts have to
Well,
be.
then we'd have to agree on that.
Right.
Okay, we have to come up with about $1 million,
I also think
right?
that
So we'd have, for the second year, right? So we got a year to get this figured out.
So we
But
approved
the axe
20
falls.
We approved
We don't.
the fiscal 27 year, and then we say, right now what are we approving now? So we're giving guidance on the
direction.
26,
We asked for a 2-year
27.
budget.
But it's, well, he asked for a year.
No, but we could ask for a 2-year.
So but then here's my problem.
Can we get guidance on whether that's feasible, just from an
Yeah,
operational
I don't think
standpoint?
that's,
We're not equipped to do a 2-year budget
Yeah.
at the moment. It's certainly something we could plan for if that was the council's directions. A lot of cities put together biennial budgets, and we can do that. But my finance director isn't coming until March. And so that would be a pretty big lift for us to do all of that. But just to maybe coalesce around a couple ideas that I've heard while the council's been discussing this, I feel like there's a consensus amongst the council, I may be wrong, to continue on a sort of status quo type plane while we spend the next fiscal year working with the community, maybe doing another survey, really understanding, what the issues are, so that we can better prioritize what those services are based off of the feedback that we get from the community, and then use that as the basis for fiscal '28. I think there's sufficient reserves to be able to do that. I think that's a reasonable approach, and still allows the council to maybe identify those target areas that are still high priorities. Like, I know we talked about, a BLS program, right? But in my conversations with the chief, in terms of an order of magnitude and what we've seen from the survey responses, if there was $200,000 for a thing, instead of doing BLS, we would talk about fire prevention.
Yeah,
right,
too,
and getting a
risk-
fire prevention
risk
program,
reduction.
Funding the position
community
there,
risk
risk
reduction,
We approved.
and all of those things, because that's the biggest liability to the city, right? And we need to really start addressing those types of things. Other things that are big liabilities to the city, and I'll just put it out there, is what we pay our employees. What good is hiring them if they're just going to leave and we train them and we coach them and all of that kind of stuff? When I got here, I was told, welcome to Sierra Madre University.
Yep.
Right? People come here, they hang out, we coach them, we give them job skills, and we make them marketable for other agencies to pick up. We have to stop being a community college and start considering ourselves to be a four-year institution that people want to come around and stay and learn and grow and be part of all of that. And that takes an investment, and it's a serious investment, but the dividends are better for the community versus the alternative and the liabilities that are created when we have people who aren't qualified for the job, but they were the last one on the list willing to accept it.
I think one of the issues too that's very different from years past and in history is that how do we communicate with the public now? How do we educate? It's very different than what it used to be like. Town hall meetings were the way to give information. Now you can stream things and find things, but really, how do you reach everybody and how do you reach the diversity in our city? Because we've seen a new influx of people that come to town, live in their homes, go to work, but don't necessarily come to meetings, watch meetings. They don't even know about them. And then we still have, our seniors that are pretty active. So when we hear voices, a lot of times we're only hearing a very select group that's always going to be active. How do we reach everybody? Like, there's people that go to work, come home, and they have no idea that this is our issue right now because they're happy with what they're getting,
right?
But they don't realize that there has to be an increase. So when you ask them for a tax, they're like, well, why would I change anything? It's great.
It's the same way that when another level of government is running a campaign, or you see prop whatever on TV, and then the digital advertisement shows up in your banner on your search bar, and the thing comes in your mail, and you're constantly bombarded with messaging about vote for this, don't vote for that. It's that thing, right? That takes money.
Yep.
Right? To permeate the subconsciousness of the community, which is really what we're talking about, because the tried and true method of we posted it on the website, we put it on Instagram, we put it on Facebook. We know from the survey that, that's not how people are consuming information. And there are tried and true methods to do all of that, but it takes an investment in order to accomplish it.
So am I hearing correctly then that, I'm still not sure if you would agree, but that we would move forward for at least this next year, looking at our deficit and using reserves, but at the same time, putting out more education and outreach, and then also finding out more what people would be willing to cut, or would they, at that point, with the education, be willing to spend money on an increase in tax? We wouldn't know, because I think a lot of things is that we're not educated. Not everyone's on a revenue committee that they understand all of it and they really have invested and seen this. It's a misnomer that people will assume that we're going to get what we get without ever spending more money.
I'd just go one step farther. I think people should be aware of the fact that what we're talking about tonight. That I don't get the sense that any of us wants to go deficit spending beyond this year. No. And what does that mean to them when we're having conversations about the budget next year? It means we're talking about $1 million of cuts. So they ought to have some sense of what that would look like.
Yeah.
Chair Dennison talked about, well, what do you get and what do you lose, right? We need to be very specific about that. I think at some point that has to go out in the communications.
And so that's the priority I would put it is that I would be comfortable voting or giving direction on the 26-27 budget with the next priority of what do we have to cut, and then the communication, right? And Mayor, I think you put it as the order is slightly different, and to me, it's really important to show very clearly, and I think Mayor Pro Tem, you said it well, of what do we get or what do we lose if in scenarios going forward. I think that's what we have to make it crystal clear to people, and that we haven't made it clear. I don't think I know that it's clear right now, right? I mean, we look at things, we know what it's not. I think we talked, if we completely got rid of library and community services, that probably isn't even going to get us there. So what does that look like, right? And so I think we need to have realistic scenarios to say, this is what it's going to cut, this is what we're going to take. Not only is it getting rid of library and community services, but, it's going to be, I don't know what else it is, and that's where I need the guidance from the city. I can provide guidance of what's I need to make a decision, but I need the information to be able to make a decision, and I don't have the information to be able to make a decision on how to get out of a deficit spending in 27, 28.
It seems to me like it's both, right? Like, we can put information out to get the public's priorities based on what we think it would take, right? Like if, for example, if we did a survey, like the survey questions would be to get to where we need to be fiscally sound or not in a structural deficit, this is what would need to happen. Which of these things would you be willing to forego, right? I mean, that's like that. I think we could sort of do both at the same time. Like, we could inform them in a way that also provides the example.
Am I right in understanding that in doing that survey, we would have the tangible examples that would actually get us there, instead of, because one of the things with the survey is that it was motherhood and apple pie. Like, everybody's going to say yes to as many things as they want there, right? We need to force them to say,
yes,
you must, okay.
That's
great.
what I mean. Like, we can no longer support a fire department for the next 10, if under the next 10-year projection. I mean, I'm just making up, or something, obviously more specific than that. But like, we can only provide services. The planning desk is only going to be open 3 days a week. Maybe whatever it is, without it being doomsday, because we did get that feedback in the last round that we were being like hysterical and trying to like paint the worst possible picture. So I think it needs to be realistic and supportable.
Yeah.
But it also needs to be, it's going to be drastic because it requires some drastic action.
Yeah, specifics. This is what you get, this is what you lose.
Yeah, it's hard, and we need to kind of circle back
know.
to executive comp, because you know what? We've all said, it costs more to hire somebody else, the search, and we're gonna have to pay them at the level that we should be paying these people at anyway.
I mean,
And I don't wanna lose any of them.
That's the exact, that's the exact point I think the mayor's been making, is that we know we have to pay them more because we just did have to pay them more, like, and the royal them. So yeah, I mean, putting aside the equity point, which is obvious, like, there's also a fiscally sound
argument.
We would be paying it whether we replace the person or not. We
And,
wanna keep-
and then some.
Yes, exactly, which we've seen.
And we see a decrease in services as they come up to speed, right? They have to learn the systems, they have to understand the city, they have to understand the programs. I mean, yeah,
Well, as we've
costs
seen
many
tonight
different
too,
ways.
may I add that if we have to instill a new trust system with public safety, we've seen tonight that our public trusts our directors to the hilt, and those are a big part. When we see the priority is public safety and water.
Okay, how do
Okay.
we move forward?
So, most of this is a motion that we agree. I would say someone wants to move that we agree that we are going to move forward with a deficit in the 2006, 2007 budget strategy. But we are going to look at informing the public because we will have to make dire cuts. And what those cuts would be coming back from the city when they run more numbers. So we can be more specific.
So I guess it's a 1 plus some targeted spending on whatever this outreach information gathering would cost. I guess we need to decide whether we think that the number 2 would also apply to executive comp increases. I guess those are the 2 areas I see that we would kind of be in the option 2, which is targeted, whatever it was, targeted increases or targeted.
Service enhancements.
Yeah.
And I do think I see that we are going to be saving money by bringing up our software up to industry standard, as well as, obviously, we've saved money by doing things like AI comp service. So I see that some of those directions from the ad hoc committee might cost us a bit in the beginning, but actually save us in the long run, so that deficit wouldn't keep increasing.
And, you know, going back to executive comp, I don't know that I want to use the survey that we've gotten in our packet. I'd like to maybe, when we implement Holly, not to kick the can, you know, and not give the raises right away, but I want to make sure that we're looking at true comps and we think it through a little bit better.
Do we think that the Holly system would be in place in time for the 26, 27 budget? At least with respect to the positions we're talking about.
We could probably make that happen.
I would think so, especially if it's 8,500, we've already budgeted for it, and now it's just the implementation of it. And it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, there isn't as much work, obviously, as a study would take. It doesn't take
Right.
months and months that a study would take.
Correct.
So could we give the direction that we're comfortable in concept for the raises, but to use the Holly study to be able to inform it? Is that what I'm hearing people propose?
I mean, I don't think it would be the case if it was a magnitude of like 5 times what we were presented today. I mean, I do think that like within range, right?
That's why I say inform it, but you're right. Yeah.
With a focus on bringing our current directors that have not received raises as the priority.
Absolutely.
I think the outstanding item there from a policy perspective is if you're unhappy with the current basket of cities, what is council's preference in that direction?
Using Holly.
Well, Holly will only produce numbers when we toggle on the back end, use San Marino,
But he said also that if you're using comparable cities, because I don't know all of our cities in our area that use the same amount of services, like in-house services, not contracted out, let's say same amount of libraries, fire stations, those kinds of overseeing. So I would think that someone oversees a community service like Glendale is going to be obviously more tasked and have more personnel under them than a city like us. So that's what the comparisons. I believe that Councilwoman Krebs had already said that there's the parameters you set, and then we can focus it even deeper on.
Well, I think there was countered by the fact that you want to be limited, or you want to limit it to your relevant labor and cost market. So
We can be specific. I'm thinking San Marino, South Pasadena, La Cañada.
Those were already all
La
in there,
Cañada's
though.
county.
Okay.
La Cañada's county services. They're LA County
Yeah, but they're the
Sheriff's and LA
same
County
size city. So we have to talk about parameters then.
Yeah, I wouldn't use anything
Because
with
we
LA County.
we have used La Cañada.
I mean, I don't know for sure, but my gut tells me that there aren't a lot of cities like ours in size, location, and scope of services, because we are one of the smallest full-service cities in the state.
So can we use AI for that?
Well, can we use this as something that we give to Holly, is to say, tell us how you would compare it.
Yes.
So consider, maybe they can pull, I think Councilmember Garcia found the information in the tax bill for La Cañada for, fire, I think. Something like that, where it's not in the city budget, but maybe maybe these guys are able to pull the data to give us a better idea of what the cost is.
Well, I think that's what AI's purpose is, and that's why those fellows are the experts.
Well, but to be fair, when I asked them if their AI found the comps, they said basically no, that you give us the comps and our AI will find the comps data. Now, they said that they could broaden it in terms of like we could be looking at
I heard
Adelanto or whatever, but then I got told, which makes sense, that doesn't make sense because it doesn't cost the same to provide services or live in those places. And so, I mean, maybe we could expand to Orange County, because that's probably a similar labor market and cost, you know, kind of cost basis as it is to be here. But I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't go statewide, because there's very few
No.
places that are as expensive as it
Like
is
Southern
here.
California, Orange County, LA County are relatively comparable in terms of.
So I guess I would just say, you know, can we just broaden the search, and maybe our Holly friends can be helpful in terms of identifying, but like maybe there's just more cities that are like San Marino, South Pass, and in that range.
I guess what would also be helpful, and not to belabor the point, but are there cities on the current list you don't want to use?
Well, I struggle because some of the cities have more revenue sources than we do.
Sure.
You know, and that's like commerce, right? That's a ridiculous comp to me. San Marino has a
Wine
tax,
Gardens in
right?
there?
Yep.
Wine Gardens,
Well, they have a casino.
When I looked, no, but when I looked at the per capita tax, they're not too different than us.
But aren't they LA County
even with the
service as
casino
well?
and
So
the-
you might not see it on their tax because they're getting it in parcel taxes,
Yeah, Hawaiian Gardens.
like La Cañada.
Hawaiian Gardens contracts out both police and fire.
All of the listed except for the last bottom.
Yeah, and I pulled somebody's assessor ID and tax. And they do pay a lot for fire through, but when people pay on their tax bill, they're not really thinking about it. I mean, it's not being paid through the city, right? It's a direct assessment through their property tax bill. But they do pay a similar amount in police than we do. But I think they've been a contract city for a long time. They're kind of priced in. I don't know.
So do we know if Holly?
But we're not just talking, sorry, we're not just talking yes, we're talking about two executives, but we have other executives on the list that aren't police and fire that we're talking about as well. So that's where Hawaiian Gardens becomes a comp for those positions, but maybe not police and fire.
So at least in principle, we like the two band idea, right? The two bands.
Yes,
And
I do.
so really just talking about
So,
playing around with the comparables a little bit.
so even if you did AI right now, you could get a comparison of a list of cities that are similar in our size, that have in-service, not contracted out, that are in LA County and Orange County. And I would have to do more research, but that's what AI is
Give
used
us a
for.
couple on that list.
So like Palos Verdes Estates.
They have walls.
But it's
No, you're not Palos Verdes. Palos Verdes is LA County. Palos Verdes, Rancho, they're different.
Palos
Rancho
Verdes is-
Palos Verdes and Palos Verdes Estates are different.
You said Palos Verdes Estates, right?
I think it's estates, whichever one's not county.
So it's on the list. I'm looking at the list, like the public safety comparison, Palos Verdes Estates is the third from the bottom.
Okay, I was talking about remember I said the bottom three not, the top are all contracted.
He's looking at something different.
I see.
He's looking at public safety comparison,
Oh, yeah.
not
And I
the
said
not the
bottom
compensation.
three.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, I don't want to make those decisions right this second, but I'm saying AI does have that ability. That's why you keep increasing the prompts over and over again. That's why you get more specific. That's the point of AI.
In the interest of time,
Yes, thank you.
we can come up with a list and then bring it back to council.
Sorry.
Well, and I think asking Holly if they can pull the data from sources we haven't in the past.
I just didn't want to come back to you with cities on the list that you didn't want on the list. So if Commerce is the one that seems like an outlier, we can take that off and try to come up with a
Let me get to your
different basket.
Is commerce in any of the bargaining unit lists? Like I know, like we're also constrained because with the bargaining units, we have certain comps that were required by contract to use. I don't want to. I mean, I know we might think that it's not good, but we may be constrained.
Mayor and City Council, yes, the City of Commerce is on the list for all of the bargaining groups comparisons.
Is it in the MOU?
It's only in the classified employees MOU, but it is one of the cities that we look at when we compare our rates.
I mean, to be fair, I guess the executives aren't covered by any of so we're not really constrained in this particular context, right? Because they're not represented.
No, if you want to use a separate list for the executive group, you can.
I guess you'd have to be more specific on every single executive position.
Maybe.
Because, like I said, some of them are contracted, some of them are not.
Well, none of them are contracted for anything other than police and fire, right? Like nobody contracts out. I mean, I guess maybe some of them do library, but not very many.
I don't know.
Most cities may not even have a library director, yeah. It'd just be community services, and that would be the comp base.
Oh, yeah. Again, I think I'm too tired to like specifically go over every single
Yeah,
city.
I think we're in the
Fa-
weeds
Fair
here.
enough, we can come back another time,
I think you have the idea, though.
yeah.
I don't personally feel the need to approve the specific list. I think we've given you kind of a sense of like what
I
the
agree.
concerns are, and I personally trust that you can come up with a list that is as good as we can get, because I know we're a little bit of a unicorn.
So where are we on, I think we got a recommendation for the city manager, but the BLS program, because it sounds like it pays for itself and it enhances our services to our community.
How about we
Um,
analyze, we send back direction to analyze the numbers better, because we haven't seen the numbers.
Yeah.
Like, we know we trust the ad hoc committee, I trust, Tom Dennison, but I trust the data, but I haven't seen any of it.
That was presented to the ad hoc committee, wasn't it? Because I did see the numbers.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought it came to the council, but it came to the ad
And,
hoc.
and we can come back during the budget process, with that as a decision package, if you will, whether to include it if that's the council's.
And but you mentioned the community risk reduction officer.
Yeah.
What was your recommendation there?
Well, in terms of an order of magnitude, based off of just past experience, Eaton Fire, my conversations with the chief and all of that, if there was going to be money spent in the fire department for targeted service enhancements, community risk reduction, wildfire prevention, that piece of the puzzle would be need to be solved first before we do EMS.
But it seems like he said that BLS could maybe augment, not pay for, but augment and provide personnel to then help with some of the costs that are associated with the.
Potentially, but in my conversations with the chief, and maybe he can help clarify, so the folks that we would have as the ambulance operators would be the one going out doing the physical inspections, but we still need the community risk reduction officer, the deputy chief, whatever it is, to administer the program.
Second.
Right.
Yeah.
And yes, thank you for a little bit of that clarification. City manager is absolutely right. If we're going to list these in priorities, the number one liability is going to be community risk reduction, 100%. BLS program would enhance our services, but if you want to talk status quo, we can do without, to be honest with you, right? Looking at the future with all the legislation coming down, especially after these recent fires, I do not have the resources to keep up with what is going to be implemented from the state. I absolutely have to have that position. I can't do it myself, and I don't have the staff to do it. So with the expectations of the city, to keep them safe, to keep their properties valued, to keep the revenue coming for this community, because if we have a town full of no properties but just parcels, then you guys have much better or much bigger fish to fry. So it is of the utmost importance that we find funding somewhere for that position. We've already approved it. We already seen the need for it, but yes, that is a number one priority for fire department.
And it's 90% extremely to very important from our constituents.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
So we're adding expenses while
What was
we're
that?
talking about
Was that
cutting.
part
That's
of
the two.
Was that part of already what you were looking at in the projections, was if we included that, or was that not?
That's not included in the projections.
Did we get a comp? Do we have a understanding of a compensation for that position?
For like a deputy chief position? Well,
It's probably what we're
if
currently
we,
paying the
if
chief.
we, if.
No,
And,
it's
and that's
more.
exactly what I would tell you, that if
It's more.
if I plugged it into Holly AI or did a similar study, we would have to bump the chief's salary in order to afford a deputy chief that would come in with any set of skills that we would need in order to administer that program.
I thought we did have an estimate. I thought
We
when we
did.
talked about.
We did have an estimate, yes, ma'am. We put that into the salary matrix as with its own range, and if I remember right, probably topped out at about 172,000 annually. That's not fully burdened, so probably closer to the 250 mark.
Yeah, that's 250 was what I had in my head. So
Yes.
At the top of the range, you're saying, or you're
That-
saying?
At the
That
very
would be the
top,
top of the range,
very
yes,
max.
step 10.
Which, means step one is 25% less than that, right? So you're looking at $120,000, $130,000. They make more money than being a firefighter.
Yep.
Or teacher.
And I only work 186 days. All right, so then let's go ahead and try to move forward with some direction and motions. Correct me if I'm wrong, I would say that we are moving forward with, again, looking at a deficit spending in the 2026, 2027 fiscal year. We are providing direction to look at the executive compensation market adjustments with the changes and also using Holly. We are moving forward with the status quo and possibly after looking at a position funded for fire prevention, or fire risk reduction, deputy chief, then looking at a BLS program. And, am I missing something?
I'm not, I mean, we were concerned about doing executive compensation before, and now we're adding on 2 more positions. Like,
What are the 2 positions?
Well, we're adding the BLS program, which will add at least a position to run that program.
No,
in
they
the
said it
community.
wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't add a position, right? Then from what I understand, and like I said, we have
Okay.
to look at the numbers, but it wouldn't pay, it would pay for itself, and it would not require another deputy chief, another captain.
So but we're getting into a point of adding the community risk reduction officer here at past 11 o'clock at night, and that will be a no for me right now. I need more information on that. I'm not going to make, it is
We already voted on
incredibly.
it. You mean funding it? We already voted we're having it, where you mean
No,
funding
that's,
it.
that's,
Okay.
that's exactly what I'm saying.
So we're not
what I'm
making
saying.
any motion tonight?
I'm not, I need more information to make that. It's really important. I support it in concept, but we're in deficit now. We're just adding, you're adding things on top of it, and that's.
I feel like we're doing a little cherry picking, right? Like, I think we've coalesced a little bit around 1. I think some of us are willing to go part of the way to some amount of expanded service 2, but we're kind of just randomly picking things that would fall into that category at this point, just kind of based on what we've been talking about tonight. So I mean, my sense is that we're all a pretty solid 1, and then I guess maybe as part of the budget process, there could be suggestions on possible 2s, that we could then have a separate discussion about with more specificity, because otherwise I feel like we're just like, whatever we
Okay.
come up with right now, we're thinking of.
Yeah, and what we can do if, the preference is status quo, right? For those targeted service enhancements based off of what I'm hearing, public safety focused, executive compensation, we can bring those to you as individual items to be reviewed and discussed, and we can plug it into the forecast, and you can see what it does to the forecast. And along the way, we're also going to be taking a look at just the budget holistically and figuring out, are there savings that we can find? Is there additional revenue that we can recognize? Like, how do we maintain status quo while still trying to reduce the deficit, while still trying to provide you with targeted service enhancements in those core priority areas, right? Like, that's generally what I'm hearing from the council.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to hear from other departments as to maybe, I mean, I don't think anything's as important as the community risk reduction, but maybe there are things that are in that general range and other departments that we're just not hearing from right now.
And then in addition to that, maybe doing some money for another survey that would provide a better set of data that the council can use for its decision-making process for fiscal 20.
Yeah, I mean, I think that,
28.
to me, that budget is survey and also some sort of community outreach plan. I mean, we've struggled with that the entire time I've been on council in terms of our communication, and I'd love to hear, sort of, given your experience in various cities, like, how we can do better on that, because we do struggle with, we do all the things, as you said, like, I joke that, like, we do all the social media, we send them a mailer, we put a banner across the town, and people are like, what happened? So, yes, I would love ideas about how to engage.
Are you envisioning in the survey, because we talked about giving up, but also residents can also give up dollars, right? Meaning a revenue measure. Are we thinking that survey is going to have a continuum of, you can give up services, but you could also give up dollars and maintain services or even enhance services?
Yeah. Oddly enough, before I left Culver City, one of the things that we were looking at doing was a budget-type survey. They ended up taking a different approach. It was, in the late hour, I'm drawing a blank as to what it is, but it was more of a community-based process where they selected another committee and they went through the budget and they made that determination. That was their model. I don't think that's necessarily what we need to accomplish here, but along the way, I did find a survey company that does these types of budget surveys where community members are basically asked to do forced ranking of what their service priorities are, which is really what the council's trying to get to. Like, tell us in an order of magnitude, what is the most important thing, from 100% down to 0%, so that we can draw the line, put dollars to it, and say, this is what this service costs, this is what another service costs, and if we need to cut the budget, we draw the line and we say, okay, here's $1 million, these are the things that are gonna come off the list. There is a method to that, and we can accomplish that.
But my question is really kind of taking that continuum the other way. What are you willing to part with for dollars to keep things, right? Like, what is your,
Wasn't that in the last survey, though?
was that? I don't know, I didn't get
I
it.
thought it asked specifically, would you be willing to spend? That's why we know we're not able to do a tax. It says it in there.
I didn't know.
And it gave two different
I was thinking of it
amounts.
all together as a,
Yeah,
yeah.
we can work on that.
Okay.
So then we're just going to make a motion for number 1, and then we're giving you direction for 2, 3, and 4. Is that right? We already made the motion.
We voted
Yeah.
on, do you?
But I
do you-
meant that's
I don't
your
know if you need a
summary.
motion, we've given.
just give 'em
We
direction.
gave consensus and direction, I think.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
It is midnight.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we move the discussion items C and D to another meeting.
There's more.
Yeah, there's
There's 2 more things on the
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
agenda.
Yeah, C and D.
Let's keep going. Order some pizzas.
We've gone till a certain
2
hour. with-
o'clock.
Let's not
with-
talk about that.
Yep, with Alverno.
We're not
Or
breaking
should I
that
even
record.
ask if that's feasible with you guys, or do you want to power through?
What do we have
No.
left?
No.
No.
Not D.
I know, D was no either.
So purchasing policy amendments and economic development.
How long does C take?
Where's the agenda?
3 minutes. Presentation.
Let's do it.
Just do C.
Okay, move forward with C.
Council members, this is being brought to you at the request of, I believe it was Councilmember Garcia that first raised this issue. Thank you. I believe it was Councilmember Garcia that first raised this issue. We're doing 3 things. This is about non-public projects, and I'll explain each of these. It's about non-public projects, and we're determining what the appropriate thresholds are for director level approval and when direct competitive pricing procedures should take effect. So public projects, we've adopted UPCA, Uniform Public Cost Construction Act. That governs thresholds under, UPCA governs thresholds for public contracts, public projects. These are non-public projects. So you think about maintenance agreements, you can think about Holly, stuff like that. And contracts that are not governed by, not professional services and not special services. Previously, your threshold that would trigger a director to go out and get 3 bids was $2,000. It's very low. So this ordinance contemplates raising that to $5,000. Consider whether you even want it to be at $5,000 or whether you want to make it $15,000. But currently, the ordinance contemplates $5,000, director approves without any competitive pricing procedure. They don't have to go out and get 3 bids. Between $5,000 and $15,000, director approves, but they have to get 3 bids. At $15,000 to $75,000, 3 bids, plus it goes to the city manager. After that, it goes to the council with 3 bids. Non-public projects. And that's really it. We're changing the threshold from 2,000 to 5,000 and bringing it up and creating this new threshold of 5,000 to 15,000. So basically directors, before their max approval was at 5,000, now their max approval is at 15,000. That's it.
Do we see any issues with trade unions or anything like that regarding the competitive bid amounts?
All the laws regarding trade unions, that's all for public projects, not for these non-public projects.
And we could do a hybrid, right? Like, I do think that our threshold for competitive pricing is too low, because I think it vastly increases time and inefficiency in terms of processing for some of these things, and when we want to move quickly, we can't. So is there like a way to increase that while maybe still maintaining some lower amount between the split between the department head and the city manager?
You can, whatever you propose.
That would be my inclination, is to raise competitive high, like maybe, I don't know, 15, 25, but then, maintain maybe a lower split between department head and the city manager. That would be my.
Council, this direct competitive pricing procedure is something you've imposed on yourselves. This is not a requirement under state law. So you set the threshold at whatever you think is appropriate.
So that's my thought.
So you're,
I think 5,000 is low.
Wait, we're in discussion.
To that point. I'm
in
sorry.
discussion. Does anyone have any more questions?
Sorry.
That's okay. No, do we have public comment on this item? There are no public comments. All right, so now we can just open up discussion. So what would be the number that so you're saying not change directive competitive for department head, but up the city manager from 15,000 to 25?
No, the
Sorry.
opposite. I would put the competitive pricing pretty high.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know exactly what makes sense. I don't have a good sense of like what contract ranges are, but like I would say 15 to 25, somewhere in that range, because
Okay.
there's not that many contracts that are much below that.
Very, very few at less than 5,000. Very few.
But how many are even below 25,000?
Also, well, no, there are quite a few, but
Okay.
under 15, also pretty few.
All right, then I would suggest that we say competitive pricing above 25,000, but then figure out what we feel comfortable as between department heads and the city manager. I don't know if the city manager has thoughts about that.
I'm agnostic. Yeah, I mean,
Is this kind of based on what we've just seen prior to the contracts, and this is why you're stating these numbers?
well, this was a council-driven request, so we're just being responsive to that. But in terms of efficiency and effectiveness and all of that kind of stuff, it's just a matter of at what level is the council comfortable with giving department head signing authority.
And you're saying raise that to 5, from 2 to 5? That's the recommendation here?
5 seems low.
That's
It's
what's
proposed 5,000.
Yeah, that's
For
what's been-
department head.
That's what's been proposed, and just keep in mind, before, anything above $2,000 triggered direct competitive bidding, so we had to go do all the work to get 3 bids above 2,000.
I mean, that portion I think should be raised, and I would say anything under 15,000, 20,000. I mean, that's, you can't even buy a car for that.
Buy gas for that.
All right, I'm going to suggest that we go to 20,000 for competitive bidding and go with the recommendation as between the department heads, anything above,
50?
no, 5,000 for the, I don't know, 5,000 seems low even for department heads. I feel like we could go to like 10, and then anything above 10 requires the city manager, but only things over 20 or 25 require competitive bidding. That would be my proposal.
I can live with
I'm
that.
okay with that.
Are you comfortable with that?
Can I hear a motion?
I move to amend ordinance, oh, I don't know, ordinance 1490, or this is ordinance 1490. Amend section 3.08.040, right, of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code to increase the competitive pricing threshold to 25,000 and raise the department head approval limit to 10,000, requiring city manager above that, 10,001 and above.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. I'm going to say let's table report, discussion, direction on potential economic development programs. I'm moving that we move that to our next meeting. Can I have a second?
Sure, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Items for future agenda. If you can remember them right now. All right, if you think of something else, we can talk about it in one-on-ones and then bring it to the 24th. We have our next meeting on Tuesday, February 24th. Can I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
You're not allowed to oppose.
I know, sorry. Sorry, Claire.